Riverlands, year 298 after the conquest, a small castle by the Red Fork River. Sir, your uncle wishes to see you. The voice reached him through a fog of half-dreams. Lai Hao groaned and turned over. Sir. Since when had a 21st century office worker become a lord? He ignored it, until the voice added dryly, Sir, if you don't get up soon, Lord Jules will take all the family's gold dragons. That did it. Along with the voice came a firm shove. Lai Hao blinked awake. His head felt heavy, but the dim light and chill air sobered him quickly. The rough stone walls, the plain wooden door, the faint smell of damp, none of this was his apartment. A gray-robed man stood by his bedside, bowing respectfully. Your Uncle Jules says he's leaving for King's Landing to join Lord Stark's tournament. He requests 100 gold dragons for the road. Names flashed through Lai Hao's mind: Jules, Ned Stark, gold dragons, and a rush of foreign memories poured in. When he finally gathered himself, the truth hit him. He had crossed worlds. He was now Arthur Bracken, a minor lord of the Riverlands. 22 years old, modest holdings, 9 villages, a small castle by the Red Fork River, and not much else. In Game of Thrones, he'd barely survive an episode. But as a lifelong player of Mount and Blade, Lai Hao, no, Arthur, recognized the opportunity. Back on Earth, he'd been a regular guy. Average grades, average job, average pay. The only thing he'd truly loved was Mount and Blade. Strategy, combat, conquest, that was his passion. And now, fate had dropped him into the perfect world to live it. A faint blue glow appeared before his eyes. Arthur Bracken level. 1 exp, 149/600 strength. 12 agility, 9 intelligence, 7 charm, 9 attribute points. 4 skills, power attack 4 weapon mastery 2 writing 3 tactics 1 command 3 persuasion 1 other minor skill points. 5 weapon proficiency, one-handed 74 two-handed 72 polearm 77 weapon points. 10 Arthur grinned. A system panel, just like Mount and Blade. He spent his points quickly, 3 in strength, 1 in agility. More muscle meant survival. Then skill points. More power attack, a bit of archery and throwing for range, and all 10 weapon points into 2-handed weapons. The Brackens, after all, had an ancestral greatsword. The panel faded. Arthur stretched, shaking off the last of his days, and began dressing. So my uncle wants 100 gold dragons, right after I transmigrate. Great. The steward Amber, as memory reminded him, helped him into a robe and handed him a belt. As they walked down the corridor, Arthur's thoughts turned grim. The War of the 5 Kings was near. Once Tyrion's capture sparked Tywin's wrath, the Riverlands would burn. Villages would be raided, castles sacked, and the mountain would ride. His family's position was pitiful: 9 villages, a red mill, and 35 men-at-arms. Against the Lannisters, Freys, or even bandits, they were nothing. If I don't act soon, he thought, I'll be just another nameless corpse under the mountain's sword. Still, the original Arthur hadn't done too badly. The castle had enough food for years, and their coffers held 700 gold dragons, a fortune for a minor house. That alone gave him options. Perhaps he could slip away south to Seaguard or King's Landing, wait out the war, and live comfortably until peace returned. But first, there was the matter of Uncle Jules. The Hall of Red Mill. By the time Arthur entered the hall, 8 guards stood ready, bows and swords at their sides. Amber followed behind, carrying the Bracken greatsword. Even in daylight, the hall was dim, lit only by narrow windows. A man lounged on the Lord's chair, a middle-aged knight in polished armor, one leg slung lazily over the armrest. His scruffy beard and swagger made him look more like a sellsword pretending to be noble than a true knight. Arthur recognized him instantly. Uncle Jules. The man grinned. "Ah, my dear nephew Arthur, how good to see you. Be a good lad and lend your uncle 100 gold dragons, will you? I'll bring honor to House Bracken at the King's tournament." Arthur stopped at the doorway. "Uncle, do you think we're Lannisters with a gold mine under our castle? 100 gold dragons isn't pocket change." Jules dropped his leg and straightened. "So you're refusing me?" Arthur's tone hardened. "I'm saying we don't have that kind of money. Even if we did, I wouldn't hand it over." Jules sneered, gripping his sword hilt. "Careful, boy, want to test whether my blade's still sharp." Amber immediately stepped forward, shielding Arthur. "What are you doing, Sir Jules?" Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Guards," he said calmly, "come in, ready your bows." 8 guards filed into the hall, bows drawn and aimed. Arthur smiled. "Uncle, would you rather test your sword or see how fast my arrows fly?" The smirk on Jules's face faltered. He raised his hands. Now, let's not overreact. We're family, aren't we? Just a little misunderstanding." Arthur's voice was cold. "Drop your sword." When Jules hesitated, Arthur nodded to a guard. The man loosed an arrow. It thudded into the floor an inch from Jules's boot. Jules jumped, then slowly set his sword aside. Amber collected it and stepped back. Arthur studied him for a long moment. Then he spoke evenly. "You have 2 choices, Uncle. 1, join the garrison as a guard. 5 silver stags a month. 2, take off that armor, put on your old rags, and leave my lands." Jules's eyes bulged. 5 silver? You think I'm some common soldier?" Arthur gestured, and the guards raised their bows again. "Look at you," he said. "Even mountain clansmen dress better than that." Amber leveled Jules's sword toward him. The older man's bravado broke. He forced a laugh. All right, no need to get angry. Guard duty it is. Family shouldn't fight, eh?" Arthur nodded. "Good, Amber, have him outfitted with chainmail and a patrol schedule." Jules's face twitched, but he knew better than to argue. As they turned to leave the hall, a guard burst in breathlessly. "Sir, the village chief of Heian and several villagers request an audience." Arthur straightened. The next problem, it seemed, had already arrived. Riverside Village was one of the 9 settlements under House Bracken's rule. Nestled along the Red Fork River, it thrived on fishing and a few small craft workshops, making it one of the richest villages in Arthur's modest domain. It also paid the most taxes, his single largest source of income. That alone made it worth his attention, at least before he ran off to wait out the war. Arthur sat in the castle's hall, straightening in the lord's chair as the guards ushered in the village chief and several others. This was his first real task as a feudal lord. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel the strange weight and thrill of it. So this is what it's like to play the part of a medieval master, he thought. In Westeros, the rules were simple. Peasants paid taxes and worked the land. In return, their lord protected them, judged disputes, and answered petitions. Large noble houses could afford stewards and magistrates, but the Brackens of Red Mill were barely above landed knights. Arthur himself had to serve as judge, guard, and administrator all in one. When the 6 villagers entered, Arthur studied them quietly. Their faces were lined and sunburned, their clothes rough and patched. The man in front, a stocky fellow in his 40s wearing a cleaner tunic, stepped forward and bowed stiffly. "Lord Arthur, you must send soldiers to help us," he said, his voice cracking with anger. "Those devil's bandits took everything from us. Even the 7 hells wouldn't take such scum." Arthur lifted a hand calmly. "Slow down. Tell me exactly what happened." A middle-aged farmer beside the chief burst out. "We can't slow down. My daughter was taken by them." The chief shot him a glare, clearly annoyed, then turned back to Arthur. "In addition to Tony's daughter and my own wife, they stole all our coin, most of our food and clothes too." Another villager, a younger man with his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage, stepped forward. "And my axe. I just bought it from the market." "Silence," the chief snapped, glaring again. "Mind your place in front of the lord." Arthur raised an eyebrow as the tension between them rose. The young man refused to back down. "Why shouldn't I speak?" he shot back. "You're the one who let them rob the village in the first place. If Lord Arthur didn't care about us, we'd still be digging graves for your mistakes." "Enough." Arthur's voice cut through the hall, sharp and commanding. Both men froze. The Lord of Red Mill leaned forward, his expression steady. "This is not the time for bickering. Tell me what I need to know." The room fell quiet. After a cough, Arthur continued. "When did the attack happen? How many of them were there? What weapons did they carry, and where did they go afterward?" The village chief blinked, caught off guard by the direct questions. "It was just before dawn, my lord. They came through the east road, took our coin and food, and then my wife," Arthur sighed. "How many, Jace? What were their weapons, and which way did they flee?" The young man with the bandaged arm spoke up again. "About 12, maybe 13 men. Only 2 or 3 had armor. The rest looked like common thugs with swords and spears. They ran south toward the Lake of the Gods." Another villager nodded. "They came much earlier than Jace realized, my lord. His house was the last they robbed. They're on horseback, but not all of them. If we leave soon, we can still catch them." Arthur nodded slowly, weighing the information. The guards along the walls stood straighter, waiting for his decision. One by one, the villagers stepped forward, their voices desperate. "Lord Arthur, please help us. They took everything we had. If we don't get our grain back, we can't pay our taxes." Their pleading echoed off the stone walls, and just then a familiar blue shimmer appeared before Arthur's eyes. "Task: eliminate the bandits and recover the villagers' stolen property reward. Experience plus 200 village relations plus 5. Arthur couldn't help a small smile. So the system gives quests too. Perfect. Helping the villagers would not only build trust but also strengthen his position in the Riverlands. And if things went well, he might even earn some loot or recruits out of it. He glanced over the hall at their hopeful faces, the fear in their eyes. These people depended on him now. Silence, he said firmly, and the murmurs stopped at once. Arthur rose to his feet. I've heard enough. Those who steal and harm my people will pay for it. I will lead men to hunt down these bandits myself. The villagers fell to their knees in relief and gratitude. Arthur's eyes, however, were already distant, focused, sharp, and calculating. For the first time since he woke up in this dangerous world, he was about to enter a real mount and blade battle. And this time, his life was on the line.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Like most noble castles on high ground, Arthur's small castle is located on a hill. In addition to the residences of servants and soldiers, there is also a training ground nearby. Therefore, it is very convenient to gather the 35 soldiers of the Bracken family, including Arthur, Yule, Grey Robe Amber, and 6 villagers from Riverside Village. There were a total of 43 combatants. If you pass through the villages under Bracken on the way, you can also recruit some more peasant soldiers. These troops are enough to deal with a dozen unarmored bandits. After discussion and coordination, Arthur left 8 soldiers to guard the castle, and then he led the remaining 34 people towards the Riverside Village. Riverside Village is to the east of Breckenburg. If you want to track the bandits, you must first go to Riverside Village. If the bandits are not all on horseback, they must not be moving fast. It was just the beginning of the day. It seemed that the bandits had not gone far, and it was still too late to pursue them. Jules, who had changed into chainmail, also wanted to stay and defend the castle, but was firmly taken away by Arthur. There were 7 horses in the entire team, but only Arthur was riding a horse. The rest of the horses were led by their owners. The group of people moved forward along the trail. Not long after setting off, the humid and hot climate of the Riverlands made Arthur break out in a thin sweat. Arthur Bracken 100%, Yule 80%, Amber 100%, Riverland Sergeant 27, Riverland Farmer 6. My lord, what are our plans? The young man named Darren from Riverside Village saw that Lord Arthur was not very strict, so he ran over excitedly and asked. The plan is to, well, act according to circumstances. Arthur replied casually. He was studying this army interface, but he didn't expect that someone would disturb him. Don't you have those detailed battle plans? That is, the idea of who is responsible for detecting the sentry, who is responsible for leading a few people to outflank, and who is responsible for cutting off the enemy's retreat. Darren's eyes were bright, obviously looking forward to it. It's not his fault. What man didn't like these when he was young? Arthur thought for a while. He really had never planned this. He didn't even think about how to track the bandits. He just set off with 34 people on a whim. If we just walked along the banks of the Red Fork River, we might not find any bandits until we reach the confluence of the 3 tributaries of the Trident River. Even if you find the bandits' nest, you may still let some bandits escape with valuable things such as silver deer. It looks like we need to plan a little bit. Yule, Amber, Village Chief Jace, you guys come here. After several people called by Arthur approached one after another, the young lord asked, Do you have any ideas about hunting down bandits? Several people looked at each other, and the village chief replied first. After passing the Riverside Village, follow the Red Fork River and you will find those damn bandits. Amber is the chief's steward and is very familiar with the small territory of the Bracken family. After hearing what the village chief said, he said disapprovingly, There are few trees along the Red Fork River. It is all farmland and the view is wide. It is impossible for bandits to operate along the riverbank during the day. If you look along the riverbank, you will definitely not find them. Darren thought for a while and agreed with Amber's opinion. God's Eye Lake is on the south bank of the Red Fork River, and we are on the north bank of the Red Fork River, and the farther east, the more densely populated it becomes, so bandits cannot live there. Arthur nodded and acknowledged the two people's opinions. I also think the bandits are more likely to go north, to the southeast of Shenyan Lake, just to confuse us. Uncle Yule, what do you think? Eula sneered. What can I say? When your grandfather was alive, there were not many bandits in the whole Riverland. How come now there are actually bandits, and they dare to rob a village? The period of Grandpa Arthur mentioned by Yule should be the period of Targaryen's Mad King. In the early days of the reign of Mad King Aerys Roman II, Tywin Lannister, a kind father and filial son, served as the king's hand and governed the entire 7 kingdoms. It can be called ruling the world. Although it later experienced the Usurpers' War, the situation quickly stabilized after Robert became king and Jon Arryn came to power. The coast of the Red Fork River is the hinterland of the river, with flat terrain, numerous rivers, dense population, and extremely developed agriculture and handicraft industries. In other words, there is no environment for bandits to grow. The bandits who robbed the riverside village of more than a dozen people were already a large team. According to the memory of the original owner, no bandits have appeared in recent years. There was no notice from the nobles in Riverrun and nearby areas to guard against bandits. So where did this group of bandits come from? Arthur expressed his doubts. Did these desperados pop out of the stone? Maybe they came from the mountains of Arryn Valley. Darren guessed. The village chief saw Darren jumping around in front of the Lord and was displeased, so he replied, "Not to mention that from the Arryn Valley to the north bank of the Red Fork River, you have to pass through the territories of so many gentlemen. Let me ask you, they how to cross the Green Fork River and the Blue Fork River?" The Green Fork River, Blue Fork River, and Red Fork River are the 3 major tributaries of the Trident River, distributed from north to south. Since the Green Fork River is not generally wide, the phrase Twin River City is the only passage from Twin River City to the confluence of the 3 forked rivers. This is also the reason why Robb Stark must pass through the Frey twins after he raises his army. If you want to run from the high mountains of the Vale of Arryn to the north bank of the Red Fork, you must first run from the Bloody Gate, the important pass of the Vale, to the King's Road, then cross the Ruby Shoals to the south bank of the Trident, and then cross the Red Fork to the north bank. The Bloody Gate and the Ruby Shoals ferry are both heavily guarded, and it is unlikely that a dozen adult men with weapons can pass through. Darren was speechless. He was a farmer. He was only educated to write his own name. He couldn't even read a map, let alone these geographical knowledge. Amber said to himself, "If it's not from the east, could it be from the north? That's even more impossible. The north is Blackwood, a great noble." Arthur heard this and felt that it was impossible for the bandits to come from the north. Because the north is the Blackwood family, the family's strength is enough to rank among the top 5 in the Riverlands, and the family usually supports 2,000 to 3,000 full-time soldiers. You know, the stronger the nobles are, the stronger their control over the territory, and the fewer bandits there are in the territory. This is really strange. How come bandits come to rob as soon as my eldest nephew becomes the head of the family? The well-informed Jules expressed his doubts and did not forget to mock Arthur. From what he said, it seems that there are bandits because of Arthur. The Lord also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. This is the continent of Westeros. Under the attack of lords, feudal lords, kings, armed churches, and other forces, bandits can be said to be almost non-existent. "Don't worry about it for now," Arthur said loudly. "When we get to the riverside village, Amber goes north and Jules goes east. You each take 2 people on horseback to track the bandits' tracks. Village chief, Jace gathers some villagers who can shoot arrows and use axes. Let's go and beat these hateful bandits." Everything went according to plan. After arriving at the riverside village, Jules and Amber each led their men to track the bandits in the east and north directions. Village chief, Jace gathered the young and strong men among the villagers and asked Lord Arthur to select them directly. 15 Riverland peasant soldiers joined your team. A blue light screen appeared, reminding Arthur of the changes in his troops. After rectifying the military discipline, Arthur determined the preliminary battle plan according to his own understanding. It is already noon now. It may take until midnight or even tomorrow to find the bandits and chase them. At that time, the wife of village chief Jace will really be the overnight wife, and the abducted peasant daughter may also be defiled. So they had to act quickly. After arriving at the bandits' hiding place, 20 Riverland soldiers armed with chain mail and round shields charged in front, and 21 Riverland peasant soldiers followed behind. 10 soldiers were equipped with crossbows, and 8 peasant soldiers were armed with hunting bows, both of which could be used as fire suppression during the charge. Together with Jules and Amber, there were a total of 7 people riding horses, encircling the bandits' retreat and preventing them from escaping. After the group had lunch organized by the village chief Jess in the Riverside village, Jules brought his people back. Not even a rabbit could be found along the Red Fork River. This was his original words. Soon, Amber, who was heading north, rode back on horseback, saying that he had found the fleeing bandits and left one person to monitor them from a distance. Although he didn't quite understand why the bandits didn't escape far, Arthur immediately ordered to set off, and the whole team trotted forward to catch up with the bandits fleeing north. Jules, Amber, and others naturally had lunch on the way. Do you think that Arthur Bracken will take the bait? In the bandit team that Arthur and his group were trying hard to catch up with, a young man on horseback asked the middle-aged man next to him. Although the young man was wearing coarse cloth and his face was deliberately covered with mud, it was still possible to see that his skin was delicate and shiny. The middle-aged man looked much darker, but he was strong and muscular, not comparable to the skinny bandits with malnutrition. Just looking at the skin, these 2 people were definitely not bandits, not to mention the fine armor exposed at their collars and cuffs. Arthur has a good reputation on weekdays. He will definitely catch up for the property of the people and these 2 women. It's not that we deliberately walked so slowly in order to let the Bracken family catch up. Otherwise, according to the original plan, we would have run back to Sweetwater Springs in the afternoon. The middle-aged man replied, "Roger, there is no problem with this plan, right? Will we be punished by the king if we are discovered?" The young man may be a little unconfident, and there is a tremor in his tone. "No problem at all. This time, I must kill Arthur Bracken and take over the 9 villages of Moulin Rouge." The middle-aged man said with full energy. The reason why he planned to kill Arthur was very simple. First, he considered his own territory, and second, the Brackens and Blackwoods were feuds. That's right, the middle-aged man was Roger of the Blackwood family in Raventree City, and the young man was Brynden, the eldest son of Earl Tydos, the head of the Blackwood family. The 2 were distant cousins. The Blackwoods and Brackens had been fighting in the Riverlands for thousands of years, and their grievances can be traced back to the Age of Heroes, from the construction of Harrenhal by Harren the Blackheart to the Dance of the Dragons, and then to the Blackfire Rebellion. Whenever there was a major turmoil, the 2 families would always fight. Generally speaking, the Blackwoods' territory was on the north bank of the Red Fork River, with Raventree City as the center, and the Brackens' territory was on the south bank of the Red Fork River, with the head of the family in Stonehenge City. But there are exceptions, such as the Brackens of Red Mill, where the main family of Brackens divided the territory and ruled it separately a long time ago in order to make their own villages on the north bank of the Red Fork River have a strong claim. This is equivalent to setting up a stronghold at the doorstep of Blackwood's home. The so-called thorn in the eye and thorn in the flesh. So in the past 100 years, Blackwood on the north bank of the Red Fork River has been looking for trouble whenever he has the chance, making the Brackens of the Red Mill uneasy. But with the help of the main family of Brackens on the south bank, Blackwood refused to take over this small territory. There has been no major events in recent times, so Roger Blackwood has set his sights on these villages. Because he is just a propertyless knight and has no inheritance rights, he has to plan for the territory early. According to the territorial customs of Westeros, if the Blackwood family robbed this land and then gave it to Roger, he would be a property-owning knight. If he makes some merits, he can advance to small nobles such as knights and barons. And Roger recently relied on his swordsmanship to climb up the relationship with Brynden, the eldest son of the Blackwood family. Brynden was the most beloved son of Earl Tydos, the head of the family. If Roger and Brynden got these villages, and Brynden said a few good words to his father, then Roger would have no problem getting this land. And the young Brynden Blackwood also supported his cousin's idea of taking over Arthur Bracken's territory. He also wanted to do something to get the approval of his doting father. So he took 10 personal soldiers to disguise as bandits to rob the riverside village. In order to capture Arthur Bracken's troops in one fell swoop, 150 fully armed Blackwood soldiers were waiting near the Sweetwater Spring to kill Arthur, who left the castle to protect the people. After Arthur was killed, they claimed that Arthur entered the Blackwood family's territory in the name of catching bandits to plot evil. Then they confiscated the 9 villages and created a fait accompli. The incident happened suddenly, and the main family of Bracken on the South Bank probably couldn't react, and they couldn't fight with the Blackwood family of equal strength for the life of a small lord of a branch family. They could only go to Riverrun to sue the Tully family. Hoster, the head of the Tully family, was seriously ill again, and the affairs of the Riverland were in charge of the eldest son Edmure. Edmure was also a well-known good guy who would not offend both sides, so the matter was shelved. So the core of the whole plan was to kill Arthur Bracken in the chaos, and then occupy the 9 villages as quickly as possible. Are the 2 people behind still monitoring? Roger asked the bandit behind him. Just now they were still there, maybe they went to report. The Blackwood soldier who was wearing chain mail but deliberately covered with a tattered robe replied, "It seems they haven't caught up yet. We're not far from the Sweetwater Spring. Let's slow down so that those guys can catch up." Roger ordered. Brynden acquiesced to his cousin's behavior, and the soldiers disguised as bandits continued to slow down after receiving the order. But the situation was not quite what Roger wanted. In front of them, a sound of horse hooves sounded, and Arthur and 7 others appeared in their sight. "So that those guys can catch up, who are you?" Arthur asked, slowly pulling out his ancestral 2-handed sword. The younger Brynden Blackwood's expression changed. He didn't expect Arthur Bracken to rush up first with a few mounted soldiers. Roger, who looked around, laughed, knowing that Arthur's large army was still behind. The knight, who had just turned 40, knew that his chance to perform in front of the future head of the family had come. Whether it was the ratio of 12 to 7 in terms of numbers or the comparison of high-end combat power, the opponent was at a disadvantage. According to rumors, Arthur's fighting ability was not outstanding. "It doesn't matter who we are, what matters is that you are already dead." Roger also drew his sword and rode forward. He pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Are you worthy of being called Arthur? Are you worthy of being named after the Sword of the Dawn?" According to the plan, Arthur was going to charge with 20 sergeants and 21 peasant soldiers as the main force, but Amber reminded that the North was the territory of the Blackwood family. The relationship between the 2 families was not good. If they found that Arthur was with dozens of soldiers in their territory, there would be trouble in the future. So Arthur followed suit and accepted Amber's suggestion. He took 6 of the most powerful people on horseback to intercept the bandits. The main force was chasing behind. In the afternoon chase, the distance between the 2 sides gradually narrowed. As long as the bandits were stopped and blocked for a while, the infantry units could easily catch up. After riding for a while, Arthur, Jules, Amber, and 7 others stopped the bandits in a beech forest. On this cloudless afternoon common in the Riverlands, the sun shone through the gaps between the beech trees on Arthur and others, while the bandits and the 2 hostages were in the shadows. The obvious distinction between light and dark created an excellent atmosphere of confrontation. Why am I not worthy of being called Arthur? Arthur felt puzzled. Did he meet a die-hard fan of Excalibur Fodio? Having the same name is nothing. The most common thing in the Game of Thrones world is having the same name. The Wolf Starks have 4 or 5 Brandons, such as City Builder, Shipbuilder, Shipwrecker, etc. And the Dragon Targaryens have 5 or 6 Egons. If there is no distinction between titles, it is difficult for viewers and readers to distinguish who is who. It was not Arthur's own choice to have the same name as Arthur Dane, the top fighter of Excalibur Fodio. "You insulted this name." The middle-aged bandit in the lead rode forward. "Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Arthur laughed. "Do you mean a one-on-one duel?" He was just about to test his combat power. According to the worldview of Mount and Blade, 5 attribute points are the level of normal people, and he is now 15. The power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Although the original owner had not experienced much actual combat, He had learned some basic sword skills of the nobles, and his physical fitness was also good. He also liked fighting very much. After all, the greatest fun of playing Mount and Blade was to chop people. Of course. The middle-aged bandit turned over and dismounted, patted his horse and asked it to go further away. Looking at you like this, if you can catch my 3 swords, I will let you die more easily. It's hard to say who can catch whose 3 swords. Then, Arthur was about to agree, and Amber the Grey Robe suddenly said, "My lord, you are too thin and weak. It is impossible for you to beat this bandit. If you want to duel, I will go." Arthur was tall, but he was indeed thin. Jules, who had been silent all the time, also said, "Let me do it. My nephew, you are really a little weak. You don't look good." Jules has been wandering in Essos and Westeros for many years. He relies on being a mercenary. He even went to the famous mercenary group Second Sons for a while. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, he still had some skills. "How do you know if I can beat him if you don't try?" Arthur dismounted. He still had the confidence to beat the bandit. Seeing that Arthur was determined to be a hero, Amber dismounted and stopped the lord in front of him. "No, I have to do it no matter what." The middle-aged bandit laughed and said provocatively, "Are you afraid of letting your servants play a double act? How could I be afraid of an unknown person like you?" Arthur responded to the middle-aged bandit and then pushed Amber away. "Don't worry, I'm not that weak, you wait on the side." After saying that, he drew out the 2-handed sword of the Bracken family and strode forward. Seeing this, Amber also drew out his own sword, ready to rush to rescue at any time. Jules had a bad quarrel with Arthur in the morning and was rejected just now. Seeing that his nephew was determined to show off, he left it alone and prepared to watch the show. He even secretly hoped that the bandit could kill his nephew so that he could inherit the family business legitimately. After seeing the 2 people in the field draw their swords, Jules snorted coldly and said to Amber, "I bet a silver deer that Arthur can't survive 3 rounds." Amber turned back and glared at Jules, ignored him, and turned back to carefully watch the battle. But a soldier named Piper next to him replied, "I bet that the lord can survive 3 rounds, at least 5 rounds." Someone opened the market, and naturally someone followed the bet. The other 2 soldiers believed that the lord could survive 3 rounds, but not 5 rounds, and each bet a silver deer. The remaining 2 soldiers supported Jules's point of view, but did not bet. In other words, none of the 6 people on Arthur's side was optimistic that he could win. Obviously, the bandit on the opposite side also thought so. And since Arthur left the field, he did not pay attention to the small actions of the people around him. "Young Master Bracken, you are dragging the sword with one hand. Can't you swing the big sword?" Roger said sarcastically. From the moment Arthur got off the horse to the moment he walked in front of him to confront him, he was sure that his opponent had basically no actual combat experience. Because Arthur always faced him head-on, which was a taboo in fighting. Even the most inexperienced warriors knew that when fighting one-on-one, they should face the enemy sideways to reduce the probability of being hit. He was very determined and wanted to perform hard in front of Brynden. "Hey, cousin, do you think this young Master Arthur is weaned?" Roger asked behind him. Brynden laughed and said, "I don't think so. I've probably never even held a sword. Needless to say 80%, I'm sure this is his first actual combat." Roger pointed his sword at Arthur, who was standing upright, and tilted his head to point at Brynden. "His stance is wrong. He should bend his body slightly before fighting to use force." Brynden nodded, convinced. "Then when holding the sword, you should keep the sword in front of your chest so that you can block, but also quickly perform offensive actions such as chopping, stabbing, and slashing." Roger continued his commentary, pacing in front of Arthur as if he were facing a scarecrow who couldn't fight back. Brynden observed the behavior of the 2 men, then took his distant cousin's words to heart and rated him a little higher. This is all practical experience. Arthur was happy. Before he could win, the bandits on the opposite side had already ignored him. He raised his sword and prepared to attack. This starting position is absolutely useless. There are flaws in the chest. Roger commented again, but he didn't have any offensive flaws. I guess it was out of disdain. Of course, he didn't dodge. And Brynden recognized Roger even more because he also saw that Arthur's movements were extremely amateurish. One of them rushed forward with his sword in hand, while the other commented indifferently, and the battle began. Yule, who was on the side, thought that Arthur's defeat was determined and began to observe the bandits on the opposite side. He noticed that another bandit on horseback also followed suit and organized a gambling game for the middle-aged bandit, but none of the bandits on horseback responded. Moreover, the dozen or so bandits were all standing in an orderly manner, not at all like normal bandits. Strangeness. Are these bandits so well disciplined? Yule was confused. He habitually glanced at the collar of the young bandit riding opposite and immediately discovered a clue. What was vaguely revealed was the image of Crowtree City with crows surrounding a weirwood tree. The Blackwoods. Yule reacted immediately. Years of mercenary experience made him realize that the person facing him was not a bandit, but a warrior from a rival family. This is a conspiracy. Although I don't know what the opponent's backhand is, the danger is not far away. Yule quietly reined in his horse and prepared to run away. Facing Arthur's attack, Roger swung his sword to block. According to his plan, after this action, he would chop hard and knock Arthur's sword off. After that, the young lord would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and he would kill Arthur after giving Brynden a few comments, and the action would end perfectly. Wasn't the territory in hand? It's just that his plan was too ideal. As we all know, ideals are full and reality is very skinny. The skinny reality is that Arthur's big sword swung down from the top was so powerful that Roger didn't block it at the first time, and then the sword he held with both hands was slowly pressed down. How could it be so powerful? Roger was shocked and couldn't believe it. Arthur's body burst out with a powerful force that was inconsistent with his body size. At this time, he didn't have the mind to comment. Fortunately, many years of experience made him make the right choice. Back off to relieve the force to avoid this attack. Because Roger pulled away too quickly, sparks even rubbed between the blades of the two swords. Brynden on the horse opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. Roger, who was just relaxed and casually pointing out the world, was actually chopped back 2 steps by a sword. And Jules, who was about to slip away behind Arthur, had his pupils shrink and was obviously shocked by his nephew's chop. He asked himself if he could make the middle-aged bandit with such well-developed arm muscles retreat 2 steps with just one sword. Amber also looked at his lord in disbelief. Living together day and night, he knew Arthur's fighting power best. What happened? The 4 Bracken soldiers behind were even more stunned. They never thought that Lord Arthur was so strong. The next scene shocked them even more. Arthur swung the sword again and chopped straight at the middle-aged bandit. Roger had no choice but to block again. But Arthur, who had already tested his opponent, used 90% of his strength this time, striving to succeed in one strike. You know, he only used 50% of his strength just now. The effect of this strike was very obvious, and Roger couldn't block it at all. In order to relieve the force, he had to kneel on one knee. The palms of his hands holding the sword were numb, and Roger felt that the power transmitted from the sword was not like a person, but a ferocious, large beast. This was the first time he encountered such an opponent in his nearly 20 years of fighting career. No skills, all strength. But he could defeat himself with strength alone. Time may have only passed for a while, but in the eyes of Roger, who was struggling to hold on, it was as long as this long summer. Suddenly, the sword felt lighter, and Roger was relieved for no reason. But before he could react, Arthur's 3rd sword immediately chopped down. With a clang, Roger, who was unable to use his strength, had his sword knocked off. Fortunately, he was smart and retracted his body, so that Arthur's sword, which was still coming, did not hit him. Immediately, the sword, still buzzing, was placed across Roger's neck. Roger's head was buzzing, and the cold touch of the sword on his neck made him speechless. The people around him were all speechless. Whether it was the soldiers of the Brackens, the soldiers of the Blackwoods disguised as bandits, or Brynden, Jules, and Amber. No one could have imagined that Arthur, who looked thin, young, and inexperienced, would win. And he won so easily. The silence in the field could hear the birds chirping nearby. The young Brynden looked at Arthur holding Roger's neck with a sword in one hand, and was so stunned that he couldn't speak. In his eyes at this moment, Arthur's previous actions were not because he was an inexperienced newcomer in battle, but it was because the master disdained to abide by the nonsense rules of low-level warriors. This is the real master, the future head of the Blackwood family thought secretly in his heart. Then Arthur's words broke the silence in the beech forest. "Weren't you quite talkative just now?" Arthur increased the strength of his hand. "Now give me some comments." Blood gradually seeped out of Roger's neck. He felt his heart pounding. Life seemed to be slipping away, and the fear of death had never been so real. The desire to live made him shout hurriedly, "Don't kill me! I surrender, I surrender." Arthur smiled slightly, then stopped exerting force, then turned around to find Jules and asked him to come and tie up the middle-aged bandit. Perhaps forced by Arthur's momentum, Jules couldn't even think of escaping. He had moved to the end of the team and had no choice but to dismount and tie people up. The reason why Arthur didn't kill this man, in addition to the fact that he was a modern soul in the 21st century, King Robert had not died yet, which was a very important factor. At this time, the order had not collapsed, and even murderers could choose to join the Night's Watch on the northern wall to escape the death penalty. In addition, Arthur also knew that there was an extremely powerful law of cause and effect in the game of power. People who actively kill people will be killed by the same means, except for blood revenge. Even POV characters, visual characters, cannot escape this law of cause and effect. When Ned Stark appeared, he killed the black deserter with a sword. He obeyed the laws of the North. Later, he was killed by a sword in King's Landing, which also obeyed Joffrey's law. Jon Snow stabbed his own man, Quhor Halfhand, to death with a sword, and he was also stabbed to death by his own man. Young Wolf Lord Robb was stabbed to death by Old Flayer with a dagger, and Old Flayer was also stabbed to death by his son, Young Flayer, with a dagger. Snow's wildling girlfriend shot many villagers to death, and she was also shot to death by a villager boy with an arrow. The Queen of Thorns of the Rose family poisoned Joffrey to death with poison, and she was also poisoned to death by Jaime. Even the nameless little people follow this law of cause and effect. Brienne the Beauty met 3 wolf soldiers on the way to escort Jaime to King's Landing. Those 3 soldiers killed 3 maids, 2 of whom died quickly and 1 died slowly. The 3 soldiers also died quickly and 1 died slowly. So in a magical world like Game of Thrones, it is better to keep a low profile and be positive and kind. After Roger was tied up, Arthur said to the young bandit opposite, "Do you surrender yourself, or do I surrender for you?" The young bandit was probably a little naive and was stunned for a moment before he said, "Why should I surrender? Can't I just run?" Then he ordered the bandits on foot to turn around and run away. Bryndon's idea was good, but there was just one small problem. That is, Arthur's infantry had caught up. The 11 bandits turned around and prepared to flee, and found a group of Bracken soldiers rushing up about 30 or 40 steps in front of them. And behind them stood the man who had chopped Roger down with 3 swords. On both sides were dense and irregular beech forests. The choice was clear. At least the beech forest would not cut people. You will meet the opponent's 11 with a team of 50 people. Arthur smiled slightly, knowing that the bandits could not run away. So he called the 6 people around him and strode forward. The battle went smoothly. By the time dinner was halfway through, the 11 captured bandits had been tied up. The farmer's daughter and the village chief's wife were also rescued. Fortunately, the village chief's wife did not become an overnight wife. 2-handed weapon proficiency plus 3 task. Find the bandits and help the people recover the stolen property. Completed. Experience plus 500, Riverside Village favorability plus 3. Just as Arthur was about to add points, a voice came from the captives. "How dare you tie me up? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you're captured, you have to be honest." The steward, gray-robed Amber, was happy about the 12 fine long swords and some armors he had captured. Suddenly he heard that some bandits were so arrogant, so he scolded them without turning his head. Just as Bryndon was about to reveal his identity, he saw Roger, who was also tied up not far away, winking desperately. But Bryndon ignored it. He is the eldest son of Earl Tyros of the Blackwood family. When had he ever suffered such injustice? The noble man was defeated by a group of peasants, had his hands tied, and was even scolded by a low-level soldier. "I am Bryndon, the eldest son of Earl Tyros. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately and apologize." Roger felt deeply speechless for this aristocratic young man who claimed his family status. Bracken is a hostile family, and they didn't keep a low profile when they fell into their hands. Isn't this a pure fool? Arthur was surprised that this young bandit actually claimed to be the eldest son of the Earl. It belongs to the Blackwood family not far from here. Is the world so difficult that even the eldest son of an Earl comes out to rob someone? Then he shook his head, shaking off his unrealistic thoughts. Suddenly, Arthur had an epiphany. The 80-year-old was the Earl's eldest son, because the bandits found standard armor that obviously only a big noble could afford. The difference between armor and weapons is that a blacksmith who makes wood axes or dung forks can also make swords and other weapons, but armor cannot. Everywhere, those who play armor are big forces, and a large number of armors of a unified style can only be obtained by the princes who are divided into one side. Although the world of Game of Thrones should not have concepts such as assembly line production and tolerances, the weapons workshops of large families can unify details. Standard armor, in the Riverlands, must at least come from the Tullys of Riverrun, the Freys of Twins, the Blackwoods of Raventree, Lord Bracken of Stonehenge, and Mellies of Seaside City. Only a big family like the T family can equip it. Just like the Arthur family, there are 3 different types of armor. 10 sets were purchased at Lannister Port in the west, 5 sets were purchased in King's Landing, and the other 20 sets were given by the Bracken family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this small territory of the Arthur family to have such a high armor rate, and at the same time accumulate such a huge sum of 700 golden dragons. After realizing something was wrong, he ordered, "Go check him out." The 2 soldiers received the order and walked over to prepare for a body search. "No need to search, he is from the Blackwood family," Yule reminded him loudly. "Since you already know my identity, why don't you let me go?" Brynden shouted. Arthur looked confused. Does this guy know how to live and die? Being captured is so arrogant. Although Westeros has a tradition of not killing captured nobles, does he really think that being a noble is a gold medal to avoid death? Arthur was about to ridicule Brynden, but Amber walked up to the Lord with a serious face and whispered, "Since he is really from the Blackwood family, let's just let him go." "Are you smart?" Arthur asked. "These are bandits who invaded my home." Then he shouted to the soldiers who were still cleaning the battlefield, "Hurry up and clean up, we will leave immediately." Since this place is on Blackwood's territory, it's best to leave as soon as possible. Amber was a little anxious and advised, "Their family is very powerful and we can't afford to offend them, so we let them go. Even if he is really the eldest son of an earl and a serious nobleman, he pretends to be a bandit and comes to rob my village. This is not right. We are reasonable about this matter. If not, I will respectfully let him go. Then what should we do with him? If he doesn't do anything right, Count Tydos can attack us on the grounds that his son has been captured." Amber looked worried. Arthur walked to the horse brought by the soldiers, got on the horse, and then said to Amber, "Then let his father, the Earl, pay to ransom him." He rubbed his index finger and thumb. "Without hundreds of golden dragons, this Brynden will just stay in our cellar." At this time, the soldiers had tied the 12 prisoners in a row and hurried on the road. Brynden happened to be not far away at this time. After hearing what Arthur said, he said angrily, "You actually insulted me with hundreds of golden dragons. Do you know the meaning of Blackwood's eldest son? The eldest son of Blackwood means the prisoner of my Arthur Bracken. What's wrong? Do you still think the price is too low?" Arthur rode forward, keeping pace with the eldest son. "It's not just low, you simply don't treat me as a human being. Without a price of several thousand gold dragons, you would never ask my father to redeem me." Brynden said angrily. Arthur was delighted that there was such a reverse bargainer, but when I thought about it again, it made sense. After all, the most important thing for this group of nobles is face. A powerful earl like Brynden, the eldest son, might only be captured once in his life. If I bid too low, I might really lose his face. Word spread that the eldest son of the Earl of the dignified Blackwood family was only worth a few hundred gold dragons. What did others think? Are the nobles of the Riverlands so poor that they can compare with the nobles of the North? If things go wrong, this will be the joke of the future Earl Brynden for the rest of his life. As the group walked a long way, Brynden was still yelling, asking people to let him go, and then asking people to tie him up loosely. He kept saying that 150 soldiers would soon attack, and that he had 3,000 soldiers at home, enough to crush Arthur's family. In short, he was restless. Arthur ignored him and quietly opened the panel. He had already reached level 2 and got 1 attribute point, 2 skill points, and 10 weapon proficiency points. The attributes continued to increase strength. 2 skill points increased iron bones, which could save lives, and 10 weapon points continued to increase two-handed weapons. Baron, Arthur Bracken level, 2 experience. 679/1200 strength, 16 agility, 10 intelligence, 7 charm, 9 skills, iron bone 2, power attack 7, power throw 1, power bow 1, weapon mastery 2, shield defense 0, running 0, riding 3, horse archery 0, looting 0, coaching 0, tracking 0, tactics 1, guide 0, scouting 0, healing 0, surgery 0, first aid 0, engineering 0, persuasion 1, prisoner management 0, leadership 3, trading 0, weapon proficiency. One-handed weapons 74, two-handed weapons 95, pole weapons 77, bow and arrow 31, crossbow 31, throwing 31 according to the mountain's physique. It is estimated that the strength is only 20. As long as Arthur increases the strength to 20 and the agility to about 18, there will be no problem in protecting himself from the mountain. Along the way, Amber always felt unsafe and repeatedly persuaded Arthur to release Brynden and not to provoke the Blackwood family. Arthur didn't listen, but he also ordered to speed up. Wait until you get to your own small castle. As for the ransom, you have to find Jesno, the head of the main family of Bracken, to help. If Arthur foolishly ran up to ask for the ransom, he might be killed by the soldiers sent by the other party, and even the small castle could not be saved. Arthur still distinguished between gold dragons and his life. Given the grudge between the Bracken and Blackwood families, it seems that Earl Jesno would be happy to see Brynden captured. According to Brynden's suggestion, Arthur felt that he could get 2,000 or 3,000 gold dragons this time. He would give half of it to Earl Jesno, and he would have more than 1,000 in his hands. Denar is the kingly way. Arthur was happily thinking about the money he had earned when he suddenly heard Amber's voice. "Sir, there are pursuers behind us. I told you a long time ago that there are 150 soldiers from our family in Sweetwater Spring, but you still don't believe it." Brynden suddenly started to sneer. Arthur looked back and saw that there was actually a group of infantrymen just a few hundred meters behind them. Visually, there were about 100 people. The appearance of this group of soldiers made the entire team agitated, and some people were obviously panicked. Arthur knew it was time to reassure him. "Don't panic. Let's speed up and run forward. Once we enter the castle, they won't be able to get in." The Lord gave the order, and the team of more than 50 people immediately moved much faster. Yule rode up to Arthur and asked tentatively, "The enemy is approaching fiercely. How about I leave first and go to Shilly City to ask for reinforcements?" Arthur smiled. "I think you want to escape early. Stay in the team honestly. If I don't see you when we get to the castle, you can continue to wander out." Of course he knew to ask for reinforcements, and he also knew that someone with the surname Bracken had to go to Shilly City. But it cannot be Yule who goes there, because Count Genos of the host family does not recognize Yule, the second son. Even if the steward Amber runs away, it is more likely than Yule to join the army. It would be best for Arthur to seek troops himself, but now as long as he rides away, the entire team will become disoriented, and each will seek their own way to survive. The lords have all run away, and they will definitely have their own plans. Some of the people running at the back might be caught by the Blackwood soldiers. Although Arthur doesn't care much about the lives of these people, he still has the responsibility of being a leader and has to think about them. Yule remained silent and continued on his way with the team. More than 50 people ran like crazy and arrived at the small castle in the evening. Riding horses like Arthur and Amber were fine, not very tiring. Sergeants like Piper and peasant soldiers like Darren could only slap their faces and grit their teeth to drive away the fatigue of pursuing them in the second half of the road. After sending people to call all the people nearby into the castle, Arthur rushed to the basement with Amber, Yule, and others, preparing to find the golden dragon accumulated by the family. "First of all, I want to prepare some gifts for Earl Janos of Shilly City. After all, he needs to send troops. Secondly, Arthur planned to run away without the soldiers from Stonehenge City. After all, Blackwood really had thousands of soldiers. Third, to prevent Yule from doing anything. Amber is very honest. If she is tricked by Yule, she will let him cheat her out of the money. Then Arthur really wanted to cry without tears. The reason for taking Yule was very simple, just to let him know that he had taken Jinlong away and to make him stop wanting to cheat money. The basement was managed by an old man named Cyril, who was not there when Arthur and others went down. But the key to the room where valuables are stored is in Arthur's hands, and the spare key is hidden in Arthur's bedroom. So there is no need to worry about not being able to open it. Arthur took out the key and asked Amber to open it. "Why isn't this Cyril here?" Arthur asked the soldier behind him. One person stayed in the castle today and replied. He said his son had something to do and went out at noon. Arthur recalled it, and it seemed that Cyril's son was a gambler, and the old Cyril worried a lot about his son. Spinach Layman is a disaster in every plane. In the memory of the original owner, there was even Cyril's behavior of stealing things from Arthur's house for his son. The stolen items were not valuable, and when the original owner found out, he criticized them verbally without being punished. Amber opened the door and several people walked in. Arthur followed the memory of the original owner to find the box where the money was kept, but found that it had been opened. The money inside was also missing. "I'm sorry, where's the money? What's going on?" Arthur was confused. Amber also often comes to this room and was shocked when she saw this scene. "Where's your money? That's 700 gold dragons." Lo and others also looked at each other. Arthur turned around with a gloomy face and looked at the people behind him. Amber was the first to deny it, shaking her head like a rattle. "Sir, it's not me. I have no chance to steal money." Arthur looked at Euler. Yule laughed angrily. "If I had stolen it, I would have gone to Junlin to be happy, so why would I need to look at your face?" As for the other soldiers, they had no chance to go to the basement, and they had no way of knowing that there were valuables hidden in this room. Arthur thought to himself, who could it be? None of the people in front of them had time to commit the crime, and there were no more than 3 people who knew that the money was hidden here. After glancing at the people in front of them, Arthur and Yule said in unison, "Cyril, it's him. This old boy is the only one who has time to do this." Yule said as if he was taking the credit. Arthur nodded and suddenly remembered something. If he can travel through time, then the original owner must be dead. There are only 2 types of people who have the motive to kill the original owner. One is a blood relative like Yule, who can receive inheritance and knighthood after Arthur's death. But although Yule is a Sand Master type, he is not very evil-minded, so it should be ruled out. One is plotting the Arthur family's property, including movable properties such as golden dragons and real properties such as territories. Only a few families such as Blackwood can take away Arthur's territory, and the eldest son of the Blackwood family was still tied up, so it couldn't be his family. The most likely possibility is that a servant like Cyril, who got along day and night, secretly poisoned him, then took the money and ran away. If Arthur guessed correctly, Cyril must have killed the original owner last night, and then found the spare key, and planned to sneak away quietly during the chaotic period, when Jules was vying to inherit the title of the territory after the original owner died. But he didn't expect that a bandit disguised as Brynden robbed the village, giving Cyril a great opportunity to escape. "I must find this old guy," Arthur said fiercely. Because of this incident, Arthur's only choice was to ask for help from Earl Janos's soldiers. Otherwise, once the territory was lost, he would become a landless noble and go out to wander. Westeros is not the Calradia continent of Mount and Blade, where you can't raise a team just by running to a place casually. The loyalty of the people to the Lord is still very strong. Without further delay, I will take the 2 of them to go and ask for troops. Umber will be in charge of the defense of the castle, and Jules will be the advisor to help with the plan. After giving the order, Arthur reminded Umber again. "Remember, don't let Brynden go. This is the key to our survival." Then he rode away with 2 soldiers. Not long after running, they saw soldiers with torches surrounding the castle. The firelight dimly illuminated the flag of a group of crows surrounding the fishbeam wood. "Damn, this Blackwood is really bullying people," a soldier said. "It's not certain who's bullying whom." Arthur reined in his horse and headed west. "Let's go and get people." There is a bridge in the west that can cross the Red Fork River. From there, pass the Kneeling Stack and go south to Stonehenge City. The 3 of them took advantage of the night to gallop on horseback, running towards the only hope of Bracken in the Red Mill. At noon on the 2nd day, Stonehenge. Like Arthur's family, the flag flying over Stonehenge is also a red horse with a golden shield. The 3 of them traveled for half the night last night, rested on the road for half the night, and galloped all the way in the morning, and finally arrived at Stonehenge. For some reason, Arthur was not very anxious. He even had the leisure to consider the pattern of his own flag. The red horse of the Bracken family fits the theme of riding, and if there is a pattern of slashing, it will be in line with his wishes. Arthur is thinking about whether to add a machete to the flag, but there is no rush for this, and we still have to wait until the reinforcements are relieved. There are not many highlands in the Riverlands, and Stonehenge is also built on a mound. But unlike Arthur's family, Stonehenge is much larger. Like Riverrun, Raventree, Seareach, and the twins, it was one of the few strong castles that was not taken down by Tywin's westerly army in the early days of the War of the Five Kings. Although only Riverrun and the twins in the north held out until Robb led the northern army to rescue. But this does show the solidity of Stonehenge. Arthur thought of this and suddenly felt that he should consider the direction of development. It is known that Robert has taken Eddard Stark south and has not returned to King's Landing. And there were about 3 or 4 months between Robert's southward journey and the Little Devil's return from the Wall and his capture in the Riverlands. During this period, the Little Devil, Jon Snow, and Benjen Stark went north to the Wall. The great Emperor Joffrey sent people to assassinate the unconscious Bran, and the Wolf Mother Catelyn went south to report the news, etc. Many small things that affected the situation happened. Stannis' escape back to Dragonstone, the Lion Lannister's determination to make progress, and the Rose family becoming the man behind the 3-deer Renly Silberbein, etc., have greatly influenced the future of Westeros. It is impossible to go out and enjoy yourself. There will be great turmoil in Westeros in the future. Now there is no turmoil. Arthur's own money can be stolen by servants who have known him for more than 10 years and served him for decades. If he really went to King's Landing, White Harbor, and other places to avoid the war, he might be cheated out of everything. You know, neither the original owner nor Lai Hao in the previous life has ever been mixed up in society. It is better to stay in your own territory honestly. At least in your own territory. Arthur is a local emperor. What's more, there is a mount and blade system. If he develops better, he can make a name for himself in the War of the Five Kings. Chaos is a ladder, and he is a nobleman in the Riverlands, so the camp is already very clear. The camp of Tully of the Fish family and Stark of the Wolf family. In his previous life, he watched Game of Thrones and felt very sad about the fate of the Wolf family. Although Robb's killing of Karstark and the Wolf Mother Catelyn's private release of Jaime were speechless, they were not punishable by death. In fact, the younger generations of the Wolf family, Sansa, Jon, and Arya, are all very good people. Sansa spoke up for Dantos and saved his life when she was in danger. Arya even remembered the death of Micah, the son of the Butcher. Jon did not discriminate against Sam like other black-clad Night's Watchmen, etc. Even Robb's killing of Karstark had a reasonable reason. 2 Lannister branch children were killed for no reason after being captured, and the leader of the hostile force was willing to stand up for the 2 dead people. Although this matter is very pedantic, it shows that Robb treats people equally. Like his father Ned, pedantic to the point of being annoying, but not annoying. Because they have sentient beings in their eyes. There is another reason to join the Wolf and Fish Camp Edmure Tully, the 3 Rivers Archer God. A true archer god who hits the target with 1 shot. How bad can a person's character be if he lets his subjects enter his castle to avoid the war and is criticized by others for a lot of useless words? While thinking, the horse's hooves have climbed up the hill and arrived in front of the stone fence. 8 soldiers stood in front of the gate. Seeing the arrival of the people, the captain of the guards shouted, "Please dismount, sir." Arthur and the other 2 dismounted, and 2 soldiers came to lead the horses away. "You are Lord Arthur Bracken, right? May I ask if you have an invitation from Lord Genos or Miss Jane?" The captain of the guards walked up and asked. "No," Arthur said anxiously. "I have a big business with Earl Genos and I need to see him now." Although he came to ask for help, the statement had to be changed. It is safer to use interests to drive Genos to send troops. With Brynden in his hands, he could at least get a ransom of several thousand gold dragons. If he gave half to Janos, he would be happy to step forward. But Lord Janos is not here. He went to Riverrun. The captain of the guards replied. Then find Hendry. Hendry Bracken is Lord Janos's nephew and the Earl's favorite heir, because the Earl has 5 daughters and no son. According to seniority, Hendry is Arthur's cousin. Because Hendry has the sponsorship of his uncle Lord Janos, He often travels to various places in Westeros, so he doesn't meet the original owner, Otaku, very often. The relationship is not very familiar, but everyone has the surname Bracken, and they are also rare families with ancestral blood in the south. It should be no problem to persuade Hendry to send troops. Lord Hendry is in the martial arts field behind the castle. Please follow this guard. After the captain said, he designated a guard to lead the way. Arthur and the other two followed. In fact, the way of entertaining guests in Stonehenge City is a bit impolite. If a noble comes to visit, at least Arthur should be invited to the living room of the castle, and then Hendry should come out to entertain him. But maybe the captain of the guard knows the details of Arthur's family, or there may be other reasons, so it is not so particular. This is also good, saving a lot of red tape. You mean, let my family send troops to help you out, and then blackmail an earl? In the martial arts arena, Hendry sat on a luxurious chair, crossed his legs, and said. Beside him, there was a large group of noble children. On the left and right sat Carol Vance and Mark Piper. The former is the heir of the Vance family in the city of Journey, and the latter is the eldest son of Earl Clermont of the Piper family in the city of Pink. The three people sitting are the first heirs of the leading noble families in the Riverland. The people around included free knights, sworn knights, small nobles, and the second sons of big families. Arthur came at an unlucky time and ran into a group of nobles preparing to go hunting. After listening to Arthur's request, Hendry disagreed, did not think it was correct. We are a family. Now that I have the opportunity to make a fortune, how can I forget your family? Arthur replied. Who is a family with you? A small noble with only 9 small villages in the same territory. The 3 people sitting did not speak, but one of them spoke first. Obviously, the words of 9 villages made these nobles find fun, and some people began to laugh. Others were holding back their laughter, but Arthur believed that as long as one of the 3 people sitting laughed, the rest would laugh. Hendry didn't laugh at his relatives. Arthur, your proposal is really uncivilized. You always send troops to fight. You are just as barbaric as the Dorasks. Otherwise, I will send someone to tell the Blackwoods that you are just joking. You release the people and they withdraw the troops. How about that? Exciting general method. This is an old method, simple but very effective. There were 3 heirs of the great nobles present, and the remaining minor nobles, second sons of the family, free knights, sworn knights, etc., added up to about 40 people. Coupled with their entourage and the escort sent by the landlord Shilly City, the entire team can reach a size of 300 to 400 people. There is no need to summon the soldiers of the Bracken family. It is more than enough to deal with the 150 soldiers of the Blackwood family. As for the conflict between Shuangbu in the Riverlands, even the dogs of noble families have heard about it. Everyone present was a noble from the river, and Hendry would not lose face in front of them. I hear your suggestion. Are you afraid of Blackwood? Arthur asked. Hendry's expression changed slightly. He glared at Arthur and then said, My nephew Genos is afraid of a little Blackwood. When the nobles surrounding heard Hendry's statement, they immediately yelled at Arthur. Afraid? When have we Bracken ever been afraid of Blackwood? You, a knight with a big territory, dare to figure out Hendry's thoughts. You asked from Riverrun to Harrenhal to see who is afraid of whom. It was obvious that they were outsiders, and Arthur was from the Bracken family. But the tone of these nobles sounded as if Arthur was the outsider. But this is a good thing. As long as they continue to output, they can always stimulate Hendry's competitive spirit. But the nephew of Earl Janos thinks differently from Arthur. After Hendry waited for the sycophants behind him to stop talking, he added, Although we are not afraid of Blackwood, don't expect me to send troops. We are civilized people, and it is okay to let a group of soldiers from poor backgrounds fight. Arthur was a little surprised that Hendry's thinking was so advanced, and he was willing to plan for the soldiers. He thought for a moment and asked, But Blackwood robbed my people and may be killing them right now. Isn't this interesting? Those assholes will die if they die. That's right, they only lost their lives, but we were disturbed from our hunting mood. Get out of here, there is no place for you to talk here. This group of sycophants started to chatter again, which made Arthur a little annoyed. Hendry turned around and glared, and the martial arts arena suddenly became quiet. Then he turned to Arthur and said, Do you know how much it costs to train a peasant into a qualified soldier and equip him with weapons and armor? I will not let them die in vain." He held his chin with his right hand and added, "But your subjects, well, that's also a problem. They are also people from Bracken, and I can't let them die miserably." Hendry was silent, tapping his index finger on the armrest of the chair. Carol Vance on the left suddenly laughed out loud. "Since your appeal is not to let Arthur's subjects be robbed by the Blackwood family, why don't we go to Count Tito's and make it clear? The dignity of these people is enough for Tito's not to care about Arthur kidnapping his son. Tito's is not an easy man to talk to. At the very least, he has to show force to calm him down." Marco Piper added, "Showing force. Sending troops there will definitely cause conflicts, and conflicts will definitely kill people. The dead people will cost money, which is not worth it." Hendry's tone changed slightly, and he seemed not to want to send troops. Arthur was a little angry. This Hendry was grinding like a girl. "You just said you won't send troops, right?" Marco Piper may have been impatient by Hendry's hesitation. Arthur was not sure what Hendry was thinking, so he asked straight to the point. "Under what circumstances can you agree to send troops?" "Of course it's bloodless." Hendry replied quickly. "Well, I'll give you a chance." "What chance?" "If you can defeat the 3 knights I designated, I will agree to send troops to negotiate peace with the Blackwood family." Hendry's original intention was not to care about this matter, but with so many people present today, he would not lose the respect of Arthur, a member of Bracken's own family. So May asked his name to give him a chance. Judging from Arthur's size and rumors that he is not good at fighting, 3 random people can defeat him. This way we don't send troops, but we also have an explanation to Arthur. "I gave you a chance, didn't I? It's just that you haven't grasped it." "Fighting, I like it." Marco Piper excitedly slapped the armrest of the seat. Arthur was happy, but he didn't expect Hendry to decline in such a way. But what the nephew of Count Jonos didn't expect was that Arthur's favorite thing now was duel. "Then it's settled. As long as I win the 3 knights you designated, you will send 500 troops to expel the Blackwood soldiers from my territory." He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and carefully finalized the plan. Hendry nodded with a smile. Marco Piper is obviously a fighting enthusiast. After Hendry confirmed the gameplay, he actually stood up and directed the followers to start setting up the venue. At one moment he asked the servants to bring more chairs. At another he scolded a certain knight to move away. Finally, after a commotion, 40 or 50 noble knights sat down, fruits and drinks were prepared, and everything was ready. "Well, Marco Carl, how about this? We each appoint a knight, how about that?" Hendry asked, sitting on the main seat outside the field. "Great, I agree. I have no objection either." Both agreed. After some humility, Marco Piper appointed Arthur's first opponent. Eager Mallister, a free knight from the Mallister family in Seaside City, was strong and skilled in martial arts. After being appointed by Marco, Eager was obviously very excited. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." The people around laughed and someone shouted, "Wrong, winning is fortunately fulfilling your mission." Eager took the helmet handed over by the servant of Stonehenge City, turned around and found the person who shouted, "It's the same, it only takes a few moves to win." Arthur was also happy. Why are these people so confident? "Hey, is there anyone betting? 1 gold dragon, I bet Mr. Arthur will win." Someone shouted strangely, another round of laughter, but someone was obviously tempted. It seemed that it was a sure win for Eager, so it would be better to make some money. The free knights were not very well off, so any money they could make was a good one. Looking at the people around them, Hendry suggested, "How about this? To add to the fun, I, the landlord, will open a betting table. What do you think? What a good idea." "I agree." Then Hendry must lose money because no one will bet on Arthur. The atmosphere was very lively. After thinking, Hendry announced the odds: Eager Mallister, 10-1, Arthur, 1-10. In other words, if Eager won, he would get 1 gold dragon for every 10 gold dragons he bet. Arthur won, and he would get 10 gold dragons for every 1 gold dragon he bet. Arthur was very upset when he saw the people around him betting enthusiastically, because he had no money to bet. Why did the opportunity to make money slip away? And Hendry, the landlord, was very considerate and saw that Arthur wanted to bet but did not act. So he yelled, "Hey, cousin, how about I lend you some money so you can bet on yourself to win? The relationship is good. I don't want to borrow much. 10 golden dragons are enough." Arthur replied. Hendry stood, holding the armrest of the seat with his left hand, and asked with a smile, "Are you pressing on yourself or on Igor Marister?" As soon as these words came out, there was another burst of unbridled laughter in the audience. Arthur suddenly felt a little angry. Of course it's me. After another period of commotion, the opposing sides re-entered the arena. An officer from Shilly City serves as the referee. His duty is to announce the rules and the identities of the two people, and to stop the behavior of both parties after one party admits defeat. The rules are simple. Arthur and Igor wear protective gear and attack each other until one side says, "I surrender," and the other side is considered victorious. Let us invite these two gentlemen. The one wearing silver plate armor and without a mask is Arthur Bracken from the Moulin Rouge. As far as I know, this is his first time participating in this kind of competition, and he has not yet achieved any success. Obviously, Mr. Arthur needs the blessing of the 7 gods. And this, Eager Marister, is an old friend we are familiar with. Now loyal to Sir Marco Piper, he has already won many battles, including defeating famous freelancers such as Free Sterling. Following the referee's explanation, Igor raised his right hand holding the sword and his free left hand to signal to the surrounding audience. A large number of nobles, knights, and their entourage cheered and applauded in response to Igor's move. In the main seat of the auditorium, Lekar Vance whispered to Hendry. Looking at it, most of them placed bets on Igor. Although the odds are small, if Arthur wins, you have to the money lost is not a small amount of money. It's just a little golden dragon. Hendry tried his best to pretend not to care. Just treat it like making friends with everyone. Carlyle looked at Hendry playfully and said nothing. He knew in his heart that Hendry's inheritance rights had no legal basis. If Lord Janos decided to pass Stonehenge and his territory to one of his 5 daughters, there was nothing Hendry could do. Therefore, Hendry paid great attention to his relationship with other nobles in the river, in case he would not have the support of public opinion when a situation arises in the future. Kalel shook his head with a smile and turned to look at the battle situation in the field. Eager and Arthur are similar in height, but Eager is obviously sturdier. The two began to circle around, and the people around them were eager to encourage Yi to attack. Of course, there are also those who are yelling at Arthur to get beaten quickly. Arthur paid attention to the movements of the knight whose face was hidden in the mask, and felt that he was also powerful, so he no longer hesitated and picked up the sword with both hands to chop directly. Yi was also observing, but he didn't expect Arthur to dare to attack. After leaning back to avoid Arthur's slash, Igor sneered. "You don't think you can beat me with your 3-legged cat skills, do you? How can you know if you haven't fought?" Arthur slashed with his sword again. Yi was ready, no longer retreating, and faced him with swords in both hands. The two swords collided hard with a bang, and then the two began to wrestle. The audience immediately cheered, and many people shouted to knock him down. Obviously, this, he refers to Arthur. The wrestling action continued, and the audience's passion gradually faded. Among the 3 people in the chair, Ma Ki looked at it the most seriously. At this time, he exclaimed softly, "This Arthur can do it. He can hold on with Igor for such a long time. He is the lord of Yi, so he naturally knows Yi's strength. It's just that Igor didn't use his strength," Hendry said dismissively. As soon as he finished speaking, Igor was forced to take 2 steps back as Arthur shouted loudly. Arthur waved his sword and charged forward again. Igor raised his sword to block, and there was another bang. Carol was happy. These two are just sitting here forging iron. Ma Ki turned to Kalel and said, "It's really a blacksmith. The strength of these 2 people should be about the same. Arthur is slightly stronger." Hendry did not want to send troops, so he was very unhappy to see Arthur win and sneered at these words. Maybe Igor is hiding his strength, waiting until Arthur becomes careless, and then defeats him in one fell swoop. Then Yi's acting skills are really great. I didn't even notice my knight. Ma Ki stared at the field. If Arthur can win, I will beat him to win in the next round. This time he bet on his own Yi to win, and the bet was a full 50 gold dragons. Originally, he was still thinking of getting 5 golden dragons from Hendry, but now he had a hunch that he might lose all his principal. Even if he is the heir to Pink City, losing 50 golden dragons all at once is still very painful. Kalel held the opposite opinion. Arthur may not be able to win. Look at the situation on the field. Both of them are not very agile. Arthur's sword skills are not superb. Igor's chance of winning is still higher. Hendry is much more confused. On the one hand, he hoped that Yi would win so that he would not have to send troops, but this meant that he had to pay dozens of gold dragons in compensation, although this was necessary to maintain a relationship. On the other hand, he hoped that Arthur would win, so that the bet of hundreds of gold dragons on the field would be all his. Oh, by the way, 90 more for Arthur. Hendry blushed at his wavering position. After all, he is not yet the legal first heir to Earl Bracken. If he had a little more money, he wouldn't have to worry so much. If Count Genos had made it clear that he was the heir, he wouldn't have to try so hard to please these small nobles and knights. The fight on the field has reached a white-hot stage. Arthur kept advancing, and Iger staggered back, swinging his sword to block from time to time. The people around him kept shouting for Iger to attack, as if it was the knight who took the initiative instead of the small noble. But only Iger himself knew how strong the young man in front of him was. The power that was inconsistent with his body size continued to be generated from his body, as if he would not get tired. It was simply a human-shaped violent bear. Every casual blow was like a sledgehammer that could not be resisted. Iger's blade had been chopped into pits and pits. After Arthur forced Iger back again, he knew that his opponent was about to run out of strength, so he decided to end the fight. Arthur raised his sword, and Iger also raised his sword defensively to block. But Arthur made a feint and swung his sword at Eager's left leg with one hand. Because Eager was preparing to use his strength to meet the attack from the front, he did not expect Arthur to attack the bottom lane. He did not have time to retract his left leg, and the armor on his left leg was cut into a big dent. "Damn it!" He groaned in pain in his left leg. There was a burst of booze around him. Eager swung his sword downward to counterattack, but he did not expect Arthur to come close to him and hit him hard. Eager could not exert strength on his left leg and pushed his right foot back, but still fell down. 7 levels of hell. Arthur did not miss this opportunity and swung his sword to Eager's neck. "I surrender, I surrender." Eager screamed in fear. If this sword had been cut, he would really go to the 7 levels of hell. Arthur Bracken wins. The officer did not forget his duty and immediately announced Arthur's victory while running over to help Eager up. The audience around booed loudly, and some people lost a lot of money and were cursing and greeting Eager's female relatives for generations. Hendry breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did he not have to pay dozens of gold dragons, but he also earned nearly 10 times the money. Now he felt that Arthur was a little more pleasing to the eye. "Excellent!" Marco stood up and applauded first. People who were friendly with Piper and the Pink City forces also stood up and applauded, but not many of them were sincere. No one who lost a lot of money would really cheer for the culprit. Obviously, Marco was not that kind of vulgar person. Seeing his lord applauding his opponent's victory, Iger, who was helped up, was ashamed and limped out with his head down without saying a word. Others watched Iger leave silently. Rarely, neither the winner nor the loser received the cheers or sympathy they deserved from the audience. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Hendry, who had taken advantage, felt that he should appease the people. He also stood up and said loudly, "My friends, Arthur won by chance and I got such a large fortune. I should share it with you." He paused, waited until the audience was quiet and then said, "I will pay for the accommodation, food, drinks, etc. that everyone spent on the hunting trip this time." The original plan of this group of people was to go out hunting, but a few partners of higher status did not come, so they stayed in Stonehenge for a while. Of course, they also took the opportunity to practice martial arts and teamwork. After all, according to rumors, King Robert has crossed the Trident River with the ridiculously large wheel palace and will return to King's Landing soon. By then, according to Robert's temperament, King's Landing will definitely hold a grand tournament for the new Prime Minister, Duke Eddard Stark. Needless to say, the prize of tens of thousands of gold dragons, the opportunity to become famous in one battle, and the appreciation of the top lords of the kingdom are the reasons for luring free knights, small nobles, family children without inheritance rights, and other armed personnel to King's Landing. Not to mention the Kingting wine, the swords of the West, the rare treasures shipped from the major free trade cities, the bards singing in the taverns, and the romantic female workers. It is necessary to prepare for such a tournament. The group of people was stunned for a moment and then cheered. Although they lost the bet, they could participate in a hunt without spending money, which was a bit of compensation. Now we will have the second game. Hendry took the opportunity to announce, "Sir Carlyle, please appoint your knight." Logically, Arthur should rest for a while, but Hendry obviously has his own ideas. Others were cheated of a lot of money by Arthur, and they would not speak for Arthur for a short rest. Carlisle Vance scanned his family back and forth several times, and finally his eyes stopped on a young man of medium build. This person is called Dylan Waishui, with superb sword skills and agile body movements, and is the best berserker like Arthur who is brute force but not flexible. If this man can defeat Arthur, Hendry will probably owe him a favor, Carl thought vaguely. Dylan, are you willing to? I am willing. Carl had not finished speaking when Dylan had squeezed out of the crowd and answered repeatedly. It seemed that this was a free knight who was eager to prove himself. When Dylan appeared in front of the crowd, some people booed when they saw his physique. After all, Eddard, who was as tall as Arthur and much stronger, was defeated, and Dylan, who was half a head shorter and did not look very strong, was even less likely to win. Some people who were curious heard the disdainful boos and sneered. What do you know? This kind of person is Arthur's opponent. When Arthur can't catch up with him and is exhausted, one sword will decide the outcome. Some people nodded in agreement, while others watched coldly without saying a word. Arthur felt much more relaxed when he saw his opponent. This time, more people were optimistic about Arthur, and some were optimistic about Dylan. Compared with the previous time, there were great differences of opinion. Gentlemen, do you want to open another bet? Hendry asked, trying to suppress his joyful tone to avoid causing others disgust. Open. Again. Most of these people know some martial arts, and they all have their own opinions on who will win between Arthur and Dylan, and they can't convince each other. And the loss of betting on Eddard is a bit big, and every bit of recovery is a bit better. Hendry nodded. Then the odds of Arthur's victory are 1-2. Dylan's are 2-1. How about it? After the free knights and the nobles' followers whispered to each other, they nodded to show their approval of the odds. The wealthy knights and nobles were much more relaxed and didn't feel much about the odds. Just like last time, the bettors paid the money to the dealer Hendry first, and then the two officially started the game. Of course, it was not Hendry who collected these golden dragons, silver deer, etc., but 3 or 4 servants who did this. Arthur was able to sit on the sidelines and rest for a while. After all, it is very tiring to fight with a middle-aged, strong man. Do you want to cash in your 90 gold dragons now or continue to bet? Hendry asked Arthur across 2 rows of people. Of course, continue to bet on me. Arthur stood up and said confidently, if you don't even have the courage to bet on yourself to win, there is no need to fight this game. Then he walked to the center of the field and prepared to start. Just like last time, the referee, who was an officer, gave the explanation first. Sir Arthur, I believe everyone is familiar with him, the man who defeated Eager. This time, there were some scattered cheers. Arthur also waved his greatsword to respond to them. Dylan Waishui, a knight from King's Landing, currently serving Sir Carlisle Vance. As for famous achievements, there are none yet, but it doesn't matter. Maybe there will be some later. The officer secretly expressed his preference. Arthur smiled and didn't care. Dylan also raised his hands to show his figure. Then the officer stepped aside, and Arthur and Dylan began to confront each other. Arthur, be careful. Although his sword is not as big as yours, it is much more flexible. Someone outside the field reminded. It seems that it was someone who bet on Arthur to win. Arthur nodded, indicating that he heard it. If the reminder is useful, what do you need the bachelor's poppy milk for? Dylan sneered. This should be the first time he has fought such a competition for Carlisle. From the appearance to the confrontation, he has been unusually active. As expected, Dylan took the lead in attacking. He first leaned forward in a bow stance, and then suddenly thrust out a sword. It looked like the sudden attack of a fencer in his previous life. Because Dylan was half a head lower than Arthur, and he was so short, the angle of attack was quite tricky, roughly above Arthur's chest and abdomen. Arthur couldn't use both hands to swing the sword, so he had to take a step back and try to avoid it. Who would have thought that Dylan leaned forward? His center of gravity pressed on his front legs, and his hind legs swung forward, and he continued to attack at this height. Whether stabbing or slashing, he was extremely flexible, and he was always not far away from Arthur, so that Arthur's sword could not be involved in the battle. Arthur continued to retreat, but did not pull away. He understood that this person's fighting style was to fight close to the body. Due to Dylan's active attack and Arthur's confusion, there was a burst of cheers on the field. Just listening to this sound, you can tell that there are still many people betting on Dylan to win. After all, Arthur has already fought a game and consumed a lot of physical strength. And in a few breaths, the two have fought to the edge of the field. It seems that Arthur has to take a hard sword to change the situation. I don't know if this plate armor can defend against it. Iron Bone is a skill on the mount and blade panel, which can add 2 points of health per level. Arthur's panel has no life, but Iron Bone still exists. According to the more than 40 points of health that each character has at the beginning of mount and blade, the effect of each point of Iron Bone is roughly to increase the health by 5%. After the battle of capturing Brynden, Arthur added 2 points of Iron Bone to himself. If he can avoid the vital points and take a hard hit in exchange for reversing the passive situation, Arthur thinks it is not impossible. With the idea made up, he took the sword forward while Dylan stabbed, turned slightly, and used the arc of his ribs to slide Dylan's sword away. Dylan forced Arthur to the edge of the wooden fence of the venue and wanted to let the opponent dodge along the edge, and then he would wait for an opportunity to attack. Unexpectedly, Arthur was so anal fisher that he took a sword hard. Dylan stabbed casually, without much force. Arthur was wearing plate armor, so in order to stab him, Dylan inserted the tip of his sword into the gap between the two plates. This gap is usually padded with cowhide, which is enough to reduce some of the impact. Arthur turned around and avoided the vital point, so no substantial damage was caused. It was just a layer of skin broken. At this time, Dylan's sword was clamped by Arthur's armor, and Arthur and Dylan were only an arm's length apart. Arthur did not use the sword, but directly swung up with his empty left fist. A left hook hit the right eye of the greedy and aggressive opponent. The cowhide gloves hit the steel face armor, causing Arthur's finger bones to ache. But Dylan was even more uncomfortable. His right eye was numb and he could not see clearly. Arthur's second punch followed, hitting Dylan's right shin directly. After taking 2 punches, Dylan finally pulled back his sword, and then stepped back before Arthur's third punch came. Arthur did not pursue, but kept his sword in front of him. Only then did he understand what the middle-aged bandit said. The sword in front of the chest is the fighting posture, otherwise it is easy to be driven straight into. In this round, Arthur's armor was broken and he was slightly injured. Dylan took 2 punches and staggered. It seemed that Arthur was more at a disadvantage. Fuck him, Dylan, fuck him. Good job, that's it, he's big, and his reaction is not as fast as yours. 2 punches for 1 sword, no loss. Arthur, don't be stunned, go up and cut him. Outside the field, various voices came one after another. The little blood flowing from Arthur's chest greatly stimulated the audience, making them more fanatical. The 2 of them moved closer to a distance of 2 or 3 steps again and began to test. Boy, you will pay the price for these 2 punches. Dylan pressed his right eye through the visor. Hey, the bastard of King's Landing, you have to call me Lord. Arthur corrected him. Waishui is the surname of the bastards of the king, just like the bastards of the north are all named Jon Snow. So what if I'm a bastard? I can easily defeat you, my lord. Arthur responded to Dylan with action. He held the sword in both hands, bent his body, took a step forward, and slashed from the left side first. If he slashed from top to bottom, the opponent could block with the sword, but the effect was not great. And if he slashed from the side, Dylan couldn't exert any force, so he had to either take it hard or retreat. Dylan really blocked with his sword upright. Arthur was happy and was about to exert force, but his eyes blurred. He was dizzy, but the audience outside the field could see it clearly. When the 2 swords collided, Dylan changed his footsteps and slid to Arthur's side. Another kick kicked Arthur's right knee. Arthur's center of gravity was unstable and his right knee landed on the ground. Damn it, playing dirty. This was Arthur's first reaction. In order not to fall forward, he had to retract the sword and lean on the ground to relieve the force. Dylan was not idle either. He took a step back and stabbed Arthur's right back. Although Arthur could not see the situation behind him, he knew that it was not good. He immediately rolled forward and then stood up and turned around. Dylan's attack followed Arthur's jaw. Since Arthur only wore a helmet, without protective gear such as a mask or a visor, and even without a neck guard, he had no time to block and could only retreat. The 2 were in a situation of chasing each other, the main seat of the audience. Arthur is very tired this time. Carl Vance said with a smile, Dylan is a free knight who is temporarily loyal to him. Such performance is naturally a face-saving thing for him. He even thought about taking Dylan as his own sworn knight after this time. Free knights, also known as wandering knights. In the eyes of the nobles, they are mercenaries with the title of knight. But sworn knights are different. The knights swear to be loyal to the Lord and never betray or leave. The Lord naturally has to pay a corresponding price. In addition to paying for living expenses and a certain commission, he also has to be responsible for the knight's old age and their descendants. But Maquis didn't think so. Dylan gave up his flexibility and turned to close combat with Arthur. It was really stupid. Is it because you bet Arthur 10 gold dragons that you defend him like this? Khalil felt that he had discovered the truth. Don't use your own little thoughts to guess the thoughts of a noble man like me. Maquis picked up the wine glass handed over by the servant. Arthur fought for his own people. Such a lord deserves respect. Then he turned to Hendry and said, "Why don't you send someone to make peace with the Blackwood family, and I will send someone too. The face of the two families is enough to make peace in a small territory with only 9 villages." Hendry also took a glass of wine. "Well, it's quite good." He raised his voice and tried to change the subject. "This is the wine you brought. It's much better than the horse urine along the Red Fork River." Seeing that he was pretending to be confused, Maquis snorted and stopped talking. He turned his head and focused on watching the battle. After a few more rounds, Arthur's plate armor had fallen off his chest and right leg, and several blood lines flowed on the silver calf armor. Dylan was not doing well either. His face armor had been knocked off by Arthur, and half of his face was swollen. He still fought close to him, but his speed had dropped visibly. Arthur was as clumsy as ever. Outside the field, the voices supporting Dylan became louder. Because Dylan was still a whole person, Arthur had already started bleeding. The two were not far apart, and Dylan continued to press on, swinging his sword straight into Arthur's chest. The armor here fell off. If it was stabbed, his life would be gone. Arthur leaned back and swung his sword with one hand to fight back. His feet slipped and he fell. Dylan was overjoyed. After dodging Arthur's sword, he strode forward and stabbed his neck with all his strength. The tip of the sword was only an arm's length away from Arthur, and it seemed that he had already won. Dylan wanted to show mercy, but Arthur never shouted surrender, so he stabbed straight down. Several people outside the field exclaimed and felt sorry for Arthur. Maquis even stood up. Did Arthur lose like this? And more people began to applaud. Obviously, they believed that Dylan won. At this juncture, the situation suddenly changed. Arthur kicked Dylan's leg and held the blade with his right hand, wearing a cowhide glove to keep it away from him. Dylan's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell on Arthur. The sword was also pushed to the side of Arthur's right hand when both of them exerted their strength. This posture is a bit awkward, but Arthur knows he should win. Taking advantage of Dylan's fall, he used his right hand to push away Dylan's sword, then turned over and rode on Dylan's body. He punched Dylan with both fists. Under the gaze of dozens of people who were originally applauding, Arthur threw 7 or 8 punches. 7 or 8 punches with sincerity and without any discount. Poor Dylan, it was the first time in his life that he was beaten so stupidly. "Well, Tilda, I surrender, I surrender." Although his eyes were swollen and his mouth was bruised, he still insisted on sending a surrender signal. Otherwise, he might really be beaten to death. The referee immediately ran over and pulled Arthur away to prevent him from continuing to attack. After making sure that Dylan was still alive, the officer announced, "Lord Arthur Bracken won." A few people, represented by Maquis, stood up and applauded Arthur, while the rest continued to greet Dylan's mother. All kinds of dirty words came out one after another. After all, Arthur's 2 victories made many people lose a lot of money. When Dylan was carried out, more than one person spit at him. Although Arthur was also the key to their loss of money, no one was stupid enough to offend someone who could beat Eager and Dylan. Many people began to think that most people present could not beat Arthur. If nothing unexpected happens, after today, the name Arthur Bracken will spread all over the south bank of the Red Fork River. A newly rising warrior. Looking at Dylan, who was beaten so hard that he couldn't stand and needed to be carried out, Khalil blushed a little. After all, it was his knight who lost. The idea of taking Dylan Waishui as his own sworn knight disappeared. Hendry's face was a little gloomy, and I don't know what he was thinking. Then, the acting mayor of Stonehenge City stood up and announced that the 3rd match was about to begin. "The knight I designated is..." He looked around, as if looking for a target. 40 or 50 noble knights also followed his gaze, wondering who would be chosen. Arthur walked to the wooden fence and asked the servant for a glass of wine. After 2 fights, he was sweating all over and had 2 small holes poked in his body. He urgently needed wine to relieve his thirst and relax his tense nerves. Knight Hans Darry. Hendry announced his favorite candidate. What, it's him, the man who beat Blackfish. Is he the cousin of William Darry, the coach of the Golden Robes? Yes, it's him, and he's also the cousin of Viscount Raymond Darry. The audience whispered, and no one expected that Hendry would send such a long-established figure. Raymond Darry Arthur knew, the mayor of Darry City, a nobleman on the south bank of the Trident River. Blackfish also knew that Brynden Tully, Edmure's uncle, was a famous knight in the Riverlands. He should be in the Eyrie and the Vale accompanying his niece Lysa Arryn. The other 2 names sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember the corresponding characters. As for the Gold Cloaks, the law enforcement team of King's Landing, there should be 200 people now. He took the wine glass handed over by the servant and took the opportunity to ask, "Is William Darry the current coach of King's Landing?" The servant looked at him in astonishment and whispered, "Of course not, you don't even know him." Arthur was very curious. Who is he? The servant looked around and then said mysteriously, "The coach of the Gold Cloaks in King's Landing during the Mad King's period. His swordsmanship was quite good. It is said that William Darry led the sleeping dragon viceroys to break out of the heavy siege of Dragonstone and headed for the continent of Essos." What about Hans Darry? The servant was not so shy about Arthur's new opponent and said openly, "It is this Darry's cousin, who is also famous for his strong martial arts in the Riverlands and King's Landing." Arthur nodded, indicating that he knew. The servant waited for a few breaths and saw that Arthur did not reward a few copper coins or wait to take away the cup, and turned to leave. Darry Castle is near the King's Road on the south bank of the Trident. Like Harrenhal, it is an important place in the capital region. The nobles there often like to interact with the nobles of King's Landing and the Crown. In fact, from the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty to Robert Baratheon's enthronement, the relationship between the Iron Throne and Harrenhal has always been better than that of the Tully family guarding the river. The Doubleboo family along the Red Fork River, the Vance and Piper families in the south, and the Tully family further west are a social circle that cannot be integrated into the circle in the east. Therefore, it is normal for the original owner not to know Hans Darry. Seeing the audience exclaiming, "This Hans Darry is very powerful," Arthur felt a little pressure. Hendry heard the whispers of the audience and felt very satisfied. "I didn't expect that you, Hendry, actually recruited a famous knight like Hans." Maquis seemed very excited. Compared with normal noble children, he has a love for martial arts that exceeds that of ordinary people. Kala was also shocked. Hans is a man who can tie with Blackfish. Isn't it too much of a bully to use him against Arthur? Hendry enjoyed the surprised attitude of his 2 companions of similar status. Compared to the usual appearance of the 2 men who had seen everything, the scene in front of him made him feel a little complacent. "Don't bully me. My distant cousin can beat the 2 knights you designated. He is a first-class master, right? Mr. Hans is the right one." After Hendry finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 2 to express their opinions. He pretended to be generous and said to Arthur, "Cousin, do you need to change into a suitable armor? Yours looks a bit useless." Arthur was just looking forward to it. It's better to find a mask or something. Take him to change. Hendry waved to the servant and blinked quickly. The servant understood what his master meant and knew that he was asking him to find an ordinary chainmail. So, Arthur followed Hendry's servant to change armor, and the knowledgeable nobles had already begun to spread Hans Darry's achievements and discussed the next duel. It seems that Arthur is doomed to lose this time. That's right. Hendry didn't even think about sending troops to mediate for his relatives. If Arthur can beat Hans, wouldn't he become famous in one battle? Don't say such daydreaming words. If Arthur Bracken can win this battle, I will lick your asshole. It's a deal. I guess I'm going to have a double happiness. In the armory of Stonehenge City, Arthur looked at the set of chain mail selected by the servant and asked, "Is there no better one?" "You are tall. This is the only one you can wear." Arthur glanced at the servant suspiciously, guessed that this was Hendry's order, and stopped making things difficult for him, and began to sit on the chair to change. At the same time, he summoned a blue light curtain with his mind. Every time he swung his sword and chopped, it was 3 points of experience. Plus fighting also gave a little experience, so he should be able to upgrade to level 3 at this time. After adding agility to the attribute points, iron bones to the skill points, and two-handed weapons to the weapon points, his data is as follows. Baron, Arthur Bracken level, 3 experience, 1233/2200 strength, 16 agility, 11 intelligence, 7 charm, 9 skills, iron bones 4, strong attack 7, strong throw 1, strong bow 1, weapon mastery 2, shield defense 0, running 0, riding 3, horse archery 0, looting 0, coaching 0, tracking 0, tactics 1, guide 0, reconnaissance 0, healing 0, surgery 0, first aid 0, engineering 0, persuasion 1, prisoner management 0, command 3, trading 0, weapon proficiency. One-handed weapon 74, two-handed weapon 105, long pole weapon 77, bow 31, crossbow 31. Throwing 31, he is a little confident of defeating Hans Derry. After changing into his chainmail, Arthur put on the horse face mask customized by Shilly City, and then swung the sword a few times, feeling more comfortable with it. Sure enough, weapon proficiency can increase his mastery of the greatsword. This feeling is indescribable. To use an analogy, it is like the sword becoming an extension of the arm. Although Arthur's sword skills have not improved, higher proficiency will allow him to use weapons more flexibly. Confidence arises spontaneously. No matter who Hans Derry is, old Arthur, can kill him with one sword. The attendant took Arthur back to the martial arts arena behind the castle. At this time, there was already a strong man with gray beard standing in the field, wearing a more common silver plate armor produced in the western region, without a mask or visor. He was a head shorter than Arthur, his body was obviously wider, and he looked burly and powerful. It seems that this is Hans Derry. In the Usurpers' War, the Derry family was a royal party and worked hard for Prince Rhaegar. After Robert became king, he punished royal families such as Derry and Clinton by reducing seals and increasing taxes. Therefore, these families have many high-paid knights who come out to live a leisurely life to reduce the family's daily expenses. Hans Derry is such an example. Otherwise, with his ability, how could the Derry family be willing to let him go? Seeing Arthur entering the scene, Hendry said with a hint of pride, "Dear Arthur, Mr. Hans is very skilled in martial arts, so you have to be careful." Arthur thought for a moment and realized that he still had 180 gold dragons that he had not redeemed yet, so he said, "I gave my 180 gold dragons to the 2 soldiers I brought." Hendry said in surprise, "Don't bet on yourself anymore. This time the odds are 1-to-1. Arthur firmly refused. "I won't bet anymore." He is not a reckless man, and he still understands the principles of asset hedging. If he wins the battle and borrows 500 Bracken soldiers, he can definitely confront Blackwood head-on, and he will not be in vain at all. If you lose, at least you win some money, so your trip won't be in vain. As for how to solve the problem of Blackwood and Brynden, it seems that we have to go to Riverrun and ask Edmure to deal with it. The only advantage of being in Hedgian is that Fengjun is a really kind person. As long as Edmure Tully, the River Guardian with a softer ear than a heart, comes forward, Arthur will have no problem keeping his territory. As for whether you can squeeze some money out of Brynden Blackwood, it's hard to say. Then let's get started. Hendry's tone softened. His take on the fight was the same as most. That is, Hans will win, which is reflected in the bets. That is, more people will win if they press Hans than on the field. After all, one is a veteran fighter who has been famous for a long time, and the other is just a rising star. This rising star has only won 2 games. In the audience, most people pumped their fists and cheered for Hans, while those who supported Arthur had almost no voice. In the field, "I watched the first 2 games, and you are a good prospect. If you have more skills and flexibility, you may be able to tie with me." This stern-looking knight said of his opponent. The implication is that Arthur is no match for him now. Arthur shook his head. "You should change your words." "What?" Hans was puzzled. "You should say that there are few people in the world who can equal me." Hans didn't understand, shook his head, said nothing, and pulled out his sword with a hiss. Perhaps because he was focusing on his opponent, Arthur felt that the action of drawing the sword made the sword vibrate to the point of making a sound. Hans took the lead in attacking, and his 5-foot sword drew an extremely sharp arc, attacking from the lower side of Arthur's left hand. This attack angle is quite tricky. Arthur's sword can only block it, but cannot use force to stop the attack. Fortunately, he had experience. He took a step forward with the sword in his left hand, pressed the sword blade with his left thigh to resist Hand's sword, and at the same time swung his right hand fiercely towards Hand's chin. Who says swordsmen can't hit people with their fists? Hand took a step back to avoid the punch. The distance between the two increased slightly. Arthur quickly picked up the sword with his left hand and stabbed forward. Hand was slightly surprised. Why did you react so quickly? He had to step aside and slash at Arthur with his sword. I've always been this fast. I'm a fast guy. Arthur shifted his toes and heels slightly to adapt to the need for force from his legs, and then blocked the thrust of his sword. In the expectant eyes of dozens of spectators, the two swords rushed in both directions. The sound of gold and stone spread throughout the audience. Then Arthur took advantage of the situation and raised his sword to chop. Hand is not only superb in skills, but also very strong in pure strength. This kind of sword confrontation is not weaker than Arthur at all. Both men showed an indomitable momentum. The formation to kill the generals and the mountains and rivers to suppress them should be used to describe such a scene. This is called fighting. Maquis sighed sincerely with his mouth slightly open. He has been completely attracted by the battle between the two. In just one round, the variety of moves was more exciting than the previous two combined. Hendry, who was sitting next to him, looked in disbelief. How is it possible? How could he catch Hand's moves? He knew how strong Hand was. Whether it is skills or strength, they are the pinnacle of Shilly City's guest generals. I dare not say that in other places, at least in the Riverlands, there are only a handful of knights who can defeat Hand. Although this is related to Hedgian's lack of martial arts, there is no doubt that Hand is powerful. At least he is at the level of a top-notch warrior in Westeros. If Hendry had not been the acting city lord, he would not have been able to order Hand to fight for him. Arthur, who was previously unknown, could actually fight Hand to this extent. Even if he lost this game, he would soon become famous in Hedgian. Considering the possible tournament, such a powerful warrior would be recruited and favored by many nobles. It was just a favor for the nobles to stop the Blackwood family from thinking about a few villages. Hendry suddenly realized that he did not handle Arthur's request for help very well. Carl Vance looked at Hendry's uncertain face, and his depressed mood because of Dylan Weishui's defeat suddenly improved a lot. After all, the person he chose lost, which was equivalent to telling others that his vision was not good and the knights under his command were not good. It was still a bit embarrassing. If Arthur won, he would be the same as the two people around him, and others would look at him less strangely. There was a clang again on the field, and the two were entangled. Arthur knew that his combat experience was far inferior to others, so he used attack instead of defense and chopped like a storm. Hand defended so well that no one could penetrate him. There were dozens of spectators, but fewer people cheered. Many people stared at Hand's textbook-level defense. Such live observation is an excellent learning opportunity for some lower-class nobles who cannot afford a good coach. Just as civilians have no way to systematically learn martial arts, lower-class nobles also lack resources in this regard. Unless he is the adopted son of a great noble, such as Petter Baelish, a small noble from the Five-Finger Peninsula, who became the adopted son of Hoster Tully, the River Guardian. He can enjoy the teaching of the coach of Riverrun. But obviously, Lord Baelish, nicknamed Littlefinger, did not learn any advanced martial arts. P.S. Some readers mentioned the problem of the Golden Dragon. I feel that my setting is not wrong. The exchange rate of 1 gold dragon for 210 silver deer is very inaccurate. In Martin's book, there are many basic currencies such as gold dragons, silver deer, silver moons, copper coins, copper half-cents, copper stars, etc. And the exchange rates are different according to the prices in different places. When the little devil hired the second sons, a sergeant was 100 gold dragons, an officer was 1,000 gold dragons, and the captain was 100,000 gold dragons, plus a castle and a noble title. You can refer to this price. I don't know the source of the saying that 700 gold dragons hired the little half-golden group, but it is probably not true. The leader of the golden group is a descendant of Blackfyre and has Targaryen blood. It is not that cheap. Your pace is still a little problematic, which is very disadvantageous on the battlefield. When both of them were exhausted and slowed down their movements, Hans Darry suddenly said so. Arthur was happy. Why did everyone want to educate him? The last person who pointed out his problem was still tied up in his castle. So what? As long as I am strong enough, what opponent can take my sword? What's the use of flexible footwork then? Hans took a step back and said to Arthur while dancing with his sword to fight back, "You are not the mountain. After all, your strength will not increase infinitely. Young man should be more humble and listen to the experience of the elders." Arthur wanted to refute, but held back. Should I tell this middle-aged man that his strength can really increase infinitely? Let him remain ignorant. Ah, yes, you are right. Hans thought he listened to his advice and had a better impression of the young man. He was in the castle just now, and he didn't know why Arthur came, nor why the fight started. If it was just to cheer up the Brackens, Vance, and Piper sitting in the seats, then he felt that he had to advise Earl Jonos on how ridiculous Hendry was. It was just as absurd as King Robert, who held a tournament or a large-scale hunt all day. So he asked, "Why did you fight this fight?" "To get Hendry to send troops, because he promised to give me 500 soldiers if I won 3 games. Arthur answered with a strong chop. If the two were not fighting, this conversation would still be very harmonious. Why send troops? Hans continued to ask. Because the Blackwood family sent troops to surround my castle and bully my people. Arthur changed the way he said it. As for the kidnapping of Earl Tytos Blackwood's eldest son, he chose to ignore it. You sound like a good lord. Arthur was very satisfied with the praise. Yes, I am fighting for my people. Hans quickly stepped back 2 steps and temporarily left the battle. It sounds like I have stopped the reasonable demands of a righteous lord. Ah, yes. Arthur did not pursue and took the opportunity to rest. After all, it is still very tiring to swing a big sword to chop. The two stood with their swords, staring at each other. In the audience, people who did not know what was going on quieted down, thinking that this was the quiet time before the decisive battle. It was like the darkest moment before dawn. Thinking that Hans was accumulating strength to prepare for a big chop, Arthur also secretly became nervous. After all, a warrior with top strength and skills is not so easy to deal with. Just when Arthur raised his sword again, Hans suddenly said, I can't fight anymore, I surrender. When the people outside the field heard this, they looked at each other and did not react. Even the military officer referee was stunned. But soon it became lively. Both the small nobles and the knights took the moral high ground and launched a fierce attack on Hans Darry. Most of them thought that this was a trick. Some people even cursed and seemed to have lost a lot. Mark Piper was confused. He was just getting excited when the battle suddenly ended. Hendry did not expect such a situation. Although he won a lot of money as a banker, the idea of not wanting to send troops was still disturbing his thinking. Carl Vance was a little relieved that the 3 of them were the same. Arthur was even more confused. He put down his sword awkwardly and watched Hans put away his sword and left. He didn't know what the middle-aged knight meant. After a long period of chaos, Hendry announced that Arthur had won and added a condition for sending troops. As you can see, Hans did not use all his strength, that is, Arthur did not win completely. Although this is not in accordance with the agreement, I am still prepared to send 500 soldiers to help Sir Arthur. But I have one condition. None of these 500 soldiers can die. If there are any injured, the compensation and medical treatment should be borne by Sir Arthur Bracken and his family. Hendry's speech has an extremely obvious aristocratic style. It seems that Arthur has breached the contract, and he continues to abide by his promise regardless of the loss. Arthur thought about it and felt that he could accept it, but there was one thing he had to ask clearly to avoid future disputes. What if the soldiers died in the battle? Hendry said without hesitation. That's easy. 1 soldier will compensate my family with 100 gold dragons. Arthur was a little confused. The ransom of a small noble is only 300 gold dragons. You want 100 gold dragons for 1 soldier. This is too much. If you don't like it, you can leave. Hendry was unmoved. How could Arthur give up when the lifeline was right in front of him? How could I dislike it? Then do as you say. When will the troops be dispatched? Who will lead the troops? As one of the top 4 forces in the Riverlands, the main family of Bracken has about 500 standing troops, and there are about 1,000 people near Stonehenge City. If you want, set off now. 300 people will be mobilized near Stonehenge City, and the rest will be recruited along the way. As for the commander, I will appoint Knight Andrew Bracken, and you, Arthur, will also obey his orders when the time comes. Because he won a lot of money thanks to Arthur, nearly 1,000 gold dragons, Hendry did not make it difficult for Arthur on the issue of sending troops. There are still some Boo family soldiers stationed along the route to the north, and they can be recruited by the order of Stone Fence City on the way north. Arthur was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Without further ado, after thanking Hendry and Earl Jonos, he and Andrew left the martial arts field and went to the barracks. The 2 soldiers who came with him also followed him. Andrew, with a round face and beard of medium height, is a descendant of the branch of the main family of Bracken and has been trained according to the standards of senior officers. In terms of status, Andrew is definitely not as good as Arthur, a minor noble, but in terms of actual power, Arthur is still not as good as him. 2 life paths, I don't know who is better or worse. Sir, why don't you take a rest first? I think you are already very tired. Andrew also watched these 3 battles and recognized Arthur's strength very much, with a little compliment in his tone. No, I can rest soon. My people are still being bullied, and it's nothing for me to be tired. Arthur pretended to be righteous and said. Andrew stood in awe. It's still a while before afternoon. If we set off right away, we can reach the vicinity of the river road before it gets completely dark. The river road is a road that runs from west to east through the riverlands on the south bank of the Red Fork River. It is one of the 5 roads built during the reign of Arbiter Yehares. Once there, it's not far from the Red Fork River. Arthur nodded in agreement. In addition, we can send cavalry to notify the soldiers along the road who have been recruited in advance, which can save a little time. Andrew proposed again. You are a professional commander, and you can arrange everything. Arthur was very satisfied with Andrew and turned to consider how to sell Brynden Blackwood for a good price. Andrew acted decisively and quickly. In just a short while, the 300 soldiers gathered and set off. What surprised Arthur was that among the 300 soldiers, there were only 230 combatants, and the remaining 70 were logistical personnel such as cooks and engineers. Of course, the soldiers recruited on the road were all warriors with swords. In other words, the 500 soldiers promised by Hendry were actually only 430. When asked, Andrew said that this was Hendry's intention, and the food and drink of these 500 people had to be settled in the end, and Arthur had to pay the bill. Arthur suddenly had a new understanding of the shamelessness of the nobles, and these soldiers were wearing relatively cheap chain mail, which belonged to the low-end army. The combat effectiveness was not very strong, but the good news is that the Blackwood family opposite also had the same equipment. The Westeros continent in the Game of Thrones world is generally a feudal monarchy in the Middle Ages in Western Europe, but most of the daily necessities, weapons and armor correspond to the Renaissance. In other words, iron armor is the mainstream soldier equipment, and chain mail is already relatively backward. For example, the Lannister family in the West, the main force is all black armor, with extremely coquettish red cloaks as accessories, and the helmets are all customized lion styles. Looks very capable. In the Riverlands, only the elite troops of the great nobles such as Tully, Tubucks, Frey, Vance, and Piper can afford iron armor, and the helmets are round and uniformly produced by the Westerland workshop. Most of the ordinary troops are round helmets, chain mail covering the torso, and leather arm guards and shoulder pads, and some may have hanging legs. As for cloaks, they are for knights. In the poorer north, most of the soldiers are leather armor and iron helmets, and chain mail is only for elite troops. These 3 countries represent the equipment level of Westeros. In the Reach, led by the Tyrell family, the soldiers' equipment is slightly lower than that of the Lannister family, but higher than that of the Riverlands. The equipment of the Stormlands of the Baratheon family is roughly equivalent to that of the Riverlands. Dorne, which has the smallest population, has equipment comparable to that of the north, but in order to dissipate heat, most of them are equipped with cloth armor. Leather armor is too hot to wear in the desert. The Knights of the Vale are slightly different from the above 6 countries. Most of the knights wear plate armor, with white cloaks, which has a stronger visual impact than the Lannister army. The equipment is better than that of the Lannister family, but the number is much smaller. Of course, the Vale does not need too many warriors. The only way to reach the Vale on land is through the Bloody Gate, and the rest are blocked by the majestic Moon Mountains. 100 crossbows are enough to defend the bloody gate. Thinking of this, Arthur felt that he should find a way to get some armor. It will only be a few months before the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings. If you want to make a name for yourself in this war that sweeps across the 6 countries, excellent troops are indispensable. In addition to strong recruits and extensive training, excellent troops also need sophisticated weapons and armor. All of these can only be bought with money. The good news is that the mount and blade system allows one's own soldiers to bypass part of the training, and experienced veterans can be obtained by upgrading soldiers. The bad news is that Arthur has no money. His greatest wealth now is the 180 gold dragons he won in the bet just now. The 700 gold dragons are probably not found again, and 180 gold dragons are equivalent to the breastplate of more than 30 sets of chain mail. To buy a full set of chain mail including arm guards, shoulder pads, leggings, leather boots, etc. This amount of money is less than 20 sets. Better iron armor requires more gold dragons, and you can't buy it immediately even if you have money. 1 or 2 sets can be bought at the beauty market next to the Blue Fork River in the north. About 10 sets can also be provided by the big shops in King's Landing. Dozens of sets can only be made by the Weapons Workshop under the name of the Lannister family in the west, and it takes time to make them now. Arthur estimated that even if he had enough money to buy dozens of sets of iron armor, by the time they were made, the War of the Five Kings would have just broken out. So the Lannisters would just keep them for themselves. There were workshops in the Vale that made better plate armor, but most of them were on the east coast of the continent. It would take a month to place an order there, and by the time they were made, the mountain would have already destroyed the Red Fork River. And although the plate armor in the Vale was of excellent quality, the price was much higher, which was not cost-effective for poor Arthur. It was difficult. Arthur, who was riding a horse and following the main force, looked at the more than 300 soldiers and suddenly cursed himself for being stupid. The ready-made armor was right in front of him. Can't we buy the existing stock instead of the Lannisters? If we could get a lot of gold dragons, armor, etc. It would not be difficult to find a nobleman to buy dozens or hundreds of sets. The Tyrell Rose, Hightower, and Redwine families in the Reach are all great nobles with nearly 10,000 soldiers, and they can easily produce hundreds of sets of armor. As long as the price is high enough, who cares if they can't buy it? But how to make money? Brynden may not be able to make any money here. If Earl Tydos, the head of the Blackwood family, is furious, Edmure will just try to smooth things over and ask Arthur to release the people and ask Blackwood not to invade Arthur's territory. Arthur thought about it for a while and felt overwhelmed, so he shook his head and put the matter aside. In addition to expanding the army, it is also necessary to strengthen the defense of the territory. Arthur can deal with the mountain by himself. If he can't defeat him, he can hide in his castle. The mountain's small army can't take down a solid stone castle, but there is no way to deal with thousands of subjects. These subjects are Arthur's basic base in the early days, and they can't be abandoned. Arthur's castle is not very big, and it can't accommodate thousands of subjects like Tully's Riverrun. After thinking about it, he still has to expand his castle. It doesn't need to be built too strong or too high, as long as it can withstand the impact of war horses. Coincidentally, the castle is on a small hill, which has a certain advantage of being high above. This matter doesn't cost much money, as long as the subjects are mobilized. Arthur decided to let Jace and other village chiefs organize strong farmers to work after finishing Brynden's business. As long as he can survive the period when the mountain plunders the Red Fork River, Arthur's territory will be safe. Because when the Lannister army entered the Riverlands in large numbers, only the east bank of the Red Fork was disturbed by the war. Arthur's territory happened to be on the north bank of the Red Fork, and it was relatively peaceful. The east bank of the river was mainly the main family of Bracken, the Vance family of Drover's Rest, the Piper family of Pinktown, and the Harrenhal family of Harrenhal. After the war began, the Vance and Piper families, under Edmure's orders, gathered 4,000 troops to block the Lannister army and prevent them from crossing the Red Fork. Although Arthur felt that Edmure's order was too saintly, he had a better impression of Edmure when he thought that his territory was protected. As a farmer in a riverside village, Darren never thought that he could spend the night in the Lord's castle. In the past, even a glance from a distance would be scolded by patrolling soldiers. Although the soldiers' reason was to prevent people from sneaking in after getting familiar with the castle, Darren stubbornly believed that this was the arrogance of the soldiers. Now I am also a person who has lived in a castle. This is Darren's first thought after getting up, although he only made a big bunk on the ground and slept with many villagers. He felt that his life was almost complete. If his pregnant wife gave birth to a son, he would have no regrets in his life. Darren's life is a typical life of a river farmer. When he was a child, he played in the countryside with his friends who had no surnames and did not receive the same education as the children of knights. They didn't even have clothes that fit them. They were either too small or too big because he grew up too fast, and his parents didn't have money to buy him new clothes every once in a while. When he could pick up wheat ears, Darren started to work in the fields with his parents. Not only did he work on his own land, but he also worked on the Lord's land. When he was a child, he didn't understand why the Lord didn't have to work when they both owned land. Why did the Lord live in a beautiful castle? When he grew up, he understood that this was life. When he understood this truth, his parents found him a wife. She was also a wild girl from the next village, who grew up in the countryside like him. As a commoner, marriage only required a godfather to witness it, and there was no need to report to the academy. Relatives helped build a few wooden houses, and he and his wife's small family was established. After marriage, he got a small piece of land from his parents. Although the food produced by this fertile land was enough to feed him and his wife, it was only enough to eat. If there was a child, there would be another mouth, and the small family would be broken. There was no way. His parents also had to eat, and there was no way to give him more land. Fortunately, there were enough small workshops in the river, which specialized in producing all kinds of small things for the nobles in King's Landing, so he joined a workshop and started working. He started saving money for the child who would join his family at some point in the future. He saved money so that his child could live a better life in the future. Their workshop made wooden beds with exquisite reliefs, which were carved by skilled masters, and he and several villagers were responsible for helping. He couldn't imagine what kind of person would sleep on such a wooden bed that could be called a work of art. At least Darren would never sleep on such a bed in his life. The price of dozens of silver deer was not something a small farmer could afford. Every time he made a bed, he and 3 strong farmers carried it to the small dock of the village, and then carried it onto the boat that had been waiting there for a long time. It was a very large ship, the largest Darren had ever seen in his life. Then they got off the ship and watched it go away, heading to King's Landing, which Darren would never be able to go to in his life. It is said that the ship first goes down the Red Fork River, all the way to the mouth of the Trident River, then goes around the Crab Claw Peninsula to the Narrow Sea, passes through Dragonstone Island to Blackwater Bay, and finally arrives at King's Landing. It is said that there are thousands of such ships in King's Landing, coming from different areas such as Old Town, White Harbor, Lannisterport, Gulltown, and even ships from free trade ports such as Pentos, Volantes, Mur, and Bravos across the Narrow Sea. These complex nouns were uttered by a certain master, and then took root in Darren's heart. He did not think about going to these towns and ports to take a look. He knew it was impossible, but thought about remembering and telling his children in the future, although they have not met yet. Thinking of his children, he thought of his newly bought axe. After being robbed by bandits, it was brought back by the Lord. He was going to buy the axe to chop trees. Chopping trees is to get wood, and wood is used to make a small bed for children. Darren also secretly learned some skills, thinking that he could let his child sleep on a bed with exquisite reliefs. He made it himself. Darren couldn't make his own life better, but he could make his son's life better. Let his son receive some education, and at least know more words than his own name. Let his son wear some decent clothes, decent. Let his son know some things about the outside world. Know that the Red Fork River is a tributary of the Trident River. Know how prosperous King's Landing is, and know that there are places like Pentos and Bravos. It would be even better if his son could go to these places to play after he grows up. His son has been there, which is equivalent to him having been there. Come out quickly, they are coming again. The soldiers' shout interrupted Darren's reverie. He stood up, picked up his axe, and followed the soldiers to the city wall with the villagers. Some of the soldiers of the Blackwood family left in the evening last night, and now they are back. It looks like they have captured someone. The soldier stood in front and looked at it and said to the farmers. Darren couldn't see what was happening under the castle wall because he was in a low position and could only stand behind. Open the door quickly or I will kill her. A rough voice came from below the castle. They caught a woman. The soldier continued. Your lord has run away, why don't you open the door? The rough voice asked. Don't open the door until he comes back, this is your order. Amber in gray robe replied. Darren recognized him. He was the steward of the lord's castle. He sometimes went to the village to collect taxes on behalf of the lord. I don't want to kill anyone, but you are not cooperating. If Master Brynden makes a mistake, my whole family's lives will not be saved. We are all civilians, why bother me? The rough voice continued to persuade me to surrender. Gray-robed Amber was unmoved. He turned around and commanded, asking some people to go to the east and some to go to the south, with bows and crossbows. Half of the people followed the order and left, and the ground of the city walls suddenly opened up. This is your choice, I didn't force you. The rough voice sounded quite impatient. Then there was a woman's scream. It looked like something terrible had happened to this poor woman, and Darren silently prayed for her. He was assigned to stay here, and after hearing the screams, he came forward and lay on the wall like the soldier and gray Amber to watch. Susan, what Susan? When Darren saw it, he instantly became panicked. The person tied up at the foot of the city was his wife, who was 7 months pregnant, that honest river woman. Let him go and don't touch her. Darren shouted excitedly. After hearing this, the officer in silver chain mail, the owner of the rough voice, smiled evilly and brought down the riding crop he held. Susan screamed again. Darren's heart also screamed and throbbed violently. He thought of the lord who cut down the bandit leader with 3 swords. If the lord was here, these bastards would not dare to do this. Lord, where are you? This time Arthur, who was missed by Darren, was crossing the river by boat with 500 borrowed soldiers. A passing cargo ship and 3 small boats under the name of the main family of Bracken. Last night, they arrived at a ferry on the Red Fork River after dark and set up camp. Coincidentally, a cargo ship that travels between King's Landing and the Riverlands was docked at the ferry, and the cabin was only half full. If these goods were freed, 360 soldiers could squeeze on. There are many small cargo ships belonging to Stonehenge City on the south bank, usually used to collect various handicrafts and carry people across the river that can be summoned. The large army was resting, and Andrew sent people to look for boats along the south bank, and finally found 3 larger ones that could allow the remaining 143 people to cross the river. Crossing the river directly can save time and keep the soldiers strong. If you take 500 soldiers around to the bridge on the west and then go east along the river, it may take another day. This is very disadvantageous for Arthur. The Blackwoods may send more soldiers to retrieve their earl's heir. Fortunately, his family's Raventree Castle is near the Blue Fork River, and it will take time for a large number of infantry to come. Compared with the Westerlands, there are more powerful lords in the Riverlands, and each family is equally powerful, so the Tully family cannot unify the Riverlands. The Yu family can't afford to have too many cavalry troops. Even the feudal lords don't have a large number of cavalry, so how can the lords under them have? According to Arthur's plan, after using the main family's soldiers to drive away more than 100 soldiers outside the family castle, he will take Brynden Blackwood all the way west along the Red Fork River to Riverrun, and keep the evidence of them pretending to be bandits, so that Edmure can do justice for Arthur. The eldest son of a second-class noble pretending to be a bandit will make people in big places like King's Landing and Old Town laugh to death. I think Earl Tydos can't afford to lose this person. At that time, it is very likely to be handled privately. Earl Tydos gave Arthur a hush money so that this embarrassing thing would not be spread. This was also the best solution Arthur could think of at this time. In the final analysis, his power was too small. If Arthur had 1,000 soldiers, Brynden would not dare to play like this even if he had 10 courages. This is a beautiful scenery. Andrew squeezed next to Arthur and said to the calm surface of the Red Fork River, "It's a pity that the beauty will not last for a few days." Arthur also sighed. There is a well-known crossroads inn at the intersection of the lower reaches of the Red Fork River and the Trident River. It was there that Lady Catelyn Stark, after revealing her identity, summoned a group of passing river nobles and family soldiers to kidnap the little devil Tyrion Lannister. This incident, like her later letting Jaime Lannister go, can be listed as 2 stupid actions of Aunt Cat. Because her nickname is Cat, she is called Aunt Cat. The act of kidnapping the little devil instantly ignited the anger of Lord Tywin. Even if Robert was still alive at this time, Tywin had gathered tens of thousands of troops in the Westerlands, stationed in the south of the Riverlands from the Golden Road, and at the same time sent the mountain Gregor Clegane to plunder the vast flat area from the Red Fork River to the God's Eye Lake. Arthur vaguely remembered that 3 Bracken soldiers also responded to Catelyn's call and followed the team that kidnapped Little Devil to the Vale. And the terrible thing is that this team was attacked by the people of the Mountain Clan, and the 3 Bracken soldiers died before and after, and the mercenary Bronn was among them. After arriving at the Eyrie, the summer residence of the Lord of the Vale, Aunt Cat did not give enough rewards to the people who accompanied her. Catelyn's sister, the current controller of the Vale, Lysa Arryn, did not express her opinion. Lucky Bronn turned against them and helped Little Devil win the trial by combat. After that, the 2 left the Eyrie, conquered the Mountain Clan on the way, and led them to the main army of the Lannister family. Afterwards, Little Devil, Bronn, and the people of the High Mountain clans served as the vanguard to fight against the 16,000 Northern Infantry led by Roose Bolton, the Old Skinner. If Aunt Cat had not kidnapped Little Devil, these things might not have happened. Of course, there would be chaos after King Robert's death, but there was no essential conflict between the alliance between the Riverlands and the North and the Lannisters, so they should not fight. The ones who should really fight are the Westerlands who support Joffrey, Dragonstone of Stannis, the Third Deer, and the Stormlands of Renly. Because these 3 families all claim to be the kings of the 7 kingdoms, and Wolf Stark only claims to be the king of the North. Your words are meaningful. Can you tell me more specifically? Andrew asked, puzzled. I predict that there will be war in the Riverlands soon. Arthur suddenly felt that he should pretend to be a charlatan. He knew most of the plots later, and as long as he could predict a few, it would be easy for people to regard him as a true god walking on earth. This is a profitable business. Oh no, you can make money without any capital. You know, in the world of Game of Thrones, there are many nobles who do strange things to revive magic. The nobles' enthusiasm for magic and prophecy is unimaginable to ordinary people. For example, Aegon V burned Duncan the Tall and Duncan the Short, as well as many courtiers, to death in Summerhall on the border between Stormlands and Dorne, just to use black magic to hatch dragon eggs. Duncan the Tall was a famous knight, and Duncan the Short was the crown prince of Aegon V. Another example is the familiar Queen Cersei, a famous beauty in the 7 Kingdoms, who is not the middle-aged woman with a square, sallow face in the TV series. When she was a child, she and her best friend received 3 prophecies from a witch. In order to cover up the 3 prophecies, Cersei killed her best friend, but the prophecy still came true. It is worth mentioning that the granddaughter of the witch was the nurse that Robb Stark later fell in love with. As long as Arthur uses his knowledge of Game of Thrones reasonably, there is no problem in being a charlatan. Andrew was very surprised. Why do you think so? The Blackwood family and we have disliked each other for thousands of years, but we still haven't been able to destroy each other. From a historical perspective, this matter is just a trivial matter. Arthur was happy. It turned out that Andrew thought that the war he predicted was a dispute between the 2 families of Robb. This is too petty. He shook his head to object. That's not it. In my dream, I saw a noble lady kidnap the son of a feudal lord, which led to a war between the 2 countries, and I clearly saw that 3 Bracken soldiers died in this kidnapping. The most important thing about pretending to be a charlatan is that it is vague but has a strong direction. This description seemed clear enough afterwards, but now it is a hazy picture. Do you dream often? Andrew was even more confused. The son of a feudal lord was kidnapped, which was a big deal. Moreover, there were not many feudal lords' sons who could go to the Riverlands in the 7 Kingdoms. Only Edmure came often. Arthur smiled mysteriously. Believe it or not, you will know in about 2 or 3 months. After arriving at the small ferry in Riverside Village, the soldiers lined up to disembark, and Arthur paid the boat owner money for the fare. The ship owner symbolically charged 50 silver deer as freight. Originally, The cost of hiring such a boat was far more than 50 silver deer, but the owner insisted on charging only this amount, saying that it would take very little time, so he charged less. Both Arthur and Andrew expressed their gratitude, much to the pleasure of the ship's owner. His ship regularly runs the route upstream of the Red Fork River to King's Landing, and it is necessary to have a good relationship with the landowner Bracken. This time, it only took half a morning to gain the friendship of the Boo family's senior officers and young lords, which was well worth it. After seeing the Bracken flag of the Golden Shield Horse and Lord Arthur, the farmers in the riverside village ran out and offered some melons and fruits for food. He also reported that Blackwood soldiers had taken away several women and the village chief Jace's family. The soldiers happily accepted the food, while Arthur was worried about the captive citizens. Soldiers are synonymous with bandits in most periods and planes. I'm afraid nothing good will happen if it falls into their hands. After a simple meal, the soldiers assembled and lined up, and Arthur took them off. Jayabao is not far to the east of Heian village. It is estimated that it will be noon when we arrive. How to deal with it, Arthur has no idea yet. Andrew also said to play it by ear. Arthur wanted to discuss countermeasures with him, but Andrew was intrigued by Arthur's prophecy and kept guessing which lady had kidnapped Edmure. And they are still guessing which 3 unlucky people died in this incident. Judging by the slightly playful smile on his face, Arthur knew that he didn't believe it, but Arthur didn't care, instead encouraging him to tell it as a joke to all the Bracken soldiers he knew. A few months later, it was no longer a joke, but another example of Arthur's correct prophecy. The reason why I say another case is because Arthur thought of the source of the money. There are a lot of people in King's Landing who believe this. It only takes 3 or 4 days to ride a horse from here to the capital. Find an opportunity to go there and pretend to be a magician to make money. Sir, a large number of Bracken soldiers are coming from the east, estimated to be thousands. A sentry reported. Santaga put down the whip and looked at the 3 corpses in front of him. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He has a hobby of torturing people, but due to his low status, he can only keep this hobby deep in his heart. Never dare to show it. This time, with Brynden tied up in this small castle, he was able to release his suppressed heart. If there weren't quite a few subordinates around, he would have screamed in excitement. This kind of excitement was enough to paralyze his nerves, so it took him several breaths after hearing the report to realize what it meant. You mean thousands of Bracken soldiers? There was doubt on his face. How is this possible? Not to mention the assembly time, their ships can transport so many people. The sentry knew that his lies would not work, but he really saw hundreds of soldiers, lying just to get the commander to order a retreat. Maybe a little less, but there is indeed a large force approaching. Should we consider avoiding its edge? The sentry replied cautiously, trying hard not to make Chief Santaga angry. The sentry's advice had no effect, and Santaga was getting excited. You must have seen it wrong. There are not that many people at all. Santaga shouted loudly, "Call the people guarding the other doors. Let's go meet them and let them know the meaning of Blackwood. But Master Brynden is still in the castle." Someone reminded. Santaga thought of the wayward young master who didn't listen to her advice, that Brynden who only listened to his distant cousin and let him pay for his willfulness. They will not kill the young master. This is the tradition for treating great nobles. Santaga said. Someone else reminded. If they take the opportunity to escape. Isn't that right? You can't run too far on the plains. Santaga interrupted his subordinate rudely. Just do as I say and teach Bracken a lesson. So no one dared to question anymore. 150 soldiers quickly gathered and set off, and several hostages were also taken away. Not far away, the 2 armies met. Damn sentry, why didn't you remind me there were so many of them? Seeing the array of hundreds of people on the opposite side, Santaga was frightened, and even a little angry. Angry sentinels don't tell the truth. The sentry did not dare to run in front of Santaga at this time, and replied from a distance. I said it. Before Santaga could get angry at the sentry, he saw a man on the opposite side galloping forward on horseback. The horse walked slowly, carrying the man closer. The man has a delicate and handsome temperament, a straight nose, thin lips, bright eyes, and white teeth. He is tall and has no shortcomings except that he is a little thin. If he weren't wearing an extremely ordinary chainmail, Santaga would definitely think that he was the heir of some top noble family. It's so dazzling. You are the one who robbed my people. The man spoke, looking arrogant like a king. Sentaga thought for a while before realizing that this was Arthur Bracken, just a little nobleman. "It's me," Sentaga replied. The army of hundreds of people finally made him sober, and he thought about how to leave decently. Head-on conflict is impossible. With the few troops he had, the battle could be over in less than a meal. At least 4 against 1, and they are all full-time soldiers in armor. How can they win? "How are they?" Arthur asked. Sentaga thought for a moment and answered truthfully. "Since your people did not open the castle door, I killed 3 of them in order to make them open the door and tied the rest behind. I will report this matter to Lord Edmure and Duke Hoster, and do what they want at that time." Arthur paused. "Now, shall we discuss how to deal with the current situation? You kidnapped my young master Brynden, and I will report this to Duke Hoster." Sentaga was in high spirits. Arthur smiled. "Can you, an ordinary soldier, get in front of the Duke? Are you qualified to talk about reporting?" Sentaga did not want to entangle with him on this issue. He just wanted to take people away. As for Brynden, let Earl Tyros worry about it himself. "Yes, I am not worthy. How about this? I will take people away, and we will each report this matter to the higher authorities." Arthur snorted coldly. "Come as you like, leave as you like. Do you think the 1,000 soldiers behind me are vegetarians? There are not 1,000 of them at all." Sentaga corrected. He estimated that there were only about 500 people. The lie was broken, and Arthur's face did not blush at all. "There are still some on the way. We have so many soldiers that several ships can't accommodate them at one time. There are only these 500 soldiers. If one of them dies, he will have to pay 100 gold dragons." Arthur felt a little bit like a good cook without rice. "Let's do this. I don't want to embarrass you ordinary soldiers." Arthur said one thing and meant another. In fact, he really wanted to chop down these people to gain experience. "How about you send one person to compete with me? If I win, you surrender. If you win, I will let you go." Sentaga was suddenly a little excited when he heard this. Really? Why are these nobles always used to showing off? Does he think that he, with his thin appearance, can beat himself, a veteran of more than 10 years? Arthur was also a little happy. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the dead Bracken soldiers. "Really?" Arthur dismounted and signaled his soldiers to hand over his greatsword. Although this sword is a so-called ancestral greatsword, it is not durable. After only 3 or 4 fights, the blade is already pitted and trembling in the sun. "When I have money, I will get a Valyrian steel sword." Although the Valyrian steel swords in the Game of Thrones world sound very Dior, there are actually a lot of them. The Mormonts of the Bear family, who are so poor, have a Valyrian steel sword called Long Claw, not to mention other big families with a long history. The dagger used to assassinate Bran belonged to King Robert and was taken away by King Joffrey to a passerby killer. It can be seen that some people really don't care about this thing, but those who don't have it want it desperately. Littlefinger's claim that the dagger was his was obviously a lie. When there was Jaime, Little Devil always bet on Jaime to win, but Ed and his wife didn't hear it. The Lannisters didn't have it because during the Casterly Rock period, Tom and Roman II took the family heirloom, Light Roar, to play at sea. He disappeared on the way, and the sword was lost with him. It is known that there are more than 200 Vargan swords in Westeros, which are still easy to get. Sontag took his sledgehammer from his subordinates and sneered. "I hope you don't cry for mercy when the time comes. I hope your hammer is as hard as your mouth." Arthur took the sword in one hand and strode forward. Sontag grinned at the subordinates around him, and they laughed too, because the win or loss looks obvious. Sontag became the captain of Blackwood's personal guards by strength, and the little lord opposite, except for his handsome face, doesn't seem to have anything to show for himself. Some Bracken soldiers were whispering in the back, "Isn't this Lord Arthur too extravagant? I also think that letting Andrew win is more likely than him. Maybe it's a common problem among nobles, they like to show off. You don't understand this." A soldier said sarcastically, "This is Lord Arthur's wisdom." "What do you mean?" someone asked curiously. "As long as Lord Arthur loses, can he let them go openly? Lord doesn't want to offend Blackwood. We are not always on the north bank, but the other side is." These soldiers did not watch Arthur's fight in the martial arts field of Stone Fence City, otherwise they would not say such words. The main person Arthur heard the latter words and didn't care. How could these soldiers know that he was trying to prevent them from sacrificing? Sentaga was ready, holding a hammer in both hands, and walked towards the pretty boy, he thought. Arthur noticed that the hammer in his hand was slightly larger than his fist, and suddenly felt a little distressed about the sword in his hand. This kind of big sword is cheaper than armor, but it also costs 2 or 3 gold dragons. If he was bent by the sledgehammer, he would not be able to find a suitable replacement for a while. The half-handed sword equipped by normal soldiers was too small and light. It would break after 2 swings. It was not suitable for a power player like him. Arthur was thinking that the sledgehammer could not touch the sword. Santagga swung the sledgehammer towards Arthur, and the poor little lord had to dodge. But Santagga's attack was fast and accurate, and Arthur dodged continuously. This made the Blackwood soldiers boo loudly. Some of the Bracken soldiers also laughed secretly. Andrew turned back and glared at them for a few times, which made the back quiet down. "Hey, kid, is this all you can do to dodge? Pick up your sword and fight me for a few rounds." Santagga saw Arthur dodging so skillfully and deliberately provoked him. Otherwise, he could not hit Arthur, and when his physical strength was exhausted, he would lose instead. "As you wish." Arthur faced Santagga's latest attack and rushed directly. But he did not use the sword, but caught the hammer head with his hands in leather gloves. The family heirloom sword was thrown to the ground by him. Seeing this, the Blackwood soldiers laughed even more happily. Comparing strength with Santagga, who used the hammer, isn't it like looking for shit in the toilet? Santagga grinned. "This is your own choice." The development of the situation was better than he expected. This pretty boy actually threw the sword and wrestled with him. He could already imagine Arthur being pressed to the ground and begging for mercy. At that time, he could hold the little lord hostage, or leave, or replace the big enemy, Brynden. So he exerted force on his hands, trying to achieve success in one fell swoop. "Die!" The Blackwood soldiers also cheered Santagga loudly, as if victory was just around the corner. However, Santagga used all his strength, but the scene he imagined did not appear. On the contrary, the pretty boy was calm and composed. "Is this your ridiculous strength?" Arthur mocked fiercely. Then he exerted force from his calf to his waist, and then to his upper arms at the same time, and actually lifted up the sledgehammer and Santagga. Then he grabbed the sturdy man's waist guard with his right hand and lifted him up to his head. Santagga couldn't use any strength, and shouted in panic. "How is this possible? How can you lift something heavier than yourself?" Most of the Blackwood soldiers were also shocked and couldn't believe what they saw. Santagga, who was famous for his strength, was actually lifted up. Apart from the legendary Demon Mountain, are there really humans with such strength? Even Andrew, who had seen the fight in the martial arts arena, was deeply shocked at this moment. Lord Arthur actually has such divine power. The Bracken soldiers behind were speechless. Some soldiers were ashamed of their superficial views. This handsome little nobleman is really powerful. After Arthur lifted him above his head, he threw Santagga hard on the ground covered with grass. Fortunately, the ground was soft, and Santagga secretly thanked himself for not falling badly. But the next second, he didn't think so. A black shadow rode on him. "Do you know what my 2 favorite things are?" Arthur asked. Santagga twisted like a maggot and tried to break free, but the human body on his body seemed to be cast in iron and did not move at all. After trying for a long time, Santagga felt that he could not get away, so he smiled and replied, "I don't know your hobby, but I absolutely respect you. Riding a horse and fighting people." Arthur took off Santagga's mask and swung his right fist up. "Just right. I think you can enjoy both." Then, Santagga's screams spread throughout the venue. A rough and sturdy man, after being hit hard by a fist, his screams turned from rough to shrill. The soldiers of the 2 families around him firmly believed that they would never dare to fight Arthur Bracken head-on in the future. How terrifying it is for a man who can lift an adult man and beat him to a deformed voice. I guess only the legendary mountain can withstand such a punch. Arthur stood up after beating Santagga until he couldn't even hum. He picked up Santagga's sledgehammer and asked more than 100 Blackwood soldiers, "Do you want to be gently caressed by this sledgehammer, or surrender to me?" The Blackwood soldiers were very clever. Most of them turned around in a mess and slipped away without looking back. They left behind a bound captive and Santagga lying on the ground groaning. Andrew was about to order a pursuit, but Arthur raised his hand to stop him. "Why? We have enough advantages." Andrew was puzzled. "Let's take Brynden to Riverrun as soon as possible." Arthur explained. This was done to prevent Earl Tydos, the head of the Blackwood family, from sending a large army to pursue Arthur. Arthur's 35 armored soldiers and more than 20 peasant soldiers could not stop the thousands of troops from Raventree City. You know, both Blackwood and Blackwood maintained a standing army of more than 3,000 people, and most of the vast land from the Blue Fork River in the north to the north bank of the Red Fork River belonged to the Blackwood family. Some also belonged to the Tully family. However, considering that the Red Fork River and the Tengshi River further west divide the Tully family's territory into 3 parts, it is hard to say whether the Tully family can defeat Blackwood on the north bank of the Red Fork River. But as long as they enter the Tully family's territory in the west, I think Tydos will not dare to use force on the feudal lord's territory at will. Then show Edmure the evidence and let him do justice. Andrew scratched his helmet, but Lord Henry did not order us to follow you to Riverrun. I will pay him a large sum of gold dragons as a reward for borrowing you. In addition, everyone present will be given 3 silver deer each. After hearing that they could get 3 silver deer, the Bracken soldiers were immediately excited. We are all Brackens, Lord Henry will agree. That's right, Andrew. You are just a knight. How dare you refuse Lord Arthur's request? Isn't it just to go to Riverrun? We will go with you. The Tullys are hospitable. There's nothing wrong with going. These soldiers are all civilians in the Riverlands, many of whom have no land at all and join the army, and they only get 4 or 5 silver deer a month. Just going to Riverrun can get 3 silver deer, which is simply pie in the sky. In fact, this situation of maintaining a large number of standing armies only occurs in the Riverlands and the reach controlled by the Tyrell Rose family. Because the 2 places are the second and first grain-producing areas of the 7 kingdoms, there is enough food to feed the extra population. In addition, the climate is warm and suitable for reproduction, and the uneducated farmers do not know birth control, which leads to a large population growth in peacetime. It has been 15 years since Robert became king, and a new round of population growth is about to begin. Unfortunately, the long summer that lasted for nearly 10 years is about to end, and the contradiction between food and population will be infinitely magnified. By then, even if Robert is not dead, Westeros will be in chaos for a while. During the Targaryen dynasty, there were many years of war with Dorne and several Blackfire rebellions, which could consume the excess population to ensure that after the long summer, Westeros's food reserves could allow the remaining people to eat until the next summer. It is worth mentioning that the Brackens are the main supporters of Daemon Blackfire, the illegitimate son of the Targaryen family, the so-called Black Dragon Party. Faced with the enthusiasm of the soldiers, Andrew could not refuse. Anyway, Arthur explained to Hendry and Earl Jonos that he was just an executor. Andrew convinced himself in this way. After tying up Centaga and releasing the captives, more than 500 people lined up to set off. Soon, Arthur's castle appeared in front of him. Several people were lying on the ground. A farmer-like man hugged someone and cried loudly, and the steward Umber and some peasant soldiers stood aside. The horse trotted and brought Arthur to the front. He recognized that this was Darren, a villager from Riverside Village, who had followed him to capture Brynden and his gang yesterday. The 3 people on the ground seemed to be dead. There was no good meat on their bodies. They must have suffered a lot before they died. The woman Darren was holding was a young woman with a very conspicuous bulge in her belly. In addition to the skin that was beaten, there was a lot of blood flowing between her legs. It was obviously a miscarriage. 7 layers of hell, Arthur exclaimed loudly. Did that Officer Blackwood do this? Darren cried and couldn't speak. Amber replied with some guilt. Yes, my lord. I am ashamed that I failed to protect your people when you went out. I am not a good steward. It's okay. Arthur comforted him. Looking at the grief-stricken Darren, Arthur felt a little sad. He jumped off his horse, walked up to Darren and said, I am ashamed for not being able to protect you and your family. I swear, the Blackwood family will pay the price for this. The honest villagers of this riverside village should have had their own little lives, maybe not very happy, but also have a goal. 3 families were broken just because of Brynden's act of pretending to be a bandit. This is not a villager who can be robbed at will in mount and blade. This is a living person. Maybe it's a wife, maybe a daughter, maybe a mother. In short, she is a person with a certain social relationship. Just like that, she was abused to death. Arthur secretly hated Brynden and the officer. Amber, go and bring Brynden and his men out. I will take them to see Duke Hoster and let him deal with this matter fairly." Arthur ordered. "Darren, are you willing to go to Riverrun to testify? The Duke will give you an explanation." Arthur bent down and asked. Darren wiped his nose and looked at Arthur blankly. I am willing, but can you bury my wife and children? They are evidence that we will take to Riverrun." Arthur said softly, "We can wrap your wife and children in salt so that they will not rot quickly." Darren's eyes were empty, and he neither nodded nor shook his head. Arthur felt that he should have agreed, so he ordered the servants in the castle to bring out salt and dispose of the 3 corpses. In addition, some soldiers from the main family were also sent to carry food. It would take 2 or 3 days to walk from here to Riverrun. It would be impossible not to bring enough food. Fortunately, there is enough food stored in Arthur's castle. After instructing Amber to continue to guard the family fort, Arthur set off with criminals, prisoners, and 500 soldiers. Their destination was Riverrun City at the confluence of the Red Fork River and the Tangshi River. Crowtree City. "My lord, Master Brynden has been kidnapped by Arthur Bracken of Moulin Rouge." The sentry who escaped was the fastest and ran back to Crowtree City early the next morning and reported the matter to Count Tydos. "Hatilda, where are the soldiers around my son? Where's Sentaga? Where's Roger? Are they losers? More than 100 people can't run a small Moulin Rouge." The Earl was furious. The sentry did not dare to tell the fact that Brynden was pretending to be a bandit, so he could only speak vaguely. They were all captured. When the remaining brothers saw that something was wrong, they all came back to report to you like me. They are all on the road at the moment. What a waste. Get out. The Earl obviously didn't believe this statement. He stood up quickly, wandered back and forth in the hall for a few times, and then ordered to the frightened manager beside him, "Gather all the soldiers near Crowtree City. Let's go find my son." 1 day later, Stonehenge City. "I heard that you sent 500 soldiers to help Arthur drive away the Blackwoods in his territory." Earl Janos asked. He has the common black-brown hair of the Bracken family, a slightly bald head, a round head, and a round face. He looks about 50 years old. His serious expression makes him look very honest and straightforward, but the cunning light flashing in his eyes from time to time reveals some of his characteristics. "Yes, in order to reduce losses, I asked him to guarantee to pay 100 gold dragons for each soldier who died." Hendry answered truthfully. He has a facial contour similar to his uncle, but his face is obviously unconsciously revealed. Not long after Arthur left the day before yesterday, he and his companions finally gathered together and then went to the south to hunt for fun. They were very happy along the way. They loudly discussed the territory, famous knights, the 281-year Harrenhal tournament, where female workers are more lucrative, and other topics that young people would care about. Until yesterday, his uncle sent someone to chase him back. Genos nodded. "This is a good idea, but Arthur is not an outsider, so there is no need for this." The Earl decided to teach his nephew the precautions of being a lord. He could not pass Stonehenge Castle to one of his daughters. There is an example of a woman in charge of the family in Harrenhal, where the River House has declined his only nephew is his choice. First of all, a small branch family like Arthur must be helped, and unconditionally helped, because on the one hand, it is necessary to show outsiders that we Bracken are worth following. He paused and poured a glass of River Bay wine. Secondly, such a vassal has its meaning of existence. The layout of our ancestors for thousands of years is not without reason. Genos particularly likes the word thousands of years, as if this can separate his family from emerging families such as Tully and Frey, and gain a sense of superiority. Hendry was a little confused. Arthur's territory only has 9 villages. It's really not worth fighting for them. Why? No reason. Genos suddenly raised his voice, as if he was dissatisfied with his nephew's doubts. "When you take over my position, you will know how lucky it is to have a ferry and a place to stay on the north bank of the Red Fork River when fighting with that old man Tydos." Seeing Hendry nodding, Janis felt a little satisfied. But it's just to help Arthur not be destroyed by Tydos and his men. Sending 500 soldiers this time is actually a bit too much. He changed his tone. "We will send as many people as Blackwood sent. In this case, more than 100 people are enough. After all, Arthur is not very close." Hendry nodded again, indicating that he remembered it. Janos took a sip of wine and couldn't think of what to say, so he asked casually, "Why did the old man send people to surround Arthur's castle this time?" Hendry thought for a while and said, "It seems that Brynden ran to his territory and did something and was kidnapped by him." Jonos was stunned with his wine glass. Which Brynden? The Blackfish of the Tully family, the eldest son of Tydos, the Blackwood family. Hendry replied, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Jonos stood up, and some wine spilled out of the wine glass because of the violent movement. "Such things need to send a raven to Riverrun. Tell me as soon as possible." He looked excited. "Arthur is really my nephew. I didn't even kidnap the eldest son of the old man, which really makes me proud." Hendry was confused by his uncle's inconsistent attitude, but he didn't dare to ask more. Jonos wandered around the hall for a few circles and finally made up his mind. "How can 500 soldiers be enough? I will take another one, 500 people to Crowtree City and fight with the old man." Hendry felt that it was not appropriate and advised, "Wouldn't it be bad if Blackwood retaliated against us in the future?" The 50-year-old Earl Jonos said excitedly, "My Bracken family can kidnap his son, but he can't kidnap my son, who made me have no son." This made Hendry feel uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. Jonos did it as soon as he said it, and immediately summoned the steward and the coach of Stonehenge City to give orders. After a simple assignment of tasks, Stonehenge City, which had not seen war for many years, started. The messenger crows and cavalry were sent out to gather troops and ferries, and the Earl led the advance army to the riverside. One day later, looking at the dense flock of crows surrounding the flag of the Fishbeam Wood in front of him, Arthur felt his scalp tingling. When they were about to reach the Tullys' territory, they were blocked by a Blackwood army. Most of the soldiers on the opposite side were ordinary soldiers wearing standard chain mail, but there were also elite troops equipped with iron armor and plate armor. The dozens of people leading on horseback were wearing blackfish scale armor. This is a variant of scale armor, which uses the same binding method as Roman chain mail, reducing the chance of armor decay due to moisture. Only a few nobles in the Riverlands would wear this kind of scale armor, because it has to be customized from a workshop in the Westerly territory and is very expensive. "It looks like there are thousands of people." Andrew said in a low voice, "How about we hand over Brynden? It sounds like he doesn't want to fight. How can this be possible?" Arthur couldn't tell whether he wanted to get some gold dragons from Brynden or wanted to give an explanation to Darren's wife. In short, it was impossible to hand over Brynden and his followers. Even if the war breaks out and the soldiers who may die can cost him even his pants, he still feels that he should fight. What's more, it's not like there's no chance of change. Not far to the west, several Tully family patrol soldiers on horseback were watching. It was a big move for more than 2,000 people in total, and it was right on the edge of Tully's territory. There was no way Riverrun would not react. If the Tully family's ship arrives quickly enough, Tully's army will be able to arrive here soon after the two families open. When the feudal family intervenes, Blackwood will have to stop and negotiate unless he doesn't want to mess around anymore. Blackwood's team. "Very good, it seems they are ready to fight." Count Tydos was very angry. He ordered, "Go and tell Arthur Bracken that I will rip off his head and use it as a bowler." The messenger got the order and shouted to the Bracken team. Arthur sneered and replied loudly, "You have to ask if the sword in my hand answers. I will make your heads disappear from your shoulders." Seeing that his gaffe was irreversible, Andrew had no choice but to smile. He rode his horse and ordered the Bracken soldiers to line up and prepare to face the enemy. Tydos became even more angry when he saw that more than 500 people on the opposite side dared to fight, so he ordered a charge. "You will fight against the opponent's force of 300 with an army of 500. The blue light curtain reminds you in time." Although Arthur felt that his side was at a slight disadvantage, the possibility of winning was not impossible. "It's just a fight. I'm happy to accompany you." "What? My nephew has already started working with old Tydos." Count Genos asked in disbelief when he heard the sentries report. After they set out yesterday, they first went upstream to land on a flat river beach where Blackwood's surveillance was not well guarded, and then marched quickly following Arthur Andrews' route, and finally almost caught up with him in the afternoon of the next day. Yes, the two sides have started fighting. Sir Andrew and Lord Arthur are currently struggling to support themselves. Soldiers from the Tully family are also gathering, apparently ready to start a fight. The sentry responded quickly. Genos nodded and sent the sentry away. Then he ordered the army to speed up. Hans Darry, a free knight, followed him and suggested, "Your Excellency, the battlefield is only half a day's journey from here, but if you speed up, the soldiers will be very tired when you arrive. It is better to march slowly and conserve your strength so that you can have combat effectiveness." Genos thought for a while. The Blackwood soldiers are also fighting, and they will be more tired than us. If we go a little later, Brynden will be taken back by them. Then what is the point of us mobilizing an army? Genos has made up his mind to get Brynden, and he won't take anyone's advice to heart at this time. What's more, they have 500 men, which is superior to the Blackwood family's strength of over 1,000 reported by the sentry. The army carried out the Count's will and accelerated towards the battlefield. At this time, they were on the Tully family's merchant ship on the Red Fork River. Why do you think they started doing it? Edmure was extremely troubled. Count Janos had just visited his seriously ill father. He was very normal at that time. He is the eldest son of Lord Hoster, the river keeper, and the uncle of Robb Stark. Suddenly, they separated two families in order to transport enough soldiers, so they had to use merchant ships carrying cargo to transport soldiers. Maybe I'm too busy. Desmond Greer, the leader of Riverrun City, replied casually. Edmure was worried. They are fighting like this. Do they think I am too young to do whatever they want? He always felt that the princes below him looked down upon him, and his father was seriously ill, so the burden of the Tully family was handed over to him. Desmond advised, "That's absolutely not the case. Although you are young, you still have prestige. From Maiden Spring City to Pink City, which Riverside people doesn't think you are magnanimous." Although he said this, the middle-aged man still complained in his heart, "You also know that you are young. Are we almost reaching the battlefield? How is the situation?" Edmure stayed on the deck for a while before he thought to ask about the situation. Blackwood has the advantage in strength, but the Brackens are fighting hard, and it's hard to tell who will have the upper hand, Desmond replied. As a coach and conductor, he actually knew that Bracken had fallen into a trap this time. After all, there are hundreds of people on one side and thousands of people on the other side. The number is close to 1 to 3, and they all have similar armors and weapons. There is no suspense about the outcome of the battle. Therefore, he hoped that the speed of the ship would be fast enough. As long as the soldiers of the Tully family and Edmure arrived, Blackwood would not dare to force them. By then, there might be a few people left in the Bracken family. How should I make a decision then? Edmure turned to look at the instructor. This is also my first time dealing with this kind of conflict between vassals. I don't know how to deal with it. There are conventions to follow for this kind of thing. After all, Shiwambu has been fighting for thousands of years. To see who invades whose territory first, let whoever compensates for some golden dragons be compensated. In addition, Shiwambu will each compensate the other's military losses. Edmure was not sure. Is it just a punishment for some golden dragons? Is it too light? Robert is so tolerant, but it still reduces the Derry family's territory. Desmond said firmly, "No, all the families in the river know that Shiwambu is incompatible with each other. If they openly disobey the Tully family's orders, they will not be punished too severely." After hearing the instructor's words, Edmure felt confident, so he stopped talking and quietly waited for the ship to transport them to the battlefield not far downriver. Soon, a fleet of ships carrying nearly 1,000 troops from the Tully family arrived at the battlefield. There was no ferry, so the soldiers had to jump into the river and walk ashore. Edmure and other noble knights were much better. They were carried ashore, so their legs were not wet at all. At this time, the battle situation has entered a fierce stage. Although there are few people visible to the naked eye, Bracken is a tall warrior who is extremely brave and holds a sledgehammer across the field. He can knock over a Blackwood soldier with one blow, often leaving his armor and flesh to pieces. Desmond's visual inspection showed that this soldier had killed more than 20 soldiers in just the short time he had landed ashore. It's really invincible. There is such a person in Bracken. Desmond sighed, and then ordered the soldiers to shout to stop the fighting. In some locations where the fighting was not very intense, heavily armed Tully soldiers entered in large numbers in an effort to separate the two groups of soldiers. It took a long time before Shiwambu's troops were finally able to stop attacking each other. Desmond rebuked loudly. "What did you do? Don't you know that Duke Horst gave an order to never allow vassals to attack each other?" Then He asked the Tully soldiers to drive the survivors of the two families together and began to clean the battlefield and deal with the wounded. The Blackwood soldiers gradually moved closer to the nobles, and Count Tydos was protected among them. Looking at the significantly reduced number of soldiers, the Earl actually felt a trace of fear. Only half of the 300 soldiers were left, and nearly half of the casualties were caused by that man. That man, the man who cut off his sword and replaced it with a sledgehammer, actually killed hundreds of soldiers by himself, which frightened him to death. He also led his army to participate in the battle between Prince Rhaegar and Robert on the Ruby Beach. Robert, the bravest of the 7 kingdoms, did not give him such a visual experience. With one hammer, a normal soldier wearing an iron helmet would burst out white slurry. Even the Mountain couldn't do this. He was simply a killing god. Arthur looked at the remaining 100 Bracken soldiers around him and began to worry whether he could pay off the debt owed to Stonehenge City. Calculated at 100 per person, there were a total of 40,000 gold dragons. As for the worshipful eyes of the soldiers around him, who regarded him as a god of war, he didn't care too much. The battle just now gave him a lot of experience, so he was able to upgrade to another level in the later stage of the battle. Attribute points continue to increase strength, skill points increase running and riding, and weapon points continue to be added to two-handed weapons. Baron, Arthur Bracken level. 4 experience, 2,466/3,000 strength, 17 agility, 11 intelligence, 7 charm, 9 skills, Iron Bone 4, Strong Attack 7, Strong Throw 1, Strong Bow 1, Weapon Mastery 2, Shield Defense 0, Running 1, Riding 4, Horse Archery 0, Looting 0, Coach 0, Tracking 0, Tactics 1, Guide 0, Scouting 0, Healing 0, Surgery 0, First Aid 0, Engineering 0, Persuasion 1, Prisoner Management 0, Command 3, Trading 0, Weapon Proficiency. One-handed weapon 74, two-handed weapon 115, pole weapon 77, bow 31, crossbow 31, throw 31. Andrew also survived, but the situation was not very good. His left arm fell to the side, and his right thigh was also bleeding. Although his body was seriously injured, his spirit was very excited. "Sir Arthur, how did you develop your fighting skills? Why can you dominate the battlefield alone? Can you teach me? It may be a talent." Arthur was troubled by the debt crisis and did not want to discuss this topic in depth. The Tully family finally succeeded in separating the two parties, and then they asked the stewards of the two families to come out for a detailed discussion. Arthur walked towards the commander of the Tully family and observed the surrounding situation. Nearly 500 people were in the middle of the two soldiers to prevent the two families from clashing again. Some Tully soldiers were carrying corpses, while the half-dead wounded were lying there waiting for rescue. From time to time, small groups of soldiers, ranging from 4 to 5 to a dozen people, arrived. They should be the nearby wealthy knights and minor nobles loyal to the Tully family. The Blackwood weapons and equipment gathered by the Tully family were much more than those of the Bracken family. It seemed that the people on the north coast were much worse off than the people on the south coast. But in fact, excluding Arthur, the Bracken soldiers had to pay the price of nearly 400 people to barely achieve the result of cutting down 300 people on the opposite side. This is due to Andrew's efforts to gather the soldiers together and form a large circle at the beginning. In this way, every soldier only needs to think about the enemy in front of him and does not have to be careful about the sword coming from behind. If they hadn't set up a formation and fought against each other, Bracken's 500 soldiers would have been killed long ago. There is no way the difference in numbers is too big. As for Arthur, he had already rushed out at the beginning of the film and then hammered through the Blackwood army over and over again. He is a power player, and being packed together limits his performance. Facts have proved that this move is the right one. The sledgehammer captured from Santaga was surprisingly useful. It was easy to break the defense with blunt weapons against fully armored warriors. Arthur wondered whether to order a heavier sledgehammer for himself so that he could use it on the battlefield. Earl Tydos also came to Commander Tully, but after he saw Arthur coming out of the queue, he brought a dozen people to surround him in a circle before he dared to come. A middle-aged man wearing fish scale armor looked at Arthur, and the sledgehammer stained with red and white mucus in his hand, and sighed. "Why have I never heard of such a good player in Stone Fence City?" he said to Arthur with a smile, and he came over and patted Arthur on the shoulder. "My name is Desmond Greer, the coach of Riverrun." Arthur nodded slightly. "I am Arthur, Lord Bracken of Moulin Rouge." Desmond smiled and nodded. "Come to Riverrun when you have time, and let's discuss it. I must learn from you your clever trick." Arthur responded to this request. After Count Tydos also arrived, a young man also wearing fish scale armor walked up to both parties. Arthur guessed that this person was Edmure Tully, the marksman who would soon be famous in the Three Rivers. "My father explicitly prohibited vassals from fighting each other. Why are you acting like this?" Edmure looked at Count Tydos, who looked panicked, and then at Arthur Bracken, who looked calm and had a rosy complexion just from exercise, and decided to start training with this unknown little nobleman. After all, the Earl was from his father's generation and had a higher status, so it was not easy for him to disgrace him in front of everyone. "Tell me, why do you want to fight with His Excellency the Earl? If there is no justifiable reason, you will be punished extremely severely." Arthur was afraid that the evil Blackwood family would complain first, but he didn't expect Edmure to call him back first, and he had a better impression of him. So he organized the language, starting from Brynden pretending to be a bandit and robbing the riverside village, to Santaga whipping 3 villagers to death, including a pregnant woman, to him preparing to seek justice from the Tully family, but was killed by the people of Raventree City. People stop here one by one, and asked people to bring the bodies of Brynden, Roger, Santaga, Darren, and his wife. During this period, people from Raventree City interrupted several times, but Desmond and Edmure both scolded them and let Arthur finish speaking first. "I don't care what the reason is for Brynden to pretend to be a bandit," Arthur concluded, "but the Blackwood family should bear the consequences. I request Lord Hoster Tully, the Riverkeeper, that I receive appropriate compensation for having my territory robbed, and that the families of poor Darren and the other 2 women who died tragically receive the justice they deserve." Edmure looked at Lord Tydos, hoping for an explanation. Although what Arthur said also made him think that the Blackwood family was too much, he still had to listen to what his family had to say. Before the Earl of Crowtree City could speak, someone started to quibble loudly. "Nonsense, Lord Edmure, he's talking nonsense." The Tide Roger shouted, "That's not the case at all. We were just passing by the Sweetwater Spring in our own territory, and we didn't expect to be kidnapped by this liar who told lies. Santaga, sir, he came to the rescue out of justice and was seriously injured by him. Lord Edmure, please be aware of this situation." Tydos looked at his eldest son and said loudly, "I only know that my eldest son and the heir of Crowtree City was kidnapped by an unknown noble. I ask the guardian of the river to seek justice for me." Arthur was slightly angry. "If your son hadn't gotten sick and ran to my territory to pretend to be a bandit and rob him, could I have caught him? You have to be reasonable. Not to mention that it was your people who killed first and tortured and killed a pregnant woman." Darren was already trembling with fear when the 2 soldiers were slashing at each other. Fortunately, he was surrounded and was not injured. After he was brought here, he saw so many nobles wearing exquisite and gorgeous armors, and he did not dare to speak. He knelt next to his wife's body and looked at her. At this moment, seeing the Lord arguing hard, and looking at the familiar but pale face of his wife, he finally mustered up the courage, opened his arms, and asked Edmure, "My wife and my soon-to-be-born child were beaten to death by this devil. Please let him acquit himself." He pointed at Santaga, who was tied up. "Then I also wanted them to let the young master go, who told them not to let him go." Santaga argued and glanced at Arthur. In front of this man, he felt a little guilty. Edmure asked, "Then you kill first? I am also doing this for the young master's safety." The eldest son of the Duke looked at the 3 corpses smeared with salt and said with sadness, "After all, you Blackwoods are at fault. Otherwise, your Excellency, the Earl, will compensate each of these 3 families with 100 gold dragons and give Mr. Arthur 500 gold dragons. Mr. Arthur will release all the prisoners, and then you compensate each other's military losses, and the matter will be over." 100 golden dragons, what kind of valuables are they?" Tydos shouted regardless of his majesty. "They are just civilians. 1 golden dragon per person is already giving them respect." Arthur was also not very satisfied with the verdict. He shouted loudly, "The murderer Santaga must die. 3 lives are not just casual. In addition, the compensation given to me is also less. Is the eldest son of the Earl worth $5? Bade Jinlong. The two had their own reasons and quarreled with each other. There were many people in Crowtree City, and some of the Tide people were yelling, and Brynden insisted on untying himself first. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Enough, Desmond shouted. Listen to Lord Edmure. People on both sides no longer argued, but they were obviously unconvinced by each other. Everyone's life should be respected. Edmure considered his words. I agree with Mr. Arthur's point of view. Santaga must die. In addition, the Earl must increase his bid. Brynden also yelled at this time. Yes, father, give this little nobleman in the countryside 3,000 gold dragons. The lack of money will lose our family's face. Tito's glared at his troublesome son and told him to shut up, then said impatiently, Okay, give this greedy and brutal Bracken more money. Just when everyone thought he agreed to Edmure's proposal, the Earl shouted again, But Santagard must be alive. He is a member of my family. In order to save my son, he crushed a few bugs and should not be punished. Arthur was furious and shouted, Let's be human, what is a bug? Is Santaga's life nobler than that of Darren's wife and the other two? Darren also groaned, My poor wife and that unborn child. Edmure saw that there was going to be a quarrel again, so he hurriedly said to Zinni, Okay, dead people cannot be resurrected, but Santaga is still alive. Let's do this, mister. Arthur, let him live and give this Darren and you more golden dragon compensation. Everyone in Crowtree City started making noises when they saw Edmure supporting them. Be content. I still want to blackmail you. I'll give you 1,000 gold dragons. It's because Lord Edmure and my Earl are too kind that they allowed this barbarian to succeed. The lives of your 3 untouchables are worth Santaga's life. Seeing that Edmure, like the Blackwoods, advocated letting Santaga, the murderer, live, Arthur suddenly wanted to do something. Although he also wants more golden dragons, that is only if justice is served. Just a little more golden dragons allowed Darren's wife and 3 others to die unjustly, and the murderer received no punishment. This obviously doesn't work. Arthur walked towards Darren and asked softly, Poor man, what kind of justice do you want? More golden dragons, or letting this murderer bow his head? Darren's eyes were full of tears, and he was too sad to say complete words. My lord, I just want my wife and my children to get justice and let this murderer deserve his death. No one among the nobles present cared what he thought, and he could only place his hope on Lord Arthur. Fortunately, Lord Arthur has been fighting for him, which gave him some comfort in his painful heart. Okay, I get it. Arthur nodded, and then slowly raised the sledgehammer in his hand. He just wants to be more serious about things that no one cares about. If my people don't get the justice they deserve, if this murderer doesn't get the punishment they deserve, if you still think that nobles can arbitrarily violate the lives of civilians and then pay a few gold dragons and let it go, then I, Arthur Bracken of the Moulin Rouge, do hereby swear that you will receive the punishment I think you deserve. After Arthur made his vow, there was silence all around, but then the quiet atmosphere was broken. Who are you? You are worthy of claiming to sanction us. A senior officer of the Tully family shouted. The people of Raventree City also chimed in. People from a territory with only a few villages dare to say such arrogant things. If it weren't for the help of your master on the South Bank, you would have died without a burial place. It is a blessing for you that the Earl is willing to give you a golden dragon. Don't be shameless. Seeing Arthur act like this, Edmure liked his behavior of upholding justice for his subjects, but was also afraid that he would go too far and completely offend the Blackwood family, which would not end well in the future. So he advised, Mr. Arthur, don't be willful. Now that things have come to this, you should just accept it. Accept it. Arthur tried to suppress his anger. Why should I accept a murderer getting away with it? Yes, in your eyes, I am just a small nobleman who is no different from a wealthy knight. My territory is just a sesame seed, and there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in the territory. The castle doesn't even have a name. But, like your people, Darren and his people also pay taxes to me on time every month and support me in exchange for my protection. They will smile at me and call me Lord. After the village is robbed, they will run to my castle to beg me to recover their property. They are people, living people, with their own lives, their own joys and sorrows. They are definitely not the bugs in your mouth. Arthur became more and more excited as he spoke, pointing the sledgehammer at Tytos. "The Earl thinks the lives of his officers are important, but I also think the lives of Darren's wife and his unborn child are important. And you, the River Guardian Tully family." Arthur turned the hammer towards them. "You actually stopped me from upholding justice for my people. You deserve the word guardian. Today, I will be willful for my Darren." He glanced coldly at the people of the two families. "I just want to kill Centaga. I don't know who dares to stop me." After that, he strode to Centaga. Desmond saw that Arthur was emotional and hurried to protect Edmure. The people of Raventree City also surrounded the Earl more tightly. Perhaps knowing that his death was near, Centaga cried out loudly, "Lord Earl, please save me. I am a loyal dog of your Blackwood family. Are you going to let outsiders slap you in the face like this?" The people in Raventree City also shouted, "Do you dare? If you kill him, we will plunder your territory and kill all your people. Let's see how you protect your people." Brynden also shouted on the side, "Add money. We can add money. Please don't kill him, please." Darren looked at his lord expectantly with tears in his eyes, watching his lord do justice for himself. The voices of the crowd could not affect Arthur's determination at all. He raised the hammer and smashed it hard. Bang! As expected, the red and white mixed together and splashed far away. It even splashed on Brynden next to him, which made him scream in horror. Seeing Arthur ignoring their mediation, a Tully officer shouted, "Mullins, right? You will regret your willfulness. Our Tully family. I don't care." Arthur interrupted him loudly, then turned to the Blackwoods. "I don't care about your threats either. I swear, as long as my people are hurt by you for no reason, even if it's just one person, I will make you suffer the same harm. Even if I become a landless noble, wandering around like a dog, hungry and naked, I will fulfill this vow. This time, if one Centaga dies, I can uncover this matter. If there is a next time, if one person dies, I will choose one of Tytos' children for revenge." He raised his chin towards the Earl of Raventree City. "I heard that you have 3 sons and 1 daughter, so you have to keep a close eye on them and don't let them leave the small, dim castle." "I, Arthur Bracken, keep my word." Every word came out of his mouth and floated into the ears of the people around him. It also fell into the hearts of many people. Facing Arthur's threat, the people of Raventree City dared not make a sound. Edmure looked at Arthur quietly and felt that his figure at this moment was really tall and majestic. Isn't this what he ideally looks like? Protect the people of 3 rivers, uphold justice, punish evil, and promote good. Wait, The Tully officer who originally scolded Arthur wanted to say something again, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Edmure. "Enough. Is this reasonable for a noble who protects his own people? Are we Tullys a family of great evil?" He suddenly made a decision. "How about this? Raventree City will give Mr. Arthur a total of 3,000 gold dragons as compensation for the losses of him and his people. And the remaining dead and seriously injured soldiers will be compensated according to the previous rules. Mr. Arthur releases all the captives, and Raventree City shall not retaliate afterwards, and this matter is over." After killing Centaga with a hammer, Arthur's emotions were released, and he calmed down at this time and agreed to Edmure's proposal. Seeing that Centagar's life was not saved, the people of the Blackwood family all looked at Arthur coldly, but they did not threaten him. I think they also took into account the Tully family's face and would not refuse this proposal at this time. Then it's settled. Earl Tytos said without any fluctuation in his tone, "I'll send someone to get the golden dragon right now. When the time comes, I'll hand over the money and call someone else. Anyway, the 3 rivers will always flow, and we will have many opportunities to get along in the future." When Arthur heard this, he smiled coldly. He knew that this was the Earl of Crotree City's hint to play with him later. But his power is weak, and even the 500 soldiers today are borrowed. In the future, he can only take one step at a time. At this moment, a hearty laugh came. "Ha, we do have a lot of opportunities to get along, Lord Tytos." When everyone heard the sound, they turned around and saw that a large group of soldiers were approaching with an old man on horseback. The golden shield and horse flag clearly indicate that this is a member of the Bracken family. Arthur recognized that this was his cousin, Lord Janos Bracken, the owner of Stonehenge City. There were enough soldiers. Arthur's visual inspection showed that there were actually more soldiers than the Tullys. "I have some different views on Lord Edmure's proposal. Young nephew, you'd better listen to my point of view." Count Janos dismounted and walked towards Arthur as he said, "A mere 3,000 gold dragons only compensate you and the people for your losses, but they didn't pay Bryndon's ransom." He directed his troops around him and Arthur, and the prisoners between them. "For this matter, don't let us Bracken release your son without 10,000 golden dragons." "Tito's, who are you? The Blackwoods, worthy of threatening my nephew Arthur?" The reader Jixiao Danfeng asked 2 questions in the comment area. I will answer them first. Are nobles working for others? And can Jules inherit the title and territory by killing Arthur? First, in the area of the southern part of Westeros in Game of Thrones that believes in the 7 gods, nobles should be prefixed with armed. Armed nobles are their real name. The social division of these nobles is the division of labor of all violent institutions, such as the army, police, and urban management. What the noble family needs to do is to ensure that the people in the territory will not be violently invaded by any forces other than the Lord. The people in the territory only need to pay taxes on time to get the protection of the Lord. Moreover, Westeros is a fiefdom, and the nobles of the upper level will protect the territories of the lower nobles from being occupied by others. But they can't control those who escape from the territory. To be precise, they don't have a household registration system. Only people who speak Chinese should have a household registration system. But because the cost of moving is too high, it is not circulated. Combining these 2 points, it seems that the nobles are in a sense just working, similar to the positioning of a sheepdog. The second question is that if Jules kills Arthur, he will be exiled to the Wall of Despair as a black man. This is also closely related to the armed nobles. In order to maintain the family power and reduce the internal friction caused by the infighting among members, the behavior of an heir killing the head of the family to inherit the family will be resisted by the whole continent. First, it really infringes on the interests of the dukes and earls. Second, it violates the unspoken rules of the inheritance law. Third, this kind of infighting will greatly consume the family's strength and give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of it. In order to ensure the strength of the family, the nobles can do everything they can. The custom of positioning the second son as a warrior and the culture of the youngest son as a hostage are all to squeeze the value of the family members. In such an atmosphere, if an heir can inherit by killing the head of the family, then all the heirs will have ideas. So as long as there is a case, it will be suppressed. This practice of thousands of years makes the second sons prefer to go out as mercenaries rather than return to their own families to rebel. The Blackfire Rebellion of the Targaryen dynasty is another matter. It was actually a conflict triggered by the feud between the Reach, Stormlands, and Dorne. These 2 questions have been answered. Thanks again for the reward and monthly ticket from Jixiao Dianfeng. The following is the view of good and evil in Game of Thrones. If order, neutrality, chaos, good, neutrality, and evil are divided into 9 grids. The view of good and evil in Game of Thrones that the author of Ice and Fire wants to express is absolute neutrality. This is reflected in killing. That is, you can only kill the person who killed you, and blood revenge. Other people's lives and deaths are not subject to interference by unrelated people. Eddard Stark interfered with the death of the deserter, and he was also interfered with. But the readers of our novels are all Chinese speakers, so this view of good and evil is a bit conflicting. For the Chinese population, the spectrum of good and evil of the vast majority of people is good and neutral, and swings between good order and good chaos with different events. There is a flexible spectrum of good and evil. For example, when you are eager for the great master to make decisions for the common people, it is good order. But when the kings, princes, generals, and ministers are not of the same kind, then goodness is in chaos. This can also be considered the good camp, because it occupies the moral high ground of fighting for itself. In this culture, the chivalrous and chivalrous bandits who rob the rich to help the poor and rob houses will get the sympathy and understanding of most people. For example, the 108 heroes of Liangshan are actually 108 villains, but in public opinion, they are not extremely evil. Even Lu Zhishan, the only hero, has killed several people, but he has wisdom, and the abbot said that it is not easy for him to kill and set fire, which is not a satire on him, because he really jumped out of the category of heroes in the end. And it is also common to have a flexible spectrum of good and evil. Song Jiang acted on behalf of heaven and ran to Tokyo to give Song Huizong a slap in the face. Another example is the part where Guan Yu shocked Huixia. Liang, Jia, and Luhan bandits may have received Guan Yu's seal and became his party. Guan Yu shocked Huixia, and Cao Gong proposed to move to Zudu to avoid his sharp edge. This group of bandits actually responded to another separatist force and instantly changed their spectrum to the Order camp. We may think that such behavior is normal, but it does not conform to the good and evil view of Game of Thrones. I think the value orientation of good and evil that Martin wants to express is very similar to a movie. Forrest Gump. In the story, Forrest Gump treats whoever treats him well. He treats whoever treats him well. Whoever treats him badly, he runs away and stays away from those who treat him badly instead of fighting back. Of course, he will beat people, but this is when Jenny is bullied, he thinks, which can be considered blood revenge in the West. It is just and moral. Later, Jenny did become his family. Our blood revenge was abolished as early as the early Western Han Dynasty because it did not conform to the ruling order of Confucianism as the skin and legalism as the inside. Because blood revenge gave the family of the beheaded criminal a legal reason for revenge. And considering that most of the executions were ordered by the emperor, the object of revenge became the supreme ruler. This is a disaster for the stability of order, so it was abolished quickly. Many people said that I was a bit cruel for not killing the bandits pretending to be Brynden and others, but I think it was normal not to kill them. They didn't kill the villagers of Riverside Village first, either. This was just a dispute, not the Lord's just revenge. But after Santaga killed someone, the Lord, as a family member in a sense, the parent official, could revenge his blood relatives. Geno's, this is none of your business. Tito's reminded him as he glanced at the Bracken soldiers, who numbered at least 1,000 or more. Ha. Geno's nodded to Edmure across 2 families of soldiers, and then turned to everyone in Crotree City. Arthur is my nephew. I will take care of this matter. Tito's assessed the situation and felt that his side still had an advantage. At least in front of the Tullys, Bracken did not dare to start a war, so he said with a strong attitude, "Why? Your hands are so long that you stretch them from Shilly City across the Red Fork River to me. I have confirmed this with the River Guardian family and reached an agreement with the owner, Arthur. Do you want to fight with me?" Geno's was obviously over 50 years old, with a wrinkled face and half-bald hair, but now he showed a childlike smile. Arthur felt a little strange when he saw this kind of smile, and then realized that it was the kind of smile that suddenly came to mind of some bad idea. "You Blackwoods are so brave," Geno's scolded. "You dare to say things like fighting with me in front of Lord Edmure, which is expressly prohibited by the Guardian family." Edmure looked at Lord Janos and felt dizzy. Something that was clearly settled suddenly came up as a troublemaker. Now he had to worry about whether the people in Crotree City could return to the castle alive. The focus of the matter now is Brynden. As long as the heir of Crotree City is released, there will be no need for Stonehenge City to continue causing trouble. Because the Brackens don't have the logistics of a sustainable supply here, they won't stay long. He decided to find a breakthrough from Arthur. So Edmure said, "Mr. Arthur, I very much agree with your demand for justice for the people of the territory. You also agreed to my proposal before. I think as an upright person, you will definitely keep your promise." Arthur also understands the current situation. As long as Brynden is in his hands, he can talk about more benefits. He was about to refuse, but he saw Geno's old face winking at him. Arthur understood that the Earl of Stonehenge wanted him to agree to Edmure's words. This is a bit difficult to handle. But Shilly City is his biggest backer, so he can't ignore their wishes. After looking back and forth at Edmure, Janos, and Brynden several times, he finally made up his mind. "I keep my promise and will release Brynden after I get 3,000 golden dragons." Edmure breathed a sigh of relief. "You are a man of noble character." Although Tito's didn't know what the Brackens were up to, this was the ending he wanted and he agreed. The situation is changing, so it is better to get his eldest son back first. When they left Crotree City, they brought nearly 2,000 golden dragons with them as logistical support in case of emergencies. I think the Tully family also brought golden dragons with them, which would be enough for 3,000 pieces. So he sent someone to communicate with Edmure to discuss whether he could borrow money. In a short time, 2 large cowhide bags were placed on the ground in front of Bracken. Lord Janos appointed 2 people to help Arthur count the money. "Well done, kid." The distant uncle patted Arthur on the shoulder. "You deserve it. I heard that you fought extremely bravely and killed one of their senior officers for a territorial citizen. I think the ancestors of Bracken and your parents will be proud of you for becoming a qualified second lord." 3 subjects. Arthur corrected him. Although he now has 3,000 golden dragons, according to the agreement with Hendry, he has to compensate Shilly City for the loss of nearly 400 soldiers. But this is obviously impossible. Because Arthur can't afford so much money, it looks like Janos is happy now and can discuss it. "Your Excellency, Hendry told me that every dead soldier should be compensated $100. Isn't this too harsh? Call me uncle." Janos looked at Arthur and said, "Don't worry about what he says. I am the master of Stone Fence City." When Arthur heard this, he felt hopeful. "Then how should I compensate you for your losses?" Janos pondered for a moment and said, "Let's do this. If someone dies, you pay a golden dragon." Arthur breathed a huge sigh of relief, and just as he was happy, he heard another piece of good news. "You have meritorious service in battle. Seeing that you have caused so much damage to the Blackwood family, I have decided to reward you. You will get a golden dragon for every soldier of his family who died at your hands." Arthur nodded, having a better impression of this uncle. In this way, he only paid them 200 to 300 gold dragons. Compared with the account of 3,000 pieces, it is simply trivial. The time for counting money always passed quickly. The soldier reported that the total of 3,000 was no problem. "Your Excellency Arthur, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Count Tytos reminded him from a distance. Arthur nodded, told the soldiers in front of him to go away, and then used the dagger he carried around his waist to cut through the ropes of Brynden and others. "You will regret it." After saying these words, the heir of Crow Tree City turned around and prepared to leave. Titos's tight strings finally relaxed, and the eldest son finally returned. Edmure was no longer distressed. Janos was still very reasonable. He thought that the Earl had visited his father a few days ago, but no one in Ravenstree City had met his lord, so he immediately fell in love with Bracken. But the next second, Edmure's idea was changed by the ruthless reality. The soldiers surrounding Arthur and Lord Janos grabbed Brynden again and pressed him hard to the ground. "How dare you?" Titos was furious. "Arthur, what do you mean you've got the money and you're cheating, right?" Arthur was about to distance himself, but he was interrupted by Janos next to him. "Well, you can't frame a good man. My nephew Arthur Bracken has nothing to do with this." The owner of Stone Fence City put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "Brynden is in my hands now." Arthur released him first. He was not cheating. Edmure's face was uncertain, not knowing what this powerful vassal of the Riverlands meant. But obviously, if Janos wants to cause trouble, the Tully soldiers present will not be able to stop him. Titos was so angry that he didn't speak for a long time, and the people around him didn't dare to interrupt a few top nobles. The scene fell into silence. Arthur felt a little embarrassed, but it didn't matter. He avenged Darren's wife and the other 2 people, eliminated Shilly City's debt, and got 3,000 golden dragons. You can run away now. But his strong desire for gossip made him stay and see what kind of tricks this uncle could do first. After a long time, Titos asked, "What do you want?" He asked feebly, as if he was too angry to calm down. 10,000 golden dragons. Janos's voice was obviously much cheerful. "I just said it. Our total savings in Crow Tree City are less than 10,000. We just took out another 3,000. Where can we find the money now?" Janos was even more happy. "Can you borrow money? The Frey family or Haejeong City, which family can't afford 10,000 gold dragons? You have to understand that if the money is gone, you can make it again. If the eldest son is gone, then it is really gone." Titos grimaced and looked to Edmure for help. Although Arthur felt that this uncle was very disrespectful, he felt inexplicably happy when he saw the Earl of Ravenstree looking defeated. "I don't know how to thank you," Darren said to Arthur while sitting on the cart. "Santaga's death happened yesterday. After burying his wife's body in the river, Darren's mental state was obviously much better. Since leaving the battlefield, Darren has been expressing his gratitude." Arthur, who was riding a horse, looked at him. "It's okay. This is what I should do." At this moment, he was very happy. It feels good to be needed by others. This feeling is even more pleasant than when he got 3,000 gold dragons. because he didn't have a specific concept of gold dragons, but Darren's thanks, but he heard a lot. Yesterday, under Edmure's mediation, Genos finally made some concessions. After getting the 3,000 gold dragons brought by the Tully family's clipper and oars, the Earl of Stonehenge City happily released Brynden. Now, Raventree City owes the Tully family more than 4,000 gold dragons. Even a big family with thousands of soldiers has suffered a lot. After counting the money, the Bracken people left, leaving the Tullys and Blackwoods to settle their accounts. After traveling for a distance on the road, they boarded dozens of merchant ships waiting there. While on the water, Earl Janos and Arthur also settled their debts and settled them all at once. In the end, 370 Bracken soldiers died, and Arthur paid the same amount of gold dragons for this. And 663 people died on the side of Raventree. Due to the hot weather and humid climate, many seriously injured soldiers on both sides were not rescued. Since it was impossible to count how many innocent souls Arthur had killed, the Earl determined that Arthur had killed a full 300 enemies according to the impression of his soldiers. So the gold dragons that had just been sent back returned 300. As for the compensation for Blackwood, with the thick skin of Janos, it was not carried out at all, because Raventree had far more people killed than Stonehenge. If the opposite was the case, Janos would definitely ask Tydos to fully compensate for his losses. Of course, Arthur also fulfilled his promise to give 3 silver deer to each of the original 500 soldiers. The living were given on the spot, and the dead were given to the Earl. As the Lord of Stonehenge City, he would do a good job of providing compensation. During the time on the ship, the Earl uncle showed concern for Arthur in various ways, and the good performance seemed to be a real uncle and nephew. Of course, Arthur also actively cooperated. When they parted, Genos also took the initiative to offer Arthur 100 men to prevent Blackwood's sudden revenge. Arthur accepted it with peace of mind. These 100 men were all elite soldiers wearing iron armor, which was exactly what he needed. And the price of this was that Arthur had to provide them with accommodation and food, and he didn't even need to pay them wages. 100 elite river soldiers, plus the original 35 ordinary soldiers, and the peasant soldiers who could be recruited, were enough to guard a few villages. And the Earl said that if Blackwood really retaliated, he would send troops to help. Now Arthur had no worries at all and could build his own territory with confidence. Since the soldiers seconded to Arthur were all on the big ship, and the ferry at the riverside village was too small, the two sides separated at a large ferry not far from Arthur's territory. After landing, Arthur rode a horse and the others walked. As for Darren's cart, Arthur saw that he had not eaten well in the past few days and was afraid that he would faint after walking for a long time, so he went to a nearby village to borrow one. The conversation just now was Darren expressing his gratitude. The journey was tiring, and even on a horse, Arthur felt a little tired. So when he saw the small castle appear in front of him, he actually felt like going home. When I get home, I have to have a good sleep. After seeing the Bracken flag with a golden shield and a red horse, Amber, a gray robe, brought people out to greet him. You go and find a way to accommodate these people. They are VIPs and will stay here for a long time. Arthur pointed to the 100 elite warriors behind him and gave an order. As you command, I will have the villagers camp on the hills to the north. Arthur nodded, agreed with Amber's opinion, and then rode back to the castle. Amber will take care of the rest. He is a competent steward. The castle, the hall. Are you sure? Cyril's son dared to show up. Arthur asked the villager. Cyril was the servant who stole Arthur's savings of 700 gold dragons. Arthur had previously guessed that he did this for his gambling-loving son. My lord, I am very sure. He grew up with me. Even if he turned into ashes, I would recognize him. The villager was very sure. Arthur was a little unconvinced. Since you have such a good relationship with him and grew up together, why do you come to tell me again? The villager opened his arms, as if he was exposing his heart. My lord, ever since we heard that you offended the Tullys and Blackwoods for Darren, my neighbors, and I have deeply believed that you are a lord worth following. For such a brave and righteous lord, what's the big deal about reporting a childhood playmate who steals and cheats? Arthur was very satisfied with this. Then tell me about his whereabouts in detail. The villagers then told him in detail. It turned out that Cyril's son John did not appear in the village openly, but sneaked back in the middle of the night and was seen by him when he came out to squat. The villagers guessed that Jon was here to get something. Afterwards, under the cover of night, the villagers quietly followed Jon out of the village, knowing that he was running to the north. The north was Blackwood's territory. They had always had a bad relationship with Bracken, and they had a big fight a few days ago, so it was natural for Cyril to hide there. "Very good, you did a great job." Arthur affirmed the villagers' behavior. "If I find Cyril because of your clues, whether I recover my property or not, you will get a reward of 10 silver deer." Hearing this, the villagers were also very happy, bowed, and left the hall. Amber came in and reported to Arthur. "My lord, it seems that your reward has worked." The reward he mentioned was issued by Arthur to find Cyril. After stabilizing, in addition to building the territory, the most urgent thing is to find the 700 gold dragons. After all, it is also a sum of money. But in order to ensure that others will not take the initiative for the 700 gold dragons, Arthur only mentioned that he had lost some property. Finally, 2 days later, he got the news he wanted. Mission: find Cyril and his useless son. Looking at the blue light screen, Arthur felt that it was time to do something. P.S. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. A Game of Thrones joke every day. Sansa Stark introduced her family members to Cersei. "I have 4 brothers. Wouldn't you be so happy?" Cersei said enviously. Finding Cyril is a must, but Arthur himself can't go to Blackwood's territory to find a servant. If he is recognized, he can be arrested and ransomed. Besides, Cyril and his son Jon ran away secretly, so they dare not show their faces. Without the experience of living at the bottom, ordinary people can't find them. Who should I send? While Arthur was thinking, the butler Amber came in. "Sir, the pit you requested has been dug." Looking at him, Arthur suddenly thought of someone. Uncle Jules. After all, the first name he heard after crossing over was Jules from Amber's mouth. As a scoundrel who has been wandering outside for more than 20 years, Jules must have a lot of experience in this situation. "Well, I know. Now go and call Jules and Javier." Arthur ordered. Amber said yes and turned away. Let Jules go to track down Cyril alone. If he catches him, Jules will definitely run away with the money. We need to find someone skilled in martial arts to watch over him. Arthur's men, who have received formal knight martial arts training, are basically none. Even the original owner is only half-baked. In the villages of the territory, those who know a little bit of martial arts are selected as soldiers. Grey Robe Amber knows a lot of weapons, but he is only at the level of a veteran. He is probably about the same as Jules. Besides, Amber is responsible for coordinating with 9 villages, so he really can't spare time. And Javier is very suitable for Arthur's current requirements. He is the captain of the 100 soldiers lent to Arthur by Stonehenge City, and his combat ability is at least at the level of a knight. It is not a problem to control Jules. Arthur is relieved that the 2 of them will go to track down Cyril and Jon. The 3 returned quickly, and Arthur briefly introduced the task and sent 2 people off. "You only know how to order me to work." Jules was dissatisfied. He was thinking that standing guard was acceptable. He only needed to stand every day. Although it was boring, it was not dangerous. It was in line with his current mentality of seeking stability. Unexpectedly, his nephew found him a job, and he ran to the territory of Raven Tree City, which was not friendly to his family. How dangerous it was. "Find Cyril and give you a full set of plate armor, the kind produced in the West." Arthur also knew to give some sweetness. Just like hanging a carrot, you can ride a donkey all the time. Give some incentives to make Jules work. "Nephew, if you have any work in the future, just tell me. I can do it. Don't be embarrassed to ask because I am your elder." Jules patted his chest, and his eyes were different. Arthur smiled. "Change your clothes." He knew that this uncle had no resistance to armor. Maybe it was because he couldn't get a set when he was wandering and became obsessed with it. The 2 left. "Let's go. We're going to inspect the territory," Arthur said to Amber, who stayed behind. After 2 days of rest, Arthur finally decided to do something big and mobilize the people to build a strong enough village that can accommodate thousands of people. Just build it around the home castle. Considering the huge project, the Demon Mountain will come to the Red Fork River soon, which requires more than 2,000 people to work together. So Arthur planned to inspect it first to see if the people support it. Arthur can use violence to mobilize the people to work, and the Lord does have the right to let the people participate in labor for free. But Arthur is a modern man after all, and it is impossible to force them. Besides, they are tired enough to survive, and he can't bear to make them more tired. Arthur is not a black-hearted heron. The two set off with several guards. The circle of the hill, where the home castle is located, is digging a half-person deep, inverted trapezoidal pit around the hill, according to Arthur's idea. The ring pit is large enough, and the small hills surrounded by it are more than enough to accommodate thousands of people temporarily. According to his idea, a stone wall should be built half a step away from the pit. The stone part does not need to be too high, just up to a person's waist. On top, add a little wooden wall, which is enough to deal with a small army. If a large army comes, there is no defense, just run away. In the Riverlands, only Riverrun and the twins can defend against the Lannister army. The owner of the latter, the Frey family, is a relative of Lannister. The purpose of this construction is to make the enemy have to find a way to cross the pit when attacking. After crossing the pit, the half-step distance, the soldiers attacking the village can't exert their strength, and they have to face the attack from a high position. Just think about it, and you will know how difficult it is to conquer. Arthur was very satisfied with his idea. The dozens of people who dug pits on the road saw Arthur on horseback, and most of them stopped and looked at him with a smile. Many people also greeted him from a distance. Arthur also responded one by one. Because the news of him standing up for Darren had spread, the people in the territory were very supportive of Arthur. It was morning now. It was another sunny day with no clouds in the sky. The breeze from the Riverlands blew Arthur's gray-gold hair, making him look handsome and unrestrained. Gray-robed Amber followed the Lord closely, and at this moment he secretly felt that the Lord was really handsome. Forgive him for not having received enough education, and only being able to think of this word to describe the Lord. The first village was naturally the nearest riverside village. When they arrived outside the village, Arthur and his followers dismounted so that they could appear more approachable. Otherwise, riding a horse and being high above others would make the necks of the people uncomfortable. Look, it's Lord Arthur. It's the righteous Arthur. Soon, some villagers spotted them. Some came over to welcome them, while others ran to inform the village chief so that he could get ready. At this time, the adult laborers were working in the fields or workshops, and those strolling in the village were either young boys or elderly people with staggering steps. But no matter who they were, they all greeted him with a smile after knowing that this was their lord. Soon, Arthur walked to the center of the village, and a large number of people gathered around him. Many people were whispering about Arthur's heroic deeds a few days ago, and the details of various versions were different. But no matter what the story was, it seemed as if they were all there. The speaker was proud and had the pleasure of telling the story, and the listener was also proud of having such a lord. Arthur pricked up his ears to listen to the evaluation of the people on him, and he was also very proud. This feeling was just like the little red flower that the teacher gave him and the praise in front of the whole class after he did good things in kindergarten and elementary school in his previous life. He admitted that he didn't expect such a scene when he stood up for Darren at that time. He just couldn't stand the way those nobles treated the common people as livestock and insects, and then got too excited. Although he was too excited, he also offended many people from the Tully and Blackwood families. But if he were to choose again, he would still choose the same way to deal with it. Not for any reason, just for a little conscience in his chest and the hot blood surging in his body. At this time, a child came over and urinated on his cloth shoes. Because of the hot weather, leather boots and iron armor could not be worn, so Arthur wore cloth shoes and linen socks on this trip. The child's urine made him clearly feel a hint of dampness and heat coming from his feet. Arthur was stunned, looking at the naive little boy, and felt happy in his heart. As for the little things like peeing on his shoes, he didn't care. It is very auspicious for a child to urinate. He picked up the little boy, put his little head on his head, and asked, "Little guy, what's your name?" The little boy didn't answer and looked at him with brown eyes. Arthur didn't care about this kind of thing, but someone did. Gray-robed Amber hurriedly shouted, "Whose child is this? How dare you pee on the Lord's shoes? Why don't you come over and clean your shoes?" Several villagers also followed suit and scolded the little boy's parents. A panicked young woman squeezed out of the crowd, her face full of apology and fear. "I'm sorry, Lord Arthur, I'm sorry." As he spoke, he bent down to clean Arthur's shoes. "It's okay, it's okay." Arthur closed his feet so that the woman could not touch his shoes. The woman was at a loss and muttered apologies, but it was obvious that she was very uneasy with a little vibrato because her child was still in Arthur's hands. "It's okay. Doesn't this child have a name yet?" The woman nodded and felt relieved after making sure that Arthur really didn't care. "I think this bubble is quite accurate, which means that he is destined to me." Arthur teased the little boy. "Let me give him a name." "Well, let's call him Arthur, the same name as me, to commemorate this bubble. Urine." Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The woman thanked her repeatedly. Arthur held the little boy to her, and the crowd around him suddenly burst into applause. Most everyone had a better impression of Arthur. "This is for you. It's very sweet. I tasted it," came a timid female voice. Arthur felt someone tugging at his pant leg. He pretended to look around. Why can't you see anyone? Could it be the elves in the air?" This move made the villagers laugh. "Disgusting." The female voice seemed a little angry. Arthur then looked down and saw that it was a little girl holding up a peach that she had taken a bite of. "Eat it, it's very sweet." The girl insisted and handed it to him. Village Chief Jace squeezed in at this time, saw the peach that had been eaten, and shouted, "How can you give Lord Arthur a peach that he has eaten? You can't even come up with a whole peach." Arthur took a bite, and said while chewing, "Stop your ugly face. You, a village chief, are more vicious than me, a lord. Is that true?" When Jace saw Arthur was angry, he immediately put on a flattering smile and tried to explain. But Arthur didn't listen and bent down to praise the little girl's peach, which was really sweet. The villagers were even happier when they saw Jace's embarrassed look. Seeing that Arthur was so friendly to the people, they invited him to their homes one after another. Some asked Arthur to name their children, and some asked him to see a doctor. Arthur refused all the guests. The one who named him did it on the spot, the one who treated the doctor. "Arthur really can't do this. Who were you treating before?" he asked curiously. "There is no one. Sometimes I can see a doctor if I pass by a monk, but now I don't know how. The monks are all gone." Someone replied. Arthur asked Jace, "Why didn't you tell me about this situation?" Jess was stunned. "Isn't this normal? Why should I bother you?" Arthur was deeply speechless about this village chief. The village chief's functions were not fulfilled at all, and he only oppressed the common people. "When I had time, I found a reliable person and replaced him. But Jess had the right idea. They had never had anyone see a doctor, and they were used to it." Arthur carefully recalled the memories of his previous life. It seemed that in the world of Game of Thrones, only in the north where the old gods were believed, there were bachelors from big families treating civilians, like Maester Luwin of Winterfell. But in the south, where the 7 gods are believed, there are only small monks treating civilians. The bachelor's job was to see doctors and provide advice to the nobles. To be more precise, he treated the nobles. In Arthur's home castle, there are no maesters and ravens. Of course, when the original owner got sick, he always went to Shilly City to see a doctor. He didn't care about the condition of his subjects. After the dog brother Sandor Clegane was defeated by the beauty, it was a kind monk who saved him. This is also the reason why the High Sparrow, who was born as a monk in the later period, can control the wind and rain in King's Landing. They take the mass line. Arthur thought for a while and asked, "There must be a place nearby where you can pay for medical treatment, right?" "Yes, they are available at the beauty market, but they are very expensive, 1 silver deer at a time, not including the cost of medicine. If you can spend money, it will be easier." Arthur waved his hand. "Then invite him to treat you." Shilly City earned 180 gold dragons, and Brynden received nearly 3,000 gold dragons from the incident. He is very rich now, but it's very expensive. Someone sighed. "As long as it can make you healthy, what does it matter if I spend some money?" Arthur pretended a little. He turned to Amber and said, "Remember to remind me about this and ask for the monk tomorrow." Amber nodded. The crowd suddenly cheered. Seeing that the atmosphere was okay, Arthur expressed his thoughts. "Well, I'm going to build a stronghold to defend against potential enemies." Arthur didn't explicitly say it was the Magic Mountain, because no one would believe it. "My lord, are you prepared to be wary of Crowtree City? As Arthur says, we will do it. We will do whatever you ask us to do." The villagers spoke out their thoughts. Some people even speculated that the Lord was on guard against the Blackwood family. Seeing this, Arthur did not point out this statement and acquiesced. The enthusiasm and support of the villagers exceeded his imagination, and the matter was settled. What's more, it was still several months before the harvest, and there was not much work in the fields, so repairing the village would not delay things at all. The seasons in Game of Thrones are different from our 4 seasons. Summer can last for 10 years. I don't know why Martin said it this way. Amid the villagers' strong retention, Arthur and others left the riverside village and went to the next village. The remaining 8 villages were also similar, and they all strongly supported Arthur's decision. In the evening, large pieces of fire clouds floated in the sky, and the twilight cast a beautiful filter on the earth. Arthur and others rode horses in a sea of flowers and grass. Looking at the picturesque scenery around him, he sighed. My territory is so beautiful. It has always been like this. Amber said the right nonsense. Arthur continued to sigh. My people are also kind and lovely. They may be pretending. Amber said in his heart, when the tax is collected, you will know whether they are really kind and lovely or fake. Arthur ignored his words and continued to move himself. I must protect them. This is what you should do. Amber insisted on echoing the Lord's words. His lord turned back and glared at him. You'd better not interrupt me when I talk to myself. Amber nodded aggrievedly. Several people continued to move forward. Before the night established a stable rule in the sky, they returned to the castle. P.S. Please recommend and monthly tickets. Also, does anyone know the Utao Jian meme? Smirk. Amount /U0026 blade joke every day. The Swadian spy boasted to the Rodok spy. We know the size of the garrisons, the level of training, and the food reserves of all your castles. So what? The Rodok spy countered. We know when your King Harlaus plans to declare war on the Nords, the Vigirs, the Kurgits, and the Sarans. Some readers said that the combat power collapsed, but that is not the case. Because this is a system article, I did not mention some default cheats. I thought everyone knew about them, but some readers really did not understand. For a normal person, his strength fluctuates with his state. When he has a cold or diarrhea, he is definitely weaker than normal. For example, after the Horse King is infected, it is not certain whether he can beat an adult man, but the protagonist is different. The attributes of the system panel are fixed. That is to say, in theory, the protagonist is always at the peak of strength. This is where the problem arises. If the battle lasts for a long time, will the protagonist's strength decrease as his physical strength is consumed? After the protagonist is injured, will his strength decrease? After the decrease, will the system's attributes still count? After many system writers have practiced it many times, they came to a conclusion. That is, the protagonist's strength will not decrease. Otherwise, it will be very poisonous and unpleasant. In other words, a cheat with infinite physical strength is defaulted. This is the only way to avoid logical bugs. When you play Mount and Blade, if you don't lose blood, you can ride a horse and run through a large group of soldiers, and then kill them one by one. This is the reason. As for injuries, there is a default hack that locks blood for minor injuries. As for serious injuries, under normal circumstances, the protagonist cannot be seriously injured. Because he is the protagonist, bigger is here. But if the plot requires that the protagonist is seriously injured, then the attributes of the panel will be ignored. Under these 2 conditions, the protagonist is a humanoid robot powered by a nuclear reactor with unlimited stamina and minor injuries. A normal person would be exhausted after killing a few people, but the protagonist can keep on killing. Besides, the opponents are all ordinary soldiers, without masters, so they will naturally be killed one by one. And the fact that 300 people were hammered down does not mean that 300 people died, but 200 were seriously injured, because the weather in Hedgian was hot and humid, and there were no doctors to save them. When the army of the Northern Wolf family went south, the long summer ended and it was almost autumn. The time in the book was still 2 or 3 months away from this point, and the temperature was incomparable. Besides, in the Game of Thrones world, doctors are in short supply, and the meisters of each castle serve as doctors. The level of poisoning is high, and most of the treatments are done with poppy milk. There is no hope. It cannot be cured. Just drink poppy milk and wait for death. And there is another problem. The Sword of the Dawn is strong, but it is a knight who uses a sword. The Westeros soldiers, who are called by the Horse King to wear iron clothes, are all soldiers in full iron armor. In the series, there are many mistakes in armor. Robb, the King of the North, doesn't even have calf armor and iron boots. Is it possible? The effect of swords in breaking armor is far inferior to that of hammers. In the wrong spring of 281, at the tournament of Harrenhal, Prince Rhaegar defeated the fearless gossip Stan and became the first. But 2 years later, He was hammered to death by Robert Baratheon, who used a sledgehammer at the Ruby Beach. Why? On the battlefield, only those who can break armor are the gods of war. As for bows and arrows, the effect of breaking armor is not very good. As for crossbows, I have only seen the kind of crossbows with joysticks that Joffrey played with. I have not seen them being equipped on a large scale by the army. The bed crossbows and the like only appeared in the later period when shooting dragons, and they seem to be useless in the early period. After all, in the handmade era, those large crossbow arrows were very expensive, and it was not cost-effective to kill several people with one arrow. It would be cheaper to let the soldiers go up and chop them, the advantage of low human rights, so I think the combat power has not collapsed. If you have any questions, you are the main one. Stone Fence City Hall. You mean, you want me to help you find stonemasons and carpenters in my territory? Genos asked Arthur, who was sitting in front of him. Arthur nodded. That's right, but it's not just a few stonemasons and carpenters. I also need a large number of adult men to cut trees, dig pits, move stones, and a bachelor to direct the construction. It would be great if he has experience in building a city. Of course, I will pay for it. In addition, I also need to stockpile a large amount of food such as potatoes, wheat, peas, and some spices, wine, clothing, and other sundries. I hope to buy them from my uncle's territory. 3 days ago, after he mobilized the people to repair the village, he suddenly found that they could not do it alone. Not to mention that the available labor force of more than 1,000 people can only dig pits and cut trees. Not to mention the problem of building stone walls. Just coordinating the meals and accommodation of thousands of people has made Arthur and Amber busy. In the final analysis, it is just inexperienced. After getting them on the right track to dig the pit, Arthur immediately went south to seek help from the Earl of Stonehenge City. Earl Janos took a sip of wine and said leisurely, "No problem at all." He extorted 3,000 gold royals from Raven Tree City, and he was in a good mood during this period. After thinking about it, the Earl said, "I can also issue an order to let some masters and apprentices in the workshops in my territory help you, free of charge. Adult males are not a problem. Do you want dozens or 100 or 200? Arthur answered sincerely, "About 2,000, 1 month's work." Janos almost lost his glass. "Are you going to renovate the family castle? 2,000 adult males, even in his earldom with a population of 100,000, is not a small number. No, it's to build a bigger fortress so that my subjects can come in and take refuge when war breaks out, so the workload is a bit larger." Janos liked this distant nephew even more after hearing this. "Don't worry, as long as the people of Raventree City dare to retaliate against your territory, I will send troops to stab their asses." He subconsciously thought that Arthur was guarding against the Blackwood family. Arthur did not correct Janos's misunderstanding. No one could have imagined the political direction of Westeros in the next few months. The alliance between the North and the Riverlands had no real contradiction with the Lannisters in the West, except that the two families held hostages against each other. If Eddard Stark had not been beheaded by Joffrey and stupid Robb had not claimed the throne, I am afraid that after the little devil came back, Tywin would be happy to make peace with the two families. There are always many fools. If Robb had a little bit of the heart of his ancestor, King Torrhen Stark, he would not have thought of claiming the throne. Because of these factors, the entire Riverlands became the worst-hit kingdom in the War of the Five Kings. Farmers were displaced. The food they had accumulated over the years was robbed by various troops as military rations, and the villages were burned to the ground. Even the Wolf family, which Arthur liked more, never restricted the looting behavior of the Northern Army in the Riverlands. It can only be said that there are few good people among these nobles. Thank you for your great assistance. Arthur took the wine glass handed over by the manservant and took a sip. Very good wine. Although he thought the wine was ordinary, he still praised it against his conscience. After all, he was asking for help. "If you can stay in Stonehenge City for a few days, I can call Benji, a bachelor from Allen City. He has experience in building cities and meets your requirements." After thinking for a while, Genos gave his suggestion. The Vance family in Allen City is a strong branch of the Vance family in the city of Journey, and also has the title of Earl. It has always had a good relationship with Stonehenge City. That would be great, but I have to go to your territory to buy things, and I don't have time to accompany you. This Benji, please recruit him here. I will pay him enough salary. That's not necessary. The Earl waved his hand. Allen City owes me several favors. Let their meisters work for you for free. Although he didn't understand why Genos was so enthusiastic, Arthur accepted and expressed his gratitude. The Earl emphasized again. 2,000 adult men. I can also issue an order to ensure that you get people who are truly capable and can work. You just need to provide food and lodging. Thank you very much. Arthur felt more and more that something was fishy. These two conditions are not small favors, and I don't know what Genos wants to do. As for craftsmen, carpenters, and so on, I have many workshops under my name. Let's do this. I'll let Hendry take you to various villages in the afternoon, and you can choose from them. The total number of masters and apprentices should not exceed 200. Another big favor, you know, if 200 people in the workshop leave their jobs, it will stop a lot of ongoing work, which is a big loss. Arthur was even a little afraid to accept it, in case the Earl made some strange requests, but in order to build a defensive stockade, he had to accept it. I'm really sorry to make you so. Before Arthur finished his words of thanks, he was interrupted by Jonos. No big deal. The owner of Stonehenge suddenly came closer, and his aging face came into Arthur's sight. If you can tie up Braywood's people again, I will give you more help. Arthur was shocked. You mean to let me tie up Brynden again? This is not a trivial matter. If Arthur does this again, no matter whether he is right or wrong, he may not be able to survive on the north bank of the Red Fork River. Atilda Genos dragged out a long sound in his throat. How can you catch a sheep and fleece it? Old Tyros has 3 sons and 1 daughter, the second son Lucas, the third son Horst, and the daughter Bethany, all of whom can be kidnapped. Of course, I don't want you to focus on kidnapping, but just want you to pay attention to this matter. If you have the chance, go to his family. I will back you up. Arthur agreed very readily. Anyway, it's not a mandatory requirement, so don't worry about it. A few months later, the War of the 5 Kings will start. Who will remember such a small matter? After finalizing the details, Genos, Arthur, Hendry, and Genos' daughter Jane had lunch together. In the afternoon, accompanied by Hendry, Arthur went to more than a dozen large villages and successfully selected 200 craftsmen in the workshop, including experienced masters and a certain number of apprentices. He will take these people back to the riverside village first, and then come back to receive 2,000 laborers. Of course, he would also purchase a large amount of food and daily necessities at the same time, and let these laborers carry them to his territory. At night, Stonehenge. This Arthur is too much of a fuss. Hendry complained to his uncle when he returned to his home castle. Isn't it just a small territory? Why is it so troublesome? Jonos didn't care about his nephew's complaint. They are guarding against big families like Blackwood, so there is nothing wrong with doing this. That can't be prepared as if the 7 kingdoms are going to fight a war. After all, he has been staying in his small castle for too long and has no experience. He just had a fight with Raventree City, and he is so nervous and panic-stricken. The Earl nodded and agreed with Hendry's point of view. That's true. Lord Eddard and King Robert are young and strong, and the days of peace will last for a long time. Arthur's reaction is too much. Of course, I support him to do this. I will never oppose any action that can fight against Raventree City. The stone walls of Stonehenge recorded their words. Soon they will regret their stupidity and praise Arthur's foresight. I have never seen such love for the people in my life. Benji said to Arthur. He was a standard bachelor, wearing a formal gray robe and a necklace with a bachelor's emblem. It is said that people who are familiar with this kind of necklace can tell the rank of the owner. The original owner's family did not employ or come into contact with many bachelors, so Benji's rank could not be seen from the necklace. I just treat them as human beings. Arthur responded lightly. It has been 10 days since Benji arrived. After he took over the command, the project suddenly became standardized and orderly. The ring pit has been excavated for half a month, and the wall is also being dug simultaneously. The outline of the stockade Arthur envisioned has already taken shape. The design of the ring pit was supported by Benji, and he also added a few points. That is, the ground between the stone wall and the ring pit can be piled up a little more inclined. Just enough to stand, but not to use strength. And in the ring pit, dead water is introduced, mixed with soft soil, and made into mud. The pit was also dug a little deeper, about 1.5 meters deep. In this case, once the soldiers in armor fall into it, They can't get out without the help of outsiders. Arthur also thinks that this kind of mud pit in the moat is stronger than his original idea. After all, intellectuals are more malicious. The 2,000 adult men promised by Earl Jonos have also arrived. They are carrying large stones from the river every day and transforming them into suitable shapes under the command of stonemasons. The whole village is large enough to accommodate 3,000 people for food, drink, defecation, and urination. In order to ensure drinking water and hygiene, Arthur also ordered 10 wells to be dug and dozens of toilets to be built. Of course, a large number of wooden houses were built around Arthur's castle. The most common tall tree in the river is the beech tree. This is a deciduous tree that can reach a height of 30 meters and is a good material for making furniture. The workshops along the 3 rivers use the wood of this tree to make handicrafts that are popular in the 7 countries. Of course, beech trees are also used to build wooden houses and repair the walls of the stockade. Then you keep an eye on it. I'll go and see how the new recruits are training. I'm happy to serve you, Lord Arthur. After Arthur said goodbye to Benji, he went to the training ground around the castle. Here, Amber was letting the newly recruited militia get familiar with their weapons, the half-sword. After Arthur proposed to build the stockade, he recruited 50 militiamen in the name of strengthening the defense of the territory. They were all strong men selected from various villages. These people did not participate in the construction of the stockade, but only trained with several elite soldiers who assisted Amber and Bracken every day. Let Amber organize it. It was really that Arthur had no one under his command. You can't let the guest soldiers manage it, right? As for the armor, there is no armor yet, and Arthur needs to think of a way. He hasn't made up his mind yet whether to rob some or go out and find a great noble to buy it. He did get a batch of weapons. 100 half-swords from the beauty market. This most common knight sword in Westeros is also called a one-handed sword, a handguard sword, or a single-handed mixed sword. According to the development of weapons in the previous life, this was the mainstream weapon in the late Middle Ages in Western Europe. The product features are the integration of the stabbing of the knight's sword, the slashing and slashing of the two-handed sword, and the classic of the long sword. There are no obvious disadvantages, nor are there any outstanding advantages. The main focus is on balance. Thanks to the extremely popular knight culture in Westeros, the weapons equipped by the army are also knighted. In addition to the half-handed sword, the infantry are generally equipped with round shields, knight sword shields, dual shields, and other shields. The concave shield used for lances will not be equipped in large quantities by the army. What Arthur couldn't understand was why no lord in this land liked to give soldiers weapons such as lances and spears. For small-scale battles, the combination of shield and sword is indeed more suitable. With a slightly larger number of people, the combination of lances and battle formations is obviously advantageous. And no army likes to equip a large number of crossbows. Whether it is arm-drawn crossbows, waist-drawn crossbows, leg-drawn crossbows, or King Joffrey's rocker crossbows and bed crossbows, there are not a large number of troops equipped with them. As for crossbows, in addition to plate armor, chain mail and halberd armor can break through the defense. Leather armor, cloth armor, etc. Bows and arrows can break through the defense and cause casualties. Arthur guessed that this abnormal development of weapons was influenced by the dragons of the Targaryen family. As long as a dragon appears, it is an overwhelming advantage, and ordinary soldiers can't influence the situation at all. In this abnormal atmosphere, the long spears and crossbows that should have been developed have all stagnated. Only the armor has been updated and developed to the level of plate armor. Ordinary soldiers have become the security brigade and noble bodyguards, with a function of collecting taxes at most. Arthur wondered whether he should discuss with Benji to see if he could get some long spears, crossbows, etc., to equip his troops. "My lord, our training business is booming." A recruit said to him. They are called recruits, but on Arthur's troop panel they are called peasant soldiers. After he carefully studied the panel, he came up with the upgrade path of an ordinary soldier. There are 5 levels in total. Taking the Hedgian soldiers as an example, the first level is the unarmored peasant soldiers, then recruits, veterans, warriors, and shield-carrying heavy infantry. The 100 elite soldiers who assisted in the defense of Shilly City are at the level of 3rd-level veterans, and Amber is also a veteran. The previous 35 were shown as second-level recruits. After knowing this, Arthur was deeply shocked. Among the soldiers who truly belonged to him, there was only one veteran soldier, and the rest were recruits and unarmored peasant soldiers. It seemed that they had not been trained or fought. With this little strength now, they could not go out to fight to upgrade their soldiers, so Arthur could only order them to increase their training intensity every day. Continue training. The Lord responded. Amber, you also practice. Arthur saw the steward standing in front and ordered. Now all the soldiers under his command had to be trained by him. Amber had a bitter face and reluctantly joined the training team and was guided by the elite soldiers who assisted in the defense to practice sword dancing. After watching a twisted sword dance, Arthur returned to the site of the fort to supervise the progress. Both Arthur's subjects and the laborers on the south bank were working very hard. He couldn't find a typical lazy person. Ah, this boring life of a lord. There wasn't even a maid in black silk in the castle, and Arthur really felt a little bored. He now understood why the king and the great nobles held a tournament to attract knights and nobles from all over the continent. Because staying in one's own territory was too boring. Not everyone married wives like Marquis Walder Frey. And Arthur himself, no noble around him was willing to marry his precious daughter to him. Just when he was bored, someone came over. We found Cyril's trace. Uncle Jules, you are really a talent. Arthur gave a thumbs up and praised. Javier and he disguised themselves and went to the north to look for Cyril and his son John. After nearly 20 days, they finally found them. Needless to say, it was hard and tortuous, but they found them anyway. Looking at Javier's tired face, you can tell that it must not be easy. Jules confirmed that they were hiding in a farm near the beauty market, protected by a group of gamblers. Because they were so many, Jules and Javier had to come back to get reinforcements. Arthur guessed that Cyril and his son were actually detained by the gamblers. It's just that I don't know if the gamblers know that they have a huge sum of 700 gold dragons. This matter must be solved quickly, otherwise Master Spinach will not be able to hold the money. By then, Cyril and John will be found, but Arthur's money will be gone, which is not good. Pick 5 elite soldiers who are strong and skilled in martial arts, and we will set off now. Arthur ordered Javier. Javier received the order and left. Jules looked at Arthur eagerly, with a childlike look on his face. Don't worry, your armor will not be missing, but it is not available now. When we have time, we will go to King's Landing to pick a good set, and also give me a big sword and a bigger hammer. Arthur said so. Jules looked at his nephew with contempt and left angrily without saying a word. Arthur did not mean that he would definitely buy it next time, but it was really impossible to buy it now. If armor could be bought in a small country town like the beauty market, the entire Westeros continent would not be far from chaos. After some preparation, the 8 people set off and rode to their destination. Looking at the white-haired old man sitting in the corner in front of him with a dagger stuck in his stomach, Arthur actually felt a little sorry for him. After galloping for an afternoon and half a night, they arrived at the farm. Coincidentally, the gamblers all went out to have fun. Unfortunately, Cyril had been stabbed with a dagger and was waiting in dismay, and there was not a single copper coin in the entire farm. Where is your son, John? Where's my money? Tell me quickly. Arthur shouted, but pity is just an idea. The lost golden dragon is real. The original owner probably died because of Cyril. Of course, he will not be soft-hearted. The light of the torch reflected the coagulated blood on the ground. The old man slowly opened his eyes and saw Arthur and the soldiers behind him. He said weakly, "It's you, little master." Because Cyril had experienced 2 generations of Arthur's father and Arthur, he called Arthur little master to distinguish between father and son. Why are you still using honorifics now? Do you want to win sympathy? Don't think I will forgive you. Arthur certainly didn't buy it. He was a cruel man, and he would hit the most evil servants hard. I'm sorry, He pressed his wound and tried to stop the bleeding, although he knew it was futile. I'm really sorry for stealing your money. I was confused when I poisoned you. I shouldn't have done that. Cyril admitted something in a fragmentary manner, but Arthur didn't want to hear it at all. Where are my money and my gold dragons? Tell me. John took them away. He took them to gamble. Cyril looked unhappy, not knowing whether he was regretful or in pain. Look, aren't I going to give him another blow? Arthur asked Javier beside him. I don't think it's necessary. He's not far from death. Javier disagreed. I think it's better to give him another blow so that the old man won't get better after we leave. Because the family's 700 gold dragons were stolen, Jules also disliked Cyril. My dear, you are an upright man like your father. Can you listen to my confession, so that I, a sinner, can feel better when I die? Cyril asked weakly. Seeing that he was dying, the Lord no longer wanted to make up for his sword. Why should I listen to your nonsense? Arthur ignored him and turned to ask Jules, where should we go to find John? It's better to stay here. These gamblers have only this one place to go. They will come back sooner or later. They should be in the casino in the beauty market now. There are soldiers stationed there at night. It's not easy for us to go in. Jules suggested. Arthur affirmed his uncle's opinion. Then let's rest here. I feel very tired after riding all the way, let alone you. The others heard Arthur's order and went to find a comfortable place to rest for a while. When the gamblers come back, there will be a fierce battle. It's not okay if you don't adjust your state. Arthur also found a chair to sit down. He was a bit burdened by the Lord now, and he didn't want to sleep on the ground like the soldiers. I grew up with your father, Cyril was mumbling in a low voice. Arthur wanted to go over and punch him twice to make him shut up. But Cyril's miserable appearance also made Arthur give up this idea. Why bother with the dead? Yes, in Arthur's heart, this is a dead person. Cyril didn't care whether the little adults were listening or not, and kept talking intermittently. The biological clock also made Arthur unable to sleep, and he actually listened to Cyril's words. In general, one sentence can summarize the life of this old man. Don't despise the poor young, don't despise the poor middle-aged, and don't despise the poor old. There may be follow-ups such as the dead are the greatest, the tears of the tomb robbers, and the shaking heads of the White Walkers in the future. When I accepted the mediocrity of my parents and myself, I did not accept the mediocrity of my son John, so. Cyril began to tell about John again, and Arthur actually listened carefully. Well, this is also a tragedy. He actually felt a little sympathy for the old man. Cyril and Arthur's fathers grew up together, one a nobleman and the other a servant. Although Arthur's father was not bad to Cyril, Cyril was a bit disobedient. But there is no way. The origin has been decided. Coincidentally, the two had a son almost in the same year, so Cyril had another idea. If you can't do it yourself, your son can do it. So he saved money for his son John to study with monks, and also asked his son to go to the beauty market to practice martial arts with free knights. Unfortunately, not all monks are good, and not all free knights, also known as wandering knights, are good people. John soon became a bad learner and fell into a bad state. In comparison, the original owner was much more glamorous. He was tall, handsome, and well-behaved. The father also actively saved money for his son. This caused Cyril to suffer deeply. His parents are inferior to humans, he himself is inferior to humans, and his son is inferior to humans. What's even more painful is that Arthur's father was very kind to him and John. Even if he hits me twice or scolds me twice, I will still hate him and these damn nobles. After John did something wrong and was caught, it was Arthur's father who intervened and got him back. Every time Arthur's father did something kind to them, every time it was like a needle stuck in Cyril's heart, until the death of the old lord. But Mr. Lau is so kind and upright, but I can't find a single memory that can make me hate him. I'm really confused. I don't know why my life is like this. I don't know who to hate. Originally, I will be like this for the rest of my life, and I will continue to serve you until I die of old age. But the money owed by John is getting more and more. I don't want to steal your little lord's things to mend John's hole. John is an idle bad guy. But he is my son after all. When he said that his hand would be chopped off if he didn't pay back the money, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done this. When I heard that you were still alive, I felt less guilty. John took some money to pay off the debt. I wanted to return the rest to you, but I didn't expect that John stabbed me and took away the golden dragon. After telling me, I feel I can feel more at ease when I die. Little sir, I know that our father and son have sinned deeply and cannot be forgiven. I beg you to let my son die happily. This may be the only thing I can do for him. Cyril's words made Arthur feel a little uncomfortable. Was Cyril wrong to steal the golden dragon? He was indeed wrong. Cyril was right to hope that his son would become a dragon. He just hoped that his son could become a talent. However, since the aristocracy controlled most of the resources, the common people had no chance to get ahead, like the way of studying in the history of Daxia in the previous life, then becoming an official after learning well. joining the army, then being awarded a title for outstanding military exploits, or even self-castration, entering the palace to serve the emperor and his empress to improve the class. There are almost no ways in Westeros. Even the two well-known low-born octopus spider Earl Varys and the finance minister Petter Baelish were not real commoners. Varys has dragon blood, and he is probably a descendant of the Blackfyre family, a branch of the Targaryen family's illegitimate sons. And Littlefinger Baelish is an aristocrat with a clear genealogy and clear territory, although he was a little shabby when he was a child. Besides, Littlefinger has always represented the interests of the emerging business class on the east coast of Westeros, and there are many small nobles in the valley who have financial resources, but no status to support him. Of course, this kind of small noble should be called new lord, new noble, to distinguish it from the old nobles who only occupy the territory, similar to the concept of new money and old money. And the mercenary Bronn and the Onion Knight, Davos, all fought for their lives, and such examples can be counted on one hand in the whole continent. The real civilians in Westeros have almost no way to be promoted except to wear black clothes to be night watchmen and run to the citadel to carry feces and urine pots for the senior meisters. Born as civilians all their lives, without surnames, family emblems, family languages, and knights fighting for them. No opportunity to receive education, no opportunity to receive Meister's medical treatment, no opportunity to pursue equality. The degree of class solidification is comparable to that of a slave society. Cyril was silent for a long time. Arthur walked over with a torch and saw that the old man tilted his head and stared, and he was dead. Alas, I hope you will be born into a good family in your next life. Arthur could only wish him this. After closing the old man's eyes, he also sat on the chair and squinted for a while. They are back. The sleeping Arthur was awakened by Jules. The Lord picked up the sledgehammer and prepared to start. A moment of sentimentality would not limit his performance. It was almost dawn, and it was getting brighter outside, but the room was still dark enough to cover his vision. The 8 people hid by the wall, waiting for the gamblers to come in. Arthur and Javier agreed to let this professional officer give the order to attack. After all, Arthur only had amazing combat power, and his command had not been put into actual combat. According to Jules's information, there were about 9 spinach monks, 6 armored veterans plus Javier, and the hammer god Arthur, which was enough to deal with them. Arthur had to slow down his movements to avoid leaving no one alive after a few hammers. Tamad, we have such bad luck today. John, your money has made us lose a lot again. You won't mind, will you? How could that be? Making my brothers happy is the greatest meaning of my golden dragon. Is your old man okay? If he dies, he dies. Who cares about a maggot in the basement? Just listening to the sporadic conversations outside, Arthur's blood pressure has risen. That's my money, my golden dragon, he shouted silently. Creaky till the wooden door trembled and opened, and 2 people walked in, followed by 7 people, and half a day later the last person came in. After making sure there was no sound outside, Javier ordered the attack. Ouch, the shadow can hit people. I don't owe the casino money. Why would someone come to collect debts? Sir, this night, hit my butt gently. My asshole is still useful. In a few breaths, the 10 defenseless people lay on the ground. Arthur just broke the leg of a spinach monk, and the battle was over. The Lord looked back and forth and finally found John. He was closest to the door, and it seemed that he was the last one to come in. Where is my golden dragon? Arthur asked. John was beaten hard, dizzy, squinting his eyes and looking at it for a long time before recognizing that this was his lord. 7 gods, how did you find this place? John did not answer Arthur's words, but screamed in horror. After giving a look to the soldiers around him, Arthur sat on the chair and watched the soldiers hit John hard a few times. Don't hit, I'll tell you. After the soldiers stopped moving their feet, John took a breath and said, There are some in my shoes and some in my arms. Huh. Arthur was furious. Where are the rest? He keenly noticed the problem, because although the golden dragon is small, hundreds of them together are not small, and there are not many in the shoes and arms. It seems to be only a few dozen. Some of the remaining money went to gambling debts, some was used to make my brothers happy, and some was lost last night. John groaned as he answered. The soldier quickly searched John for all the gold royals, about 30 or 40. 700, that's all you have left. How did you spend it? Because of the abundance of resources, the per capita cost of living in Hedgian is very low. A civilian can fill his stomach with a few copper coins a day. Arthur mobilized more than 3,000 people to work, but they only ate 2 or 3 gold royals a day. This was the amount of money that Arthur ordered to add chicken and mutton to each meal in order to make the farmers work harder. More than 600 gold royals. It is impossible for 10 gamblers to spend them all in nearly a month. Even if they just lost the bet, they couldn't lose so much. Because the beauty market is a market for civilians, the gambling money can't be too big. If there is really someone who throws a few gold royals, he will be noticed by the owner of the beauty market, the Ward family. The Ward family is a wealthy knight, loyal to the Tully family, but has a good relationship with the nearby Blackwood family. When such a wealthy person appears in the market, a nouveau rich like Ward must try to curry favor with him. But they are here well, which means that their spending has not attracted attention. That is, they didn't spend much. Search them too. The soldiers received the order and began to search them. "My lord, we really don't have any money, just what John has." "You beat John, why beat us?" The other 9 people didn't reveal any useful information. Except for some copper coins, nothing was found. Arthur looked at John, who was closest to the door, and suddenly remembered that he was walking at the end. It must be something fishy. He asked Jules to take a gambler to the yard and then started beating him. The screams continued, which was really sad and tearful. When the gambler in the yard couldn't even groan, Arthur took him to the wilderness outside the yard. Jules followed him out. It was far enough that the people in the room could definitely not hear what was said. "Where is the rest of the money?" The gambler's face, which was beaten into a pig's head, showed a trace of surprise, and then immediately pretended to be confused. "Master, I don't know what you are talking about. I don't need you to tell me." Arthur had a bottom line in his heart. "Watch him, I'll be back soon." The one who hid the golden dragon must be John. It's hard to say how many people know the location, but others must know that John hid the golden dragon. That's enough. There are no sheep near their farm. Arthur was about to leave to torture John, but heard Jules say this. Arthur was puzzled. "You might as well make it clearer." Jules showed a look of understanding and smiled greasily. "I have made it clear enough." The young lord was stunned and suddenly understood what his uncle meant. "It's you who noticed this detail. Sheep is a symbol of evil in the West. The reason is very simple. Some people use sheep to do bad things, and when they are found out, they lie that they were seduced by sheep. So a kind of tacit understanding was reached, that sheep are the devil walking in the world." And Jules suddenly mentioned this to make Arthur pay attention to something. Suddenly remembering what the 10 gamblers said outside the house, he had an idea in his mind. John is probably a weak man with many tricks. Maybe the other 9 are all the same. If John's favorite gambler is caught, will the whereabouts of the golden dragon soon be revealed? He walked into the farm, entered the room, and began to test. "Whoever I point to, I will drag him out to be beaten," Arthur announced. The spinach monks on the ground shouted instantly. "Master, I don't have money." "Stop beating, the money is in John's hands." Although John was beaten black and blue, he was in good spirits. After a while, Arthur found a clue. Whenever he pointed to 2 people, John would do some small movements, such as blinking frequently and swallowing saliva. "It's you too. Drag them out, and beat them to death as long as they can't be beaten to death." The 2 soldiers received the order and dragged the 2 designated people out. Arthur moved a chair and sat next to John. "Where's the money? Where's my golden dragon?" John rolled his eyes and didn't answer. Soon, a scream of pain that shook the sky rang out outside the house. "John, tell me, someone is going to die." "Master, it was John's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Master, it has nothing to do with me. Do you think our lives are so unimportant? I love you in vain." At first, John could still hold on and pretend to be calm, but gradually his expression became tormented and ferocious, as if he was wearing a mask of pain, until he couldn't help it anymore. "Let them stop. I'll hand over your golden dragon." The servant's son shouted like this. After Arthur asked the soldiers to stop, he looked up and said, "Tell me, where is it?" "In the cowshed behind the house, there is an empty stone slab, and the golden dragon is hidden under it." Arthur asked Javier and the remaining soldiers to watch over the spinach monks, and he and the 2 people outside the house went to find the golden dragon. After getting the hint, the golden dragons wrapped in cowhide bags soon appeared in front of Arthur. And there were some extra gains: leather shoulder pads, exquisite purses, black velvet cloaks, and other unrelated carry-on items. "You too count them." Soon the two soldiers counted their own piles, and the total was 655. Adding the more than 30 in the house, the total was more than 680. That is to say, these gamblers spent nearly 20 gold dragons in a month. It only cost 1 gold dragon to cultivate land for a young girl. Arthur converted it and saw 20 young girls in front of him being harassed by these gamblers. He was furious. We have to teach them a lesson. Arthur grabbed a handful of gold dragons and stuffed them into his purse and threw one to each of the two soldiers. Thank you, Lord Arthur. You can be driven by me from now on, and I will never say no. They are guest soldiers of Shilly City, and they have to be given some benefits from time to time. Now there are so many gold dragons. If Arthur takes out a silver deer and throws it to them, and then they go back and tell their companions. I am afraid that when the war starts, few guest soldiers will be willing to fight for Arthur sincerely. As a lord, in addition to showing his kindness to his subordinates, he also needs to let them get benefits in a timely manner. Benefits are the most stable glue for power. After letting the two hold the cowhide bags and unexpected gains, the three returned to the house. There are a lot of good things. Where did you steal them from? Arthur asked after giving each of the remaining guest soldiers a gold royal. Jon looked at the personal belongings held by the soldiers. This is definitely not stolen. Please believe that I just didn't pay, or I haven't paid until now. Ah, you have a lot of problems. Arthur sighed. Instructing your father to steal the Lord's money is disloyalty. Killing others is unkind. Killing your own father is unfilial. Stealing other people's things is unjust. These 4 points are enough to sentence you to death, right? Jon, lying on the ground, was stunned at first, then sneered. You nobles are really hypocritical. Just kill if you want to. Why so much nonsense? He was still in pain all over his body and could hardly move. But after hearing Arthur's hypocritical words, he turned his head and sneered to express his contempt. Why, you are not convinced. Doesn't what I said make sense? Jon rolled his eyes. Yes, it makes sense. Your words have your noble reason, but not our common people's reason. Ah, you are a gangster and you still have reason. Tell me, what is your common people's reason? If you can sleep with me, I will let you see the 7 gods with a hammer. Otherwise, you will be lying in bed for 7 days and 7 nights before you die. Arthur said so. Jon was jealous and disgusted with the Lord's words. If I had a monk as a teacher, a gray robe amber as a coach, a master's scholar to treat illness, and people to help you work, I could grow up like you and make people envy me, but I don't have that. I only have a father who lives in the basement and works as a dog for the nobles. Arthur thought for a while. Even if you are not as good as others, you can't complain about the world like this. Didn't your father try his best to make you a better person? Didn't he ask you to find monks and wandering warriors to learn? Cyril didn't ask you to hang out with gamblers. Find a monk to teach me how to lick someone's asshole, and find a wandering warrior to teach me how to stick my ass out, right? That's better. I can't afford it. Jon said sarcastically. What's funny is that the gambler you despise in your mouth and look down on in your heart is the best person to me in the whole river, not the monks and wandering warriors. Arthur was a little surprised. It turned out that he was treated like that when he was a child. No wonder he was like this. But you can't kill your father. He really treats you well. He has a bad life. Why should he force unnecessary efforts on me? It's such a simple truth that a salted fish will still be a salted fish after a turn. Jon said hurriedly, as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. Arthur thought about it and agreed. There's really no way for civilians in Westeros to be promoted. In peacetime, they are fat sheep for the lords to fleece. They can't run away. After all, other places in the continent are like this, and there is no security guarantee in the eastern continent of Essos. Jon took a break for a while and felt that the pain in his body was not so severe. He said slowly, Before you make hypocritical criticisms, let's see if he has such a superior family conditions as you. Although he didn't hurt anymore, Jon suddenly caught a glimpse of his father's body. The basement servant who wanted his son to be successful was lying in the corner at this moment. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed to still be staring at his son. At this moment, the child from another family, the child that his father always compared himself with, was using their noble thinking to humiliate himself before he died. In the next life, I want to be a father and let Cyril be my son, so that he can see how I educate my children. Jon thought so. You'd better let me die quickly and end my life with one hammer so as not to dirty your eyes and ears. Arthur couldn't think of a rebuttal to Jon's words, so he raised the sledgehammer and hit it with one blow. The other gamblers were silent. "Sir, are you going to kill them?" Javier asked. "We don't have so many people. Take them back. At least there are 9 adult men who can still move stones." The Lord, who was not in a good mood, ordered this. "Thank you for your magnanimity." "7 gods bless you." The remaining spinach monks expressed their gratitude. The 8 people quickly packed up, put the gamblers who couldn't walk on the ox cart, and took the other gamblers back to the Moulin Rouge. After all, this is the territory of the Ward family, and the territory of Blackwood is not far away. It is not very safe for Arthur to stay here for a long time. Most of the money was recovered, but Arthur did not relax. He is a soul with normal values who has received 9 years of compulsory education. Although he sometimes wants to live the addiction of the Lord, he has no intention of bullying the people as slaves. However, the peasants who have no way to be promoted are not much different from serfs in nature. Arthur felt that this conflicted with his own thinking, but he was powerless to change it. He is just a small lower-level nobleman. How can he change the social form of the entire Westeros continent? What he can do is to better fulfill his lord's obligations and better protect his more than 2,000 people. This way he will not let down the taxes they pay. Baron Arthur Bracken level. 5 experience. 3,265/4,000 strength. 17 agility. 12 intelligence. 7 charm. 9 skills. Iron Bones 4, Power Attack 7, Power Throw 1, Power Bow 1, Weapon Mastery 2, Shield Defense 0, Running 2, Riding 4, Horse Archery 0, Looting 0, Coaching 0, Tracking 0, Tactics 1, Guide 0, Scouting 0, Healing 0, Surgery 0, First Aid 0, Engineering 0, Persuasion 1, Prisoner Management 1, Command 3, Trading 0, Weapon Proficiency. One-handed weapons 74, two-handed weapons 125, pole weapons 77, bows 31, crossbows 31, throwing 31. The experience gained from the quest to find Cyril brought him to level 5. The attribute points gained from the upgrade continued to be added to agility, 2 skill points, 1 for prisoner management and 1 for running, and weapon points continued to be added to two-handed weapons. After skillfully adding points, Arthur put away the panel. His strength has reached 17. According to Arthur's experience, almost no ordinary person can resist his great strength. In other words, Arthur's strength is enough to reach the level of the famous knights in Westeros. But there may still be a gap from the mountain. Anyway, he has to keep improving. The good news is that the training of Arthur's troops will also bring him experience, so the speed of upgrading will be faster. It was already noon, and the group found an inn and prepared to eat. The 9 gamblers also came in with their hands tied, and the horses and ox carts were fed with grass by the store. If a few more copper coins were given, the store would be happy to add some soybeans, wheat, corn, soybeans, and other concentrated feed to the grass. The products of the river land are so abundant that cattle and horses can eat better. Arthur threw 10 copper coins to the waiter and asked them to serve their mounts. The waiter took it quickly and said okay, and went out to add concentrated feed later. With his eyes that had seen all kinds of people, he could naturally tell that these were the elite soldiers of Shilly City. The horses outside were definitely not skinny horses for plowing, but fat war horses. Such guests must be served well. Because it was a small inn in the countryside, it could not serve whatever dishes were ordered, but had to look at the inn's menu today. The best food was roasted lamb chops with black pepper. There were 8 portions marked on the menu board, just enough for 8 people. The staple food was vermicelli with green sauce, 1 portion each for the gamblers and soldiers. "Madam, 8 portions of roasted lamb chops with black pepper, 17 portions of vermicelli with green sauce." The soldiers had a big appetite, so it was normal to order an extra portion of vermicelli. The gamblers were captives, so they could not eat good things like roasted lamb chops. It was Arthur's kindness to give them vermicelli with green sauce. "Okay, sir. Wait a moment." The lady boss replied cheerfully. Arthur's tall and handsome appearance shows that he is a son of a noble family. The fully armored soldiers around him further proved the judgment of the proprietress. Originally, such noble children rarely came to her in to rest. However, due to the recent rumors that the king is about to hold a grand tournament for his new prime minister, and the champion prize is as high as tens of thousands of gold dragons, Many wandering warriors and free riders have gone to King's Landing to try their luck. Of course, there are also bards, female workers, and thieves and vendors who follow. There are also many noble children, so the proprietress is not surprised. This is why there are luxurious foods such as roast lamb chops these days. Usually, she would worry about not being able to sell out the chicken in the store, but these days she doesn't have to worry about business at all. Of course, she selectively ignored the 9 gangster-like people with their hands tied. The affairs of the nobles are not for the common people to ask. Even if there are strange habits, it's up to the masters, as long as it doesn't affect themselves. Wait, leave the black pepper grilled lamb chops for us. Let them eat the noodles. Just as the proprietress turned around, a voice came from the door of the store. She turned around and found 5 or 6 people walking in. The leader was wearing a thin, bright yellow silk shirt and trousers, boots of the same color, and a knight's sword on his waist. At first glance, he was a real rich noble. Compared with the tall and handsome man who asked for lamb chops before, this one looked like his family had a higher title. But sir, this lord came first. She didn't dare to agree to this person, nor did she dare to refuse openly. Both sides were nobles, and she couldn't afford to offend anyone. Just serve me the grilled lamb chops, don't worry about anything else. In the Riverlands, anyone who sees my purple background and silver eagle logo will choose to bow to me. The proprietress had no choice. The nobles here were more stubborn. She had to run to Arthur, who was already seated, and asked, "Sir, the adults over there want to eat grilled lamb chops. Can you please give way?" Arthur had already noticed the man in bright yellow clothes. Seeing him so arrogant, he couldn't help but sneer. "I came here first, and I ordered the grilled lamb chops first. How can I give way? Go tell him that I'm going to eat this grilled lamb chops." The man in bright yellow clothes also heard what was said here, and his attitude became even tougher. "Go tell this little noble who came from an unknown village that I, Patrick, don't care about these things. The grilled lamb chops must go into my mouth." Both of them could hear each other's words, but they had to use the proprietress as a middleman to pass the message. This scene seemed a bit funny and childish. Arthur was about to respond again, when Javier, who was sitting next to him, whispered to him, "This should be Patrick Mallister, the heir of Seaside City. It is said that they are arrogant and conceited. Don't offend them." Arthur turned his head and looked at Javier up and down. "I didn't expect you to be such a person. We are right. Why are you afraid? He will eat this lamb chop today, and no one can help. It is not in Arthur's character to let the proprietress pass the message. It is meaningless to embarrass a civilian." He turned around and stared at this young Master Patrick. "You'd better not make me angry. The grilled lamb chops are ours." As he said, he touched his sledgehammer. If the young man didn't give in, he would give them a severe lesson. Patrick stood up, and Arthur thought he was going to fight, so he held the sledgehammer in his hand and slowly raised it. Unexpectedly, Patrick just opened his mouth and looked straight at Arthur's face. This look made him very uncomfortable, but also a little familiar. Thinking carefully, he had this feeling in the eyes of the 9 gamblers. "He looked at me but didn't say anything. What does that mean?" Arthur didn't know what to do, so he asked the people around him. Jules smiled greasy. "Isn't it obvious? They are in love." Arthur's uncle's smile made him feel goosebumps all over, because in the morning, Jules had this smile when he reminded him about the sheep. This is definitely not a good thing. Javier also said to Arthur, "You should have confidence in your appearance. This is a face that men and women can't resist." The end result was that Arthur had all the lamb chops, while the 6 Mallisters ordered the inferior boiled chicken. After seeing Arthur's handsomeness, Patrick took the initiative to make concessions and apologize. What Arthur didn't expect was that the so-called proud heir of Haejeong City actually ran to his table to eat together. "We are all from Haejeon, so we should get to know each other." These were Patrick's original words. Compared with when he walked in, his attitude had completely changed 180 degrees. Of course, Arthur ignored him. Good-looking dogs are not a good thing. If he hadn't had a handsome face, I might have had a fight today. Look at his temperament and demeanor. He looks like a direct noble from Shilly City. After the meal, Patrick boasted even more, as if Arthur was Genos' own son. "Stay away from me." Arthur glanced at him. Of course, the original intention of the Lord of Moulin Rouge was to intimidate, and what Patrick realized was, "You can follow me." After paying 2 silver deer to the landlady, Arthur insisted on getting change. He wasn't stingy to this extent. It was just that the thought of the landlady running up to him earlier and asking if he could make concessions made Arthur feel uncomfortable. It's like I look like someone who can be bullied. After the 17 people rested, they set off again. If they hurried quickly, they would be able to go home at some point between evening and midnight. It's just that there are obviously 6 more companions on the road, Patrick and his attendant servants. Since it was not Arthur's territory, he could not drive away the nobleman who had attached himself. Let's speed up and get rid of them. After being annoyed by the sticky candies in Haejeong City, Arthur made a right decision. Why are you leaving us? I also want to ask you to watch the tourney together. Do you know, it is the tourney held by the new Prime Minister Duke Ed. With the relationship between the king and him, this tourney will definitely be better than the prince's name day. The tourney is more interesting, and the prize money will be greater. Patrick drove his horse beside him, chattering. Arthur knew that the prince's name day tourney he was talking about was the tourney of Prince Joffrey that had just passed. The name day is the birthday. Because of the custom of the Andal people, you must have a name when you are born. On the contrary, the act of naming would not have occurred on the day the savages were born. Of course, Arthur knew about Ed's tourney. In fact, based on his knowledge of Game of Thrones, he even remembered that the Hound Sandor Clegane won this championship and received a reward of 40,000 gold dragons, and the runner-up also received 20,000 gold dragons. The champion of the team close combat is also 20,000 gold dragons, and the archery champion is 10,000 gold dragons, for a total of 90,000 gold dragons. Wait, bonus. Arthur actually forgot about this. Except for the 20,000 that the runner-up could not get, the remaining 70,000 gold dragons could be obtained by himself. This is not to blame for his forgetfulness, but most of the nobles around the north bank of the Red Fork River have no contact with Arthur. Earl Jonos of Stonehenge City does not go to such meetings, and Hendry is not with him. In social circles, the information is not very well informed. Arthur didn't feed the messenger crows either, and the news came through word of mouth. If he can get these 70,000 golden dragons, what about armors and weapons? Even a set of customized large plate armors in King's Landing is enough to buy thousands of sets. The only ones who need to worry about it then are the masters of the blacksmith shop. They had to worry about meeting Arthur's needs. Now Arthur only has to worry about one problem. What will happen to Blackwood's revenge after he leaves? Without him, Amber's militia and Havel's 100 men alone would not be able to stop the revenge of an earldom. If he were here, he could at least kill the general and then hit a child like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. The newly ignited heart suddenly became cold. Are you going to participate in the tournament in King's Landing? Arthur asked, looking at the heir of Seaside City who was following him. Of course not. I also know how much I weigh. I just went there to watch the fun. Haejeong City is so boring. Patrick was very honest and expressed his thoughts neatly. I would like to participate, but there are some things in the territory and I can't get away. Hey, what's going on in your little territory? Come with me and let's go see the excitement. This may be the only time in our lives. They had introduced themselves to each other before and knew each other's details. Patrick heard Arthur's participation, but he did not taunt him. Although he felt that with this Arthur, it was possible to win the championship in the most handsome face competition, instead of riding a spear against a spear. There is indeed something going on. Arthur did not tell Patrick about his concerns. We've only known each other for a long time, so it's hard to tell him some things. What's more, even if he told him, Patrick was unlikely to believe that Arthur could kill the enemy general and knock down dozens or hundreds of enemy soldiers. Then can you invite me to your castle? As a friend, I think this is a necessary way to enhance friendship. Arthur glanced at Patrick, who was smiling at him, and reluctantly agreed. As long as there is no conflict of interest, it is not a bad thing to have a good relationship with such an heir to the Earl. You can go, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Patrick was very happy and chatted to Arthur about some rumors about King's Landing, although he had also heard about them. The whole afternoon's galloping made the gamblers' legs weak, and they finally made it back to the Moulin Rouge before it got completely dark. My lord, the 7 gods, what are you doing? building the largest castle in the Riverlands. No wonder you said you couldn't leave because of something. Patrick and his 5 followers were shocked by what they saw. It's just a defensive stronghold, not a strong castle. Arthur explained. It's so big, how many people do you want to accommodate? I'm afraid your subjects won't be able to fill it up. Patrick clicked his tongue in surprise. Then you are looking down on my territory. This village is just for them. They pass through various building materials and tents, erected in a haphazard manner. It seems that there are many people who can work in your territory. I just hired some men from the Shilly City territory. It can't be called hiring because I don't need to pay. The discount Genos gave Arthur was that the 2,000 people did not need to pay wages because this was an order issued by the Earl. Similar to Corvey, Patrick was very interested in Arthur's move to build a stronghold. When he learned about the conflict between Arthur and Blackwood a month ago, he became even more fond of Arthur. Anyone who hears this will support you. Murderers must be punished. Justice always prevails over darkness. The two chatted and rode close to the family fort. Amber came out with several servants to greet him, and he brought a message. My lord, Sir Desmond Grell, the master of Riverrun, has arrived. Bring me some goose meat, I'm craving that. Patrick shouted as soon as he sat down in the hall. Due to its high fat content, goose is a favorite meat of the nobles. Pork is not very popular among the nobles because it is easy to get sick. Bring him some pickled fish. Arthur ordered Amber. Ignoring Patrick's reaction, he turned to Desmond and asked, I don't know the purpose of your visit to my castle yet. Although he didn't know why the heir of Seawall City was mixed up with Arthur, a small noble, Desmond still honestly stated his purpose. So I hope to go to King's Landing with you to participate in the tournament. This is a letter written by Lord Edmure in the name of the Guardian of the River. Edmure presided over the affairs of the Tully family, but he was not the Duke of Riverrun yet, so he could only give orders in the name of his father. The heir of Riverrun himself did not want to go to King's Landing. First, his martial arts skills were weak, and second, his father, Duke Hoster, was ill, so he had to accompany him. Desmond handed the wax-sealed paper to Arthur. The battle nearly 20 days ago left a deep impression on him, so after getting Edmure's permission to participate in the tournament, he pestered Edmure to write this letter. Arthur took it, peeled off the trout wax seal, and read it carefully. The letter was not long. The main content was that he was allowed to participate in the new Prime Minister's tournament in the name of the feudal lord. When he was away, the territory was protected by the Tully family. Any attack on the 9 villages near the Red Mill during this period would be regarded as an attack on the Tully family. You should go with me. We may not have a share in the lance competition, but we still have hope in the team battle and archery competition. Desmond said carelessly. According to convention, there are 3 events in the tournament: lance, archery, and team battle. Lancing is the favorite competition for all kinds of knights, from the Kingsguard to the wealthy property-owning knights, to the wandering knights, and even warriors without the title of knight, all want to become famous in the lance competition. Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, became famous in the 7 Kingdoms for defeating the Kingsguard and Kingslayer Jaime Lannister with 1 spear at the tournament on Joffrey's name day. Arthur thought of this and felt quite funny. On his son's name day, the father was defeated by a 17-year-old young man with 1 spear. As for the archery competition and team battle, anyone can participate. If Arthur remembered correctly, the champion of this team battle was Thoros, the red monk from Myr. This man is a preacher of the Lord of Light. Of course, judging from his behavior, he is a flower monk with an unreligious faith. He is also a melee mage. He folded the letter paper and put it on the table. Patrick was not upset about eating the goose and said with a smile, Go ahead, Edmure has promised you. What else do you have to worry about? This letter comes at the right time. Of course I will go. Arthur made up his mind. With the promise of the Tully family, Raventree City would not dare to make any small moves, so he could leave without worry and go to King's Landing to participate in the tournament. He must win the championship of the 3 competitions and get the bonus of 70,000 gold dragons, so that he can have the capital to carve out a place in the subsequent war. With your hammer, I think the team battle championship is already in our pocket. Desmond has seen Arthur's hammer and knows how powerful such a powerful armor-piercing weapon is in a melee. 1 hammer knocks down, 2 hammers meet the 7 gods. Arthur shook his head gently. I think this hammer is too light. When I go to King's Landing, I will make a bigger two-handed hammer the size of a pumpkin." Desmond opened his eyes wide, feeling incredible. "How strong are you? Pumpkin hammer, who can withstand such a hammer?" Patrick had never seen Arthur hit a child with a hammer and felt that the conversation between the two was inexplicable. "What pumpkin hammer? What are you discussing?" Desmond introduced him. "Mr. Arthur is going to make a pumpkin-sized iron hammer as his weapon." Patrick laughed when he heard this. "You Southerners talk interestingly. I don't think even the mountain can swing a pumpkin-sized hammer. The city of Haejeong belongs to the north in the Riverlands, so naturally people along the Red Fork River are called Southerners. But Mr. Arthur can dance." Desmond chose to believe the Lord of the Red Mill. Patrick shook his head and laughed, treating this as a joke told by the two. Arthur didn't want to force him to believe, so he started a conversation about other things. People always believe what they want to believe. Before Patrick saw his divine power, no matter how many words he said, it was useless. Soon, dinner was served, and the three of them and their followers had dinner and went to rest. The castle was small, so Patrick and Desmond could sleep in the guest room, and the followers could only sleep outside the castle. Fortunately, there were enough tents to accommodate them. The next morning in the hall, "You must build this kind of long spear, and buy some farm tools to melt and make the spear head yourself. In addition, you must build more large shields. After the village is built, all adult men will gather together and participate in military training. The war is coming, and they must also be prepared." Arthur repeated his orders several times, and Amber wrote them down on paper. He had already ordered Amber and the Meister Benji of Allen City to build the stockade and manufacture weapons and armor, and Harville, an officer of the Stonehenge City Defense Force, to train the militia. With the guarantee of the Tully family, Blackwood was no longer a problem. After the stockade was completed, his subjects would be much safer, and he had no worries about going there. This trip would take at least a month, so it would not be wrong to give more detailed instructions. After the steady and mature Desmond expressed his boredom, Arthur finally decided to leave. He left 500 gold royals for daily expenses of the project. If it was not enough, he would write an IOU and wait for him to come back. Like Patrick, Arthur also brought 4 followers: Jules, Soldier Piper, personal servant Medin, and stable boy Barton. Of course, this stable boy was not a boy, he was already an adult. 5 people from Arthur's side, 6 people from Patrick's side, and 9 people from Desmond's side, a total of 20 people, set off. Many years later, when the reputation of King of Benevolence, Arthur Bracken, resounded throughout Westeros, people always liked to talk about when Arthur began his journey to become king. And most people believed that it was his trip to King's Landing that set him on the road to dominance. From Last Hearth to Dorne, his notoriety is known to everyone. From Lannister Harbor to Dragonstone, his evil deeds are known to everyone. Enemies tremble when they hear his name, and his people are proud of Arthur because he is their king. This is Harrenhal, the largest castle in the 7 kingdoms. Patrick introduced it to Arthur in a boastful manner. Of course, Arthur knew this. According to the original work of Game of Thrones, Harrenhal belongs to the River House and was occupied by Tywin for a long time during the War of the 5 Kings. Sterling, the chief officer of the King's Landing Gold Cloaks, obtained this castle because of his meritorious service in arresting Eddard, but was then ruthlessly deprived of it by the Little Devil. Because Harrenhal's fiefdom is vast and rich, its owners are often the most powerful princes in the Riverlands. But due to the legendary Harrenhal curse, the family that ruled Harrenhal would slowly decline after becoming strong. Its 6th owner, the River House, was also the same. In the spring of 281 AD, Earl Walter River held a grand tournament, and Prince Rhaegar defeated everyone and won the championship. Of course, this was only possible when the fearless Barristan Selmy, who was a member of the Kingsguard during the Mad King's reign and is still a member of the Kingsguard when Robert is king, gave in a little. Then, a mistake was made. Prince Rhaegar hooked up with Eddard's sister and Robert's fiancée, Lyanna Stark, and then took her to his wife's family, Dorne, to live happily. Eddard's father and brother went to King's Landing to ask the Mad King for an explanation, but one was burned to death and the other was strangled to death. The Mad King then ordered Jon Arryn, the Lord of the Vale, to kill his adopted son Robert to prevent future troubles. But the Arryns, whose family language is high as glory, are not cowards. In order to keep his oath to protect his adopted son, Jon Arryn rebelled. And with the cooperation of Hoster Tully, the four-family alliance of wolf, fish, eagle, and deer was officially established, and in 282 the War of the Usurper broke out. 2 years later, Robert became king and the Baratheon dynasty was established. 15 years later, Arthur, Patrick, Desmond, and their followers came here. Although the Heen family has declined, it is still under the jurisdiction of the earldom, so it is not a problem to entertain us. Desmond said, "Given their status, the Heen family is naturally happy to receive them, but Arthur's status is really not in the eyes of the great nobles. He can stay here because of the two of them. I want to take a good bath, change into clean clothes, and shave my beard. I will meet many nobles on the road in the future, so I must have a good image." Patrick muttered to himself. Although he is the heir to the earldom and the Sea City, he is not a big shot in King's Landing. Now it is the Deer family dynasty, and the queen is from the Lion family, so people from Stormland and the Westerly are calling the shots in King's Landing. Arthur didn't care much about this kind of thing. They won't stare at you like they stare at a woman. Why do you care about these things? Patrick curled his lips and said with a hint of sourness, "With your appearance, if you are more refined, you will be handsome and dignified. If you are more sloppy, you will be unrestrained and free and easy. How can you understand my distress?" Arthur ignored him and rode his horse to observe. If I remember correctly, Harrenhal is one of the 3 major defenses of the Riverlands. The other 2 are the twins in the upper reaches of the Green Fork and Riverrun in the upper reaches of the Red Fork. The 3 formed a stable triangle, and together with the Trident and its tributaries, they formed a defense system for the Riverlands. As long as these 3 are in hand, the Rivermen are powerful enough to keep the enemy out. In the early days of the War of the Five Kings, one of the reasons why Edmure failed to deal with the Lannister army was that he gave up Harrenhal. Giving up this, Tywin was able to gallop across the vast plains from Pink City to Maidenpool on the south bank of the Red Fork and north of the Blackwater. He crossed the river when he wanted to, and plundered the civilian villages to replenish military supplies when he wanted, without any consideration. If Harrenhal had a certain number of troops to guard it, the Riverlands would not have been so passive in the early stage. You know, the strength of the lords in the Riverlands is not weak. The total number of soldiers from each family is more than 30,000. With the conscripted peasant soldiers, they still have a great advantage in terms of military strength. But Edmure made a lot of moves. First, he sent 4,000 people from Vance and Piper to attack the important place of Golden Tooth in the west, and gave away these 4,000 people in vain. Then he directly gave up the areas around God's Eye Lake and Maidenpool, and concentrated his forces on Riverrun and the Westerly army led by Jaime. In the end, he was captured. If it weren't for Lord Tydos of Blackwood, who tried his best to rescue Edmure, the Battle of the Whispering Wood would have been even more difficult after Robb arrived with the Northern Cavalry. Since Arthur decided to join the alliance of the Fish and Wolf families, such a mistake would naturally not happen again. The triangle defense system with Harrenhal, Riverrun, and the twins as the fulcrum must not fail. Next to him was Desmond Grell, the coach of Riverrun, whose ideas were enough to influence Edmure. Arthur felt that he should instill some ideas in him. "Sir Desmond, what do you think is the most important fortress in the Riverlands that cannot be lost if a war breaks out?" Desmond was stunned, not understanding why the Hammer God asked him this question, but he quickly answered, "No need to think about it, it must be Riverrun. As long as the Westerlands are stopped at the confluence of the Tengshi River and the Red Fork River, what other enemies can enter the Riverlands? The North and the Vale are both firm allies." Arthur's face was dark. As expected, people from Riverrun, they only think about Riverrun. If this imaginary enemy, the Lannister army, sets out from the Golden Road, crosses the Blackwater River and goes north, can Riverrun still stop it? Like the River Road and the King's Road, the Golden Road is one of the 5 roads built by Yeharry's Eye. It starts from Casterly Rock in the west and King's Landing in the winter solstice, and stretches across the southern edge of the Riverlands. Desmond was shocked. Then King Robert will have to order the National Army to be assembled to defeat the Lannister army. He also knew that once you reach the north bank of the Blackwater River and the south bank of the Trident, only an absolute advantage in force can win. That's not what I mean. If only the Riverlands and the Westerlands fight, how can we deal with the 20,000 or 30,000 troops coming from the Golden Road? Desmond shook his head. That's not something I can consider. The Duke and Edmure will think of a suitable solution. In this case, the only way to break the deadlock is to hold on to Harrenhal. Arthur gave a direct answer. Patrick urged his horse and caught up to join their conversation. I think Arthur is right. The only solution is for the Tullys to send troops to defend Harrenhal. Desmond was puzzled. Why? Can't the Heen family defend the city themselves? This is not the Heen family's business. Arthur raised his whip. As long as Harrenhal is in hand, the Lannister army can't be arbitrarily mobilized in the vast land near the God's Eye Lake, because Harrenhal can send troops to cut off their food supply at any time. Desmond's eyes were still confused, but he still made an "oh" sound, pretending that he understood. Arthur ignored him and turned to talk about this with Patrick. The Mallister family of Sealand City can also influence Edmure's command, so it's good to let Patrick have this awareness. Are you all going to King's Landing to participate in the tournament? Lady Heen asked coldly while sitting on the main seat. The dim hall, the flickering candlelight, the old and weak servants, and the listless countess were all that was shown to Arthur and his party. After the death of Earl Walter Heen and his 4 sons, Lady Heen had always been a secluded person and had basically no contact with outsiders. There were no other members of the Heen family, only a few distant relatives. In fact, because their mother Minissa came from the Heen family, Edmure, Catelyn, and Lysa were the first heirs to the largest castle in the 7 kingdoms. Yes, Desmond replied, but Patrick obviously disagreed. Not entirely, I just went to see it. Anyway, you are all going to King's Landing. I haven't been there for a long time. Lady Heen sighed. Arthur slandered in his heart, you don't even go out of Harrenhal, how can you get to King's Landing? After Patrick introduced their itinerary of landing at the lower reaches of the Red Fork River, riding forward, and arriving here all the way south, Lady Heen generously asked the steward to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. I knew it was the right choice to come here, Patrick said with a smile. He could finally eat the goose meat he had been longing for. Arthur was also very happy. The life on horseback for a few days was really tiring, and the food along the way was not very satisfactory. Now he could rest well. In order to avoid the crowds on the King's Road, they specially chose the road on the west side to move forward, but because there were few inns and few noble castles along the way, their life was a little more difficult. Finally, after a few days of running around, the group arrived here. Harrenhal is large enough to accommodate Tywin's 20,000 troops, but it is obvious that the Heen family does not use much area at this moment. According to rumors, Lady Heen and her servants only moved around in some areas on the lower 3 floors of Harrenhal, and the rest of the place was deserted. According to what Arthur saw, there were less than 100 people alive in the castle at the moment. Considering that there were still soldiers, the number of servants was really inconsistent with the earldom. Desmond was much older than his companions. After carefully observing the unfortunate countess, he raised his doubts. It seems that something is bothering you. Can my companions and I help you solve your worries? It's not a big deal, so I won't bother you. Just have dinner and rest early. Lady Heen was very polite. Her butler came in at this moment. It's just a few wild boars, but they are running rampant in the castle and causing some injuries. If these gentlemen are willing to help, we will have much less trouble. Patrick was very surprised and exclaimed, How can wild boars get into the castle? Where are your guards? The population near the God's Eye Lake is so dense. How can wild boars run alive? He asked a series of questions, and his relaxed tone even made the dim candlelight in the hall cheerful. Arthur was not surprised by this. In his previous life, Jinling was a huge city with a population of millions, and wild boars were still rampant. The old butler replied politely, Harrenhal is so big that our dozens of guards can't defend it all the way. Fortunately, wild boars don't come to the places where people live in the castle. As for how they escape human hunting, I also want to know. The butler told the hidden truth, but he did not agree to let the guests help. Although Desmond and Arthur also wanted to help, the host disagreed, and the scene was temporarily awkward. Mission: help Harrenhal eliminate the wild boars. The blue light screen appeared at the right time, and Arthur decided to help. "Let's give it a try. I heard from the steward that someone in the castle has been injured because of this. If it is delayed any longer, it will cause greater harm," he said in a firm tone. The steward looked at Arthur with praise and liked his statement. Of course, he also complained about the wife's pedantry in his heart. The family has reached the point where they can't even deal with the wild boars that broke into the house, and they still hold the heirs of the Earl family and don't let the enthusiastic guests do any work. It's really a shame to be so stubborn. Seeing that everyone present disagreed with her, Mrs. He nodded and acquiesced to this matter after a long silence. "Great, we will get rid of these scourges tomorrow," Patrick shouted loudly, acting as if he was the main person pushing this matter. Arthur didn't care about the heir of Haejeong City who was in the limelight because the dinner was served by the servants. The living room was large enough, and more than a dozen followers ate with them at other tables. After expressing her apologies for not being able to accompany them, the Countess left, and the steward accompanied them to feast. After finishing 3 pieces of charcoal grilled steaks, a plate of foie gras, 2 fat chicken legs, and 7 or 8 glasses of cider, Arthur touched his stomach and went to the guest room arranged for him. The rest of the people also rested. The next morning, the armory. "You can choose these armors and weapons," the steward Richard said loudly. Arthur and the others were not polite and tried them directly. Wild boars are not easy animals to deal with. As the old saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. This does not mean that wild boars are more powerful than bears or tigers, but that they cause more harm to humans than the other 2. Among the 20 people, excluding the stable boys and servants, there are 12 warriors, plus a dozen ordinary soldiers from the Heian family, a total of 30 people. It is still easy to deal with a few wild boars. After shooting from a long distance with a powerful crossbow and avoiding the pig's sudden advance, use a greatsword or a spear to attack the pig's sides. Arthur also chose a set of black iron armor and put it on. The armor he wore before was a set of chainmail given by the Lord of Bracken. The original owner had a beautiful set of plate armor, but it was destroyed in the second battle at the Stonehenge City Arena. This time when he went to King's Landing, he did not bring that set of chainmail, so now he needs a set of sturdy armor. "This plate armor is so beautiful, it fits me so well." Jules' voice floated into Arthur's ears. He looked back and saw that his uncle had put on a set of silver armor without hesitation. "You still have to return it, don't damage it." Jules touched the armor happily. I know. Don't forget the set you promised me. I'll want it after I go to King's Landing." Arthur nodded. He now had more than 2,000 gold dragons in his hand, so there was no pressure to buy a few sets of customized armor. Then, the Heian soldiers gave each of them a pair of rocker capstan crossbows. The biggest advantage of this crossbow is that it saves effort. Even King Joffrey can easily load arrows, which shows how low the threshold for its use is. Seeing that everyone was ready, the butler Richard walked up to Desmond and said, "The task of eliminating the wild boar is left to you." Arthur was happy. He was obviously the strongest fighter in the field, but Richard found Desmond directly. He really had no sense of vision. Desmond also knew that he was not as good as the Lord of the Moulin Rouge. "That Mr. Arthur is stronger. You should let him lead the team." Richard turned his head and looked at Arthur. He felt that this handsome young man was tall enough, but not strong. He shook his head and said, "You should do it." Under the insistence of the steward Richard, Desmond reluctantly became the commander. Arthur had no objection anyway. He was not a good commander, and the original owner had not received relevant education. Rash command would only ruin things. Under the leadership of several Heian soldiers who were familiar with the terrain and the situation of the wild boars, nearly 30 soldiers set out and headed towards their destination. Harrenhal is worthy of being the largest castle in the 7 kingdoms. After walking a long way, it is still inside the stone building. The surroundings are quite quiet, and the sound of more than 20 people's leather boots colliding with the road surface is the main source of sound. The road surface is covered with moss and unknown weeds because no one is walking, and the sunlight is not very sufficient. This caused them a certain difficulty, because it is easy to slip. "It should be in front, everyone be careful," the Heian soldier reminded in a low voice. "I'll lead the way. I'm strong and can withstand the impact of the wild boar," Arthur suggested. His weapon was still the sledgehammer seized from Santaga, which was just right for dealing with wild boars with thick skin and high defense. "You'd better step back a little. It's not good to get hurt," Butler Richard said enthusiastically. Patrick also agreed with Richard. "That's right, don't think your pretty face will work on wild boars." Desmond knew Arthur's strength, ignored the two men, and said to Arthur, "I also think you should lead the way." So Bracken walked to the front. Behind him, Richard was anxiously saying, "Is he reliable? What if he is knocked over by a wild boar?" Patrick was also worried about his new friend. "You'd better not show off, let the strong soldiers go in front. Why don't you have any confidence in me?" Arthur turned around and refuted them. He was a man who could wield a sledgehammer after all. Just look at the hammer in his hand, they shouldn't look down on him so much. At this moment, a hissing sound came, and then the ground began to shake. "Be careful," someone reminded. "Arthur, get out of the way. Aim, shoot the boar's head. Stay against the wall and keep in line." Various shouts were heard. Arthur looked back and found a frighteningly strong black boar rushing towards him at high speed. The long fangs flashed white light, and it seemed that it could knock any ordinary person into two. But unfortunately, Arthur was not an ordinary person. He hid by the wall, then seized the opportunity, exerted all his strength, raised the sledgehammer and smashed it hard, hitting the pig's head hard. Before the soldiers behind had time to shoot arrows, they saw the wild boar that slid a few meters by inertia and fell down. Patrick walked boldly towards the fallen wild boar, and when he saw the miserable state of the poor animal's head, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold noodles. The wild boar's head had been sunken, and the white brain matter and dark red blood were mixed together and slowly flowed out. The pig's trotters and body were still twitching, and it looked like it was not dead yet. "Arthur, is your strength given by God? How can it be so outrageous?" Patrick looked at Arthur with admiration. He was handsome and powerful and was really a perfect friend. Butler Richard was also frightened when the wild boar rushed over, but at this time he pretended to have expected such a scene. "I knew Mr. Arthur was here, so it could only be the wild boar that was injured." Desmond was very calm. He had seen Arthur kill a man with a hammer, and he was not at all surprised by this. "Okay, those who haven't loaded arrows, load them, and the rest of you should be alert. We will rest for a while before moving forward." Unfortunately, the plan of the Riverrun coach was ruthlessly shattered by reality. The remaining wild boars appeared together at the intersection in front. After more than 30 pairs of human eyes and pig eyes stared at each other for a while, the wild boars launched revenge for their dead companions. Run to the back turn. Arthur reacted the fastest, because only in this way can we avoid the pig's charge and then launch a counterattack. Although the people behind him did not have such awareness, they also did what Arthur wanted: turn around and run. Arthur now understands why less than 10 wild boars can run rampant in Harrenhal. There are only 3 big wild boars, covered with hardened mud, with big white teeth, and pigs rushing along the straight road next to each other. Anyone who sees them wants to run. Is it possible to stay where they are and let them hurt half to death? Fortunately, the turning point is not far away. After everyone ran to the back in a mess, they hurriedly raised the capstan crossbows in their hands. When the first row of wild boars scratched a few marks with their hooves to stop them, they were greeted by nearly 20 crossbow arrows. Shooting at such a close distance, the effect of breaking the defense is ridiculously good. These 3 wild boars are obviously not going to survive. The remaining 5 wild boars are not easy to deal with. Because the rocker capstan crossbow takes too long to load arrows, by the time the soldiers fired the first arrow, the wild boars behind had already turned the corner. Arthur swung his sledgehammer to kill the wild boar closest to him, but the remaining 4 had already rushed again. For a moment, 7 or 8 soldiers had been rushed over, and although the rest also picked up swords and chopped, it was obvious that the defense-breaking effect was not very good. Only a few bleeding cuts were left on the wild boars, and they did not lose their ability to move. The wild boars retreated to the corner of the wall, ready to charge again. Seeing this, Arthur hurriedly swung his sledgehammer and started. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, Arthur killed 3 wild boars one by one with a hammer. After being hit by the last wild boar, the hammer god broke its spine and ended its life. "You are so brave." Butler Richard changed his expression to flattering. Patrick was about to praise Arthur, but suddenly thought of the pumpkin hammer and realized that what he and Desmond said was true. He couldn't help but take another sip of cold noodles. I didn't even see that he was born with such divine power. Arthur ignored their flattery and turned around to give the last wild boar a hammer. After the battle, Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper, would never forget the lesson he learned with his life. Task: help Harrenhal eliminate the wild boars. Experience plus 500. Harrenhal family favorability plus 5 after everyone packed up. They returned to the residential area. In the minds of Westeros nobles, wild boar meat is easy to get sick, so it is not a good ingredient. Besides, the food supply in Harrenhal is very stable, so there is no need to eat this kind of meat. According to Arthur's modern soul knowledge, the nobles did the right thing. There are too many bacteria, viruses, and parasites on pigs, so it is not good to eat them. I want to reward Sir Arthur for killing 6 wild boars so desperately. After knowing that they had eliminated the scourge and Arthur had made great efforts, Mrs. Hean said so. I suggest you give Mr. Arthur a big sword. The big hammer doesn't match his handsome image very well. Richard suggested. Arthur didn't know what the thank you gift from Harrenhal was, but he still looked forward to it. After all, although Harrenhal is a little declining now, it is still a wealthy noble and there are many good things in the family treasury. Mrs. Hean thought for a while. Go and get the new moon. P.S. Please recommend and monthly votes. New moon. Richard, the steward of Harrenhal, exclaimed, Isn't it too? Lady Hean did not speak and glanced at the steward coldly. Richard no longer insisted. After all, the lady was the owner of this place. He hurried out of the hall to find the sword. Desmond stood beside Arthur, and at this moment he murmured, It turned out to be new moon. Lady Shira is really generous. Arthur was a little puzzled, but also a little expectant. It sounded that this sword was very famous. Is this the Valyrian steel sword? Why are you all reacting so strongly? Patrick turned his head and looked at Arthur deeply. You haven't heard of this sword. This is a famous sword made of meteorite iron in the Falling Star City. Although it is not as famous as the Dawn of the Dawn sword, it is also a famous sword. Dawn is a two-handed sword used by the Dawn sword of all generations, and it is also a peerless sword second only to the Valyrian steel sword. The strongest knight of each generation of the Dane family in the Fallen Star City in Dorne will be awarded the Dawn, and then be called the Dawn sword by the world. The most famous Dawn sword recently belongs to Arthur Dane, also known as the Fudiao sword. It is said that he can knock down 5 people with one hand while peeing. The material of the new moon is the same as the Dawn, so it is not much different. Lady Hean really spent a lot of money to give Arthur such a thank you gift. Arthur noticed that the heir of the sea frontier city had contempt, envy, and jealousy in his eyes, and his mood became a little complicated. Shame, expectation, and boast. Shame because I didn't know the name of the new moon, expectation because I just needed a two-handed sword, and boast because although he didn't know the sword, it still fell into his hands instead of Patrick. Richard soon returned with this famous sword. Then, at the signal of Lady Hean, he handed it to Arthur. Madam, this is too precious. I can't take it. Arthur was humble in his words, but his hands were honest. He took the sword directly and looked at it carefully. Madam Hean saw this and was very tactful. Only people like you are worthy of using a sword like the new moon. Take it. This is not only a reward for helping us get rid of a harm, but also a testimony of our friendship. She remembered that in the spring of 17 years ago, her husband Walter held a tournament in Harrenhal. All the nobles and knights of the 7 kingdoms came, and even King Aerys Roman II, who had not left the Red Castle for a long time, came to honor him. At that time, the Hean family was rich, the territory was prosperous, and the friends they made were all over the 7 kingdoms. It can be said that the fire was boiling oil and the flowers were blooming. 17 years have passed, and the former friends are gone. Their territory is still prosperous, but the family has gradually become poor and declining because they can't collect taxes. It has declined to the point that it is now troubled by a few wild boars, and servants in the castle have been injured because of it. If it gets out, even the country folk will laugh at it. Lady Hela Hean recalled the past and said with emotion, What's more, our family members are gradually dying out, and no one can use it in the future. Isn't it a great regret in life to leave the sword covered in dust? Arthur nodded and agreed with Lady Hean's words. Then I will accept it. He suddenly pulled out the new moon, pinched it with one hand and waved it a few times, feeling that it was just right for him now. After thinking about it, Arthur put away the new moon and tied it around his waist and said seriously, "Countess, I, Arthur, recognize you as a friend. In the future, if Harrenhal is in trouble, no matter where I am, I will come to rescue in person." She said this because this old lady is really a particular person. Although her attitude in giving the new moon sword was a bit pretentious, it was the kind of feeling that because my Heen family is noble, you kill a few wild boars for me, so it is worth more and more expensive gifts. But in any case, she gave Arthur a real sword. According to Arthur's thinking, this is an act of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of water. Since Lady Heen is a particular person, he, Arthur, cannot help but express his gratitude. "How you treat me, I will treat you." Arthur must save her life during the War of the Five Kings. Lady Heen smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "It seems that I have received the promise of a brave knight." Arthur corrected her. "I am not a knight. I am just an ordinary person who keeps his promise. For the competition in King's Landing, I have to leave, but please believe that our next meeting will not be too far away." As soon as the tournament ended, the mountain would burn, kill, and loot along the Red Fork River. Soon after, Robert died and King's Landing changed dramatically. Tywin had no worries and led 20,000 troops to attack the Riverlands and occupy Harrenhal. But in the current timeline, these may not all happen. The next meeting between Arthur and Lady Heen will be during this period. The owner of Harrenhal nodded, without thinking about what the next meeting meant, and waved to the steward Richard to send them out. After Patrick and Desmond said goodbye, the group left Harrenhal. "It looks like it's going to rain, let's speed up." Desmond shouted. Arthur looked at the horse under his crotch. It was already exhausted. "It's better to go slower, my horse is foaming at the mouth." Patrick kicked the horse's belly with his foot, rushed to Arthur, and said with a smile, "Who told you to carry a sledgehammer? This poor guy not only has to carry you, but also a sledgehammer, a big sword, and a piece of luggage." "I can't help it. Who made me buy only one horse?" Arthur regretted that when he changed to the land route from the lower reaches of the Red Fork River, he should have bought a few more horses as backup. The group of people moved forward slowly, accommodating Arthur's pace. Many people prayed in their hearts that they could find a village before the rain to avoid possible storms. Unfortunately, God did not want to help them. The big raindrops fell from the sky. Although they dispelled the irritating heat, they also brought great obstacles to the team's progress. "I hope your horse can hold on to the inn." Jules followed his nephew and said softly. Arthur felt bad when he heard this. "It would be better if you didn't say it. After you said this, it can't hold on." "Why?" Patrick was a little confused. "Does what you say have anything to do with whether the horse can hold on to the inn? There is such a saying that the more you think about something bad not happening, the easier it is to happen, and it often develops in a worse direction." Arthur explained to the two. Jules nodded in agreement. "That's right. I have experienced such bad words many times in my 20 years of wandering." Patrick looked unconvinced. "Don't tell me that you two are making fun of me, uncle and nephew. How can this be possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur felt the world turn upside down, so he jumped off the horse in a hurry. The poor horse fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and it seemed that he would not live long. To make matters worse, the dark clouds covered the sky, making it difficult to see, and the rain was getting heavier. Arthur looked at the clothes scattered on the ground and felt a little depressed. It seemed that he could only walk next. But how can a man say no and it won't work? In order to reduce the pressure, the horse's luggage was Arthur's change of clothes, which included a silk top and pants to wear in King's Landing. After all, if you are going to the capital, you still have to maintain some decency. But these clothes are now lying quietly on the ground, letting the rain get wet. His personal servant Maydan immediately got off his horse and ran over to clean up. Desmond was walking in front and stopped and turned back to check the situation. "Whoever is thinner will ride on the same horse as Mr. Arthur." The trainer of Riverrun shouted loudly. A clever follower immediately responded. I'm lighter." Arthur rejected the proposal. "I'd better carry the hammer and shaw you. The two together are very heavy, and if they are shared with other horses, they will fall down. As for the poor pony, let him lie here." Arthur still felt a little pity for the horse. When he came ashore, he specially picked a red horse, just to match his family crest of the golden shield and red horse. "Guys, it looks like you're in trouble. Can I help?" At this moment, an old farmer drove a carriage by. He saw the group of nobles and their entourage standing in the rain and asked aloud, "Hey, you're here by chance. We need your car." Patrick said cheerfully, "Draw this lord to your village, take us there too, and give you a silver deer." The old farmer jumped off the ox cart, walked to the red horse's head that was still foaming, looked at it, raised his head and said, "This horse is just tired and has lost its strength. It can be saved slowly. You have to leave it here." When Arthur heard this, he immediately thought, "Your bullock cart looks very big. Can it pull the horse besides the two of us?" He was a kind and friendly man who, when circumstances permitted, took care of the animals that served him. The old farmer looked at the red horse and said hesitantly, "My cart can pull it, but it's hard to get it onto the cart." Seeing that Arthur intended to take the horse away, Desmond suggested, "Gentlemen, there are 20 of us. Together, we can get this poor thing into the ox cart." Arthur handed the hammer and the meteorite sword Shayu to his servant Maydan, then wiped the rainwater from his hands and said, "Do you still need your help? I can carry it up alone." Seeing that this group of people was very easygoing, the old farmer didn't care about what he said. "It's already this time, sir. Please stop being so showy and let them come together. Otherwise it will rain for a long time in vain." Although Desmond also knew that Arthur was born with supernatural powers, he was not optimistic that he could lift the horse alone. He dismounted and ordered, "It's better for everyone to get on together and dismount to help Mr. Arthur." The attendants got the order and dismounted one after another, but Arthur was obviously one step faster. He squatted next to the red horse, holding one hand under the horse's neck and reaching under the horse's belly with the other. Then his legs and hands exerted force at the same time, and he suddenly picked up this huge creature, walked a few steps quickly, and slowly placed it on the bullock cart. Although the bullock cart is large, it can only keep the torso of the red horse on the cart, while the 4 hooves and the horse's head stick out of the cartboard. The old farmer looked at Arthur blankly, his mouth wide open and speechless. Desmond and the attendants also widened their eyes. They knew that Arthur was strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong. This is a strong adult horse, and it was picked up like this. Is this something that human power can do? "What are you doing standing around? Let's go quickly. We're still wet in the rain." Arthur reminded the shocked gang, then took the sledgehammer and Shuo from Maydan and jumped to the front of the ox cart. Everyone also reacted, with emotions such as shock, doubt, admiration, etc. Those who should get on the horse got on the horse, those who should get on the car got on the car, and the teams set off. Along the way, even though it was raining, the old farmer continued to express his surprise and admiration. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed anyone could pick up a horse. Arthur ignored the old farmer's nonsense and asked, "Does your village have a hotel?" "A hotel? That's a new thing only found near the King's Road. We only have our own home." "Then it looks like I'm going to trouble you." Arthur touched his belly and didn't know what delicious food the villagers had. After they left Harrenhal yesterday morning, they traveled a whole day and night to get here, and they hadn't eaten yet. According to his own feeling, every time he adds some strength, his appetite will always increase greatly. And if it's a day of strenuous exercise, you tend to eat more. So now he wants to eat something good. Beef or mutton is the best. Chicken or goose will also work. Forget about trout. The most common meat for farmers in the Riverlands is trout, and he is already tired of eating it. Add some meat and fry it over low heat, and the pure meaty aroma will make people salivate. It would be better if there are millet pepper, garlic powder, vinegar, or something for dipping. There is a slight spiciness on the tongue, plus the sourness of the vinegar, combined with the mellow flavor of the meat. Hey, it's delicious. The rainstorm comes and goes quickly. Unexpectedly, when they just arrived at the old farmer's village, the rain stopped. It's really unlucky. Desmond smoothed his hair. New rain washes away old dust, good luck. Although he was soaked all over, Arthur liked the rain quite a lot. He took out a silver deer from his purse and threw it to the old farmer. "This is what I promised you. Now go and mobilize your villagers to find us some clean clothes to change into and some meat. We are hungry." The old farmer had been staring at the silver deer since Arthur took out the money. At this time, he said happily, "Okay, my lord. What kind of meat do you want? There are chickens, sheep, fish, and dogs in the village for you to choose from. They are all freshly killed. The price is based on the market price. What do you think?" Arthur was very satisfied with this service attitude. Then kill 2 lambs and get 7 or 8 chickens. You can decide on the staple food. Go quickly. 20 adult men have a large appetite. The old farmer drove the ox cart to the center of the village, then jumped off the car to find the village chief. The others also found a dry place, dismounted and waited. Arthur moved the red horse down and let it lie more comfortably. After a while, it was able to open its eyes and its belly rose and fell. It looked like it had recovered well. This village is quite rich. There is a circle of stone walls outside, and dozens of households still live in stone houses. Patrick expressed his opinion. Desmond couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't you see whose territory this is? Does the Heen family have the ability to come here to collect taxes? They don't have to pay taxes, so they are naturally rich." Patrick agreed with this view, and he added, "What's even better is that it's only 3 or 4 days' ride from King's Landing, so there's no need to worry about bandits." Arthur was not in the mood to discuss these things. He was worrying about what he should ride next. After all, he still had to travel today, and this horse couldn't stand up in a short time. In the open space in the center of the village, Arthur and his friends sat on wooden stools carried out by the villagers and ate around the table. Dinner was only in the afternoon, and lunch was already past the time. One can't do either, just eat enough. Fortunately, the food was delicious. After Arthur finished half a chicken, a leg of lamb, and 3 pieces of freshly baked bread, his stomach finally stopped singing. "Where's the village chief? Come here," he ordered after taking a gulp of beer. A skinny old man wearing a wheat-colored top and gray linen pants came over with a smile on his face. "Master, are you satisfied with this hospitality?" Arthur nodded. "How much do I need to pay you?" "This is the eastern part of the Riverland, which is more prosperous than the western part of the upper reaches of the Red Fork River. But because it is in the countryside, he can't say the price. Just give us 6 silver deer in total." The old man smiled even happier when he heard Arthur take the initiative to pay. According to his rich life experience, nobles who can interact with civilians like this are often noble, but not many. More commonly, their villagers paid for labor and food, but only got a beating. 2 half-grown lambs, 7 chickens, plus 5 or 6 basins of fruits, unlimited beer and bread, only 6 silver deer in total, which made Arthur feel very cost-effective. He took out 8 silver deer from his purse and slapped 6 of them on the old man's hand first. "This is the meal money." Then he put the remaining 2 in the old man's other hand. "This is a tip for you, to pay for your labor and feed the horses." The village chief clenched his hands and quickly retracted his arms to his side, as if Arthur would change his mind. But while doing this, the smile on his face became even bigger. "It is our honor to satisfy the masters. I won't bother you." He was about to retreat and leave, but Arthur took out another golden dragon, a shining golden dragon, which made the old man stop retreating. Arthur used his thumb to bounce the golden dragon up, then caught it with his palm, repeating this several times. The village chief's shining eyes also rose and fell with the golden dragon. "Master," you said, "we can definitely meet your requirements." At this moment, he believed that if the master in front of him asked him to dig out his dead wife, he could immediately get her out of the grave and satisfy some of the master's fetishes. "I need a few strong horses to carry me and my luggage, and I also need a solution for that red horse." The old man's wrinkled face suddenly became full, and he said excitedly, "No problem at all. We can find a few strong horses among the horses plowing the fields in our village. Although they are not as good as the war horses of the adults, they will have the same effect if we ride them in turn, and it will not delay your business at all. As for the red horse, I think we can take care of it and make sure that when you return from King's Landing and pass by here, its red hair will become shiny and smooth when you see it again." Arthur asked back, "How do you know that we must pass by here when we return?" The old man smiled. "Even if you don't pass by here, you can send a subordinate to pick up your little baby. Our village can't walk. Can we let hundreds of villagers stay away for a horse?" Arthur nodded and agreed with the old man's words. "Go and do it quickly. We will set off after eating." He threw the golden dragon to the village chief. "What is the name of your village?" Desmond asked next to him. Shire Village, my lord." The old village chief ran away flexibly, but turned back to answer. Arthur felt that the name of this village was very familiar. After picking and choosing in his memory, he remembered that this was a village that the mountain had massacred. According to the plot of the original book, After the mountain, Gregor Clegane received the order from the Lannister head and Duke Tywin in Casterly Rock. He went east along the Golden Road, crossed the Blackwater River and went north, and began to burn, kill, and loot from the east side of the God's Eye Lake, and slaughtered all the way to the upper reaches of the Red Fork River. The purpose of doing this is, first, to disperse the troops of the River Lords, second, to reduce the war mobilization capacity of the river, and third, to make the River Lords tired of pacifying the civilians in the territory and unable to cope with the call of the feudal Lord Tully family. Tywin, the man who served as the king's hand of the Mad King for 20 years, has a brain, and few in the Seven Kingdoms can match him. The success of this strategy almost made the Tully family lose the hearts of the people in the river. Soon after the war began, there was a famous saying, 3 spit, 1 for Lannister, 1 for Stark, and the remaining 1 for Tully. Arthur did not expect that the village he accidentally encountered would be the object of the mountain's kindness. It seems that there is a destiny in the dark, and he and the mountain are destined to fight. In a moment, the village chief and several villagers had brought 3 skinny horses to Arthur. "My lord, are you satisfied with these horses? Although the horses are skinny, they are quite big, and there is no problem carrying a person. 1 horse for Arthur to ride, 1 horse carries Arthur's sledgehammer and sword, and the other is a spare, which is enough for Arthur to get to King's Landing." The Lord of the Red Mills smiled at the village chief. "I am very satisfied. In view of your service to us, I am willing to make a prophecy for your village and give you some suggestions. Do you want to listen?" He suddenly wanted to give these poor people some tips. The village chief didn't know what the old man was talking about, but for the sake of the golden dragon and the silver deer, he smiled and said, You tell me, I will definitely stop and keep it in mind. When the prophecy comes true one day, I will act according to your advice." Patrick on the side looked at Arthur's actions curiously and asked Desmond, "What is he doing? Making predictions and giving advice, who does he think he is?" Desmond didn't know either. "Look, mister, Arthur is not a ghost." Arthur walked out of the range of the table and benches and stood in an open space, his hands hanging naturally, his eyes closed, as if he was feeling some mysterious existence. Then he suddenly raised his right arm, raised it high above his head, and muttered in his mouth, as if communicating with something. The reason why he raised his right hand instead of both hands was because he didn't want to perform the Faguo military salute. Arthur had previously decided to go to King's Landing to pretend to be a charlatan to make money. This time, he planned to practice giving predictions and advice to the villagers of Sheer Village. The 3 servants and the surrounding villagers were also attracted by his behavior. They whispered to each other and discussed what the master was doing. After feeling that he was pretending to be serious, Arthur suddenly shouted, then opened his eyes and gasped for breath. "I predict, in more than a month, your village will be burned, killed and looted by the army led by the tallest and strongest man in the 7 Kingdoms. And after letting you bleed enough, this group of evil people will continue to go north and commit all the crimes in the world along the God's Eye Lake and the Red Fork River." The villagers whispered. They thought that what the young and handsome master said was a lie. Patrick, Desmond, and the servants had more experience. Just based on the adjective of the strongest man in the 7 Kingdoms, they also knew that Arthur was talking about the mountain, the strongest fighter under Lord Tywin, and the knight with the least knightly sense, Gregor Clegane. Ironically, the person who conferred him the title was Rhaegar, the prince of the dragon family who was famous for his benevolence and charity in the 7 Kingdoms. How is it possible? If the mountain did such a thing, Lord Tywin would have skinned him without King Robert's order. Patrick looked disapproving. Although Desmond also thought that this was impossible, he did not speak out against it because of his trust in Arthur. After talking to each other, the nearby villagers concluded that this was a lie. But in order to protect the face of the master, they did not deny it. Whatever the master says, that's what it is. Even if he really did all the evil in the world, we can only bear it because we are just ordinary people. Only a little girl asked curiously, "This is not the same as the story told by the grandmothers. There should be a hero to save us." Patrick smiled and said, "Silly child, if it is really the mountain that attacks, how can there be a hero to save you? Under the sword of the mountain, the hero can't protect himself." After hearing these words, Arthur swallowed back the words that he wanted to say to let the villagers flee as soon as possible, and changed to another version. The prophecy is not over yet. There will be a tall, handsome man who will come here with the faith and hope of all the upright and kind people in the world to save you from fire and water, life and death. Since he has decided to fight the Fish-Wolf Alliance, why should he let these villagers escape? Why not start from here, stop the mountain, or even kill the mountain? As soon as this thought arose, it took root in his heart and could never be shaken off. Right here in the village of Shell, let all the evil deeds of the mountain end, and let all the people in the Riverlands who have suffered because of it no longer suffer this unprovoked disaster. The little girl who asked the question earlier clapped her hands happily. Who is this tall, handsome gentleman? Can you tell me his name? Arthur replied loudly. His name is Arthur Bracken, and he is called Arthur the Righteous by kind people. Of course, after this battle, people may call him Arthur the Brave, because he bravely repelled the demons and kept the people in the Riverlands from being disturbed. Patrick couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and he clapped his hands on the table beside him. Desmond and some servants tried their best to suppress their urge to laugh wildly. The old village chief didn't understand and asked, "Who is this righteous Arthur? Is he a famous knight?" Desmond smiled and pointed at the Lord of the Red Mill and said, "It's this gentleman." Although the village chief was confused by Arthur and the group's actions, he also maintained the proper etiquette. Maybe he was a young man full of fantasies. Wasn't he like this when he was young? He longed to protect the village and longed for the recognition of the villagers. The 60-year-old village chief looked like he was 16 at first glance. His tone became more sincere. "Then I would like to thank you on behalf of all the villagers. Thank you for coming thousands of miles to save us." Arthur heard this slightly sincere word and felt that his choice was not wrong. "We will meet again in more than a month." After that, he ordered to leave. Although Patrick and others laughed at Arthur's actions and words, they also listened to the words of this companion. After the group quickly packed up, they rode away. As for the poor red horse, I think it will be treated well. After walking for a long time, when Patrick felt that he no longer laughed when facing Arthur, he urged the horse under his crotch, strolled to Arthur's side, and asked, "I still don't understand why you said such a thing in that village." Desmond also rushed to the side of them, listening to Arthur's explanation with his ears perked up. The Lord of the Red Mill thought about it and decided to continue to pretend to be a charlatan. "You don't need to figure it out. This is what I saw and heard in the prophecy." Patrick held back his surging laughter and asked, "Which god told you? The 7 gods, the old gods, or the recently active god of light?" "This god is called Martin." Arthur replied, "He is not a well-known god, but his magic power is far beyond people's imagination." Desmond had a blank expression on his face. After hearing Arthur's words, he smiled and shook his head and said, "I thought Mr. Arthur was a serious person, but I didn't expect him to be such an interesting soul." Arthur denied his words. "This is not interesting at all. This is true. Martin is really a powerful new god. He told me many things. In the future, as our relationship improves, I will slowly tell you the words of this new god. Since you want to pretend to be a charlatan, then pretend to be all the way. The god's name is Martin, and the believer now is only Arthur himself. The miracle is that everything Arthur says is true, but your new god has no miracles, temples, or monks to serve him." Patrick said anxiously, feeling that he had found the unreasonableness in Arthur's words. "What wrong view is this?" The Lord of Moulin Rouge forced a look of surprise on his face to prevent himself from laughing out loud. "Does a real god need these useless things that false gods need?" Desmond saw that Arthur had been acting serious and not joking, so he said seriously, "But how do you prove the existence of this god Martin?" Arthur was also caught by these words. How to prove the existence of a person who does not exist in this world? But he reacted quickly and first fooled these 2 people. "I will make more predictions for God Martin. At that time, the successful verification of a few things will prove his existence, and time will be on our side." Patrick was very serious about the competition. Then, "Can you predict what will happen to me in King's Landing?" Arthur looked at him and said, "Your influence is too small. God Martin doesn't want to waste his divine power prophesying for you. Then let me talk about a person with great influence. If your God Martin cannot predict him, then he will be a joke made up in your mouth." Patrick pondered for a while and then gave the person he wanted to know. "Let's talk about the newly appointed Hand of the King, Warden of the North, Lord Eddard Stark of the Stark family. Arthur carefully considered the plot direction of the original work and found that he, a little lord, could not affect Ed's death in any way, so he decided to tell what happened next to Ed. But before the prediction, the complicated skills must be displayed. This is the first step to convincing people. History. The original inhabitants of Westeros were giants, children of the forest, and other strange creatures. The children of the forest are small humanoid creatures with dark skin and beautiful faces. Dyed white hair means black skin and white hair, which Fei Yongyang thinks is great. The year when Conqueror Aegon I conquered the 6 kingdoms was the first year of the conquest calendar. 12,000 years ago, the first humans crossed the narrow sea and arrived in Westeros. The conquest took place 2 years after landing, and all eras are counted from the first year of the conquest. That is, from the coronation of Aegon I in the Starry Sept in Old Town. Because they were the first to arrive on this continent, this group of humans was called the First Men. Most of the families in the north, the Blackwoods and Brackens in the Riverlands, and the Royce family in the Vale are relatively famous First Men families. After the First Men and the Children of the Forest fought for 2,000 years, the two sides made peace, and the Dawn era began. 8,000 years before the conquest of the Westeros, the White Walkers invaded from the north of Westeros, and the ancestors and the Children of the Forest joined forces to resist, and the Age of Heroes began. Winterfell and the Wall were built by the builder Brynden Stark, and the Night's Watch was also established at the same time. Around 6,000 years before the conquest of the Westeros, the Andals crossed the narrow sea and arrived in Westeros. They quickly conquered the area south of the Bay of Caelin and established 6 kingdoms, which were called the 7 Kingdoms together with the Kingdom of the North. Around 5,000 years before the conquest of the Westeros, the Valyrians tamed the dragons, conquered the continents of Essos and Sothorios, and established the Valyrian freehold. 700 years before the conquest of the Westeros, the Rhoynar took refuge in Dorne, and after marrying the Martell family, they conquered the entire Dorne, and their leader was honored as the prince. 200 years before the conquest of the Westeros, Valyria captured Dragonstone, and 100 years before the conquest of the Westeros, the Valyrian noble Targaryen moved to Dragonstone to avoid the catastrophe predicted. Soon after Targaryen arrived at Dragonstone, the doomsday occurred. The Valyrian peninsula was destroyed, and almost all dragons and Valyrians were exterminated. I will talk about my guess later that Valyrians may not be naturally occurring people, but magical creatures like dragons. In the 2nd year before the conquest of the Westeros, Aegon Targaryen led his people to land on the continent of Westeros from the Blackwater River, and quickly conquered the 6 kingdoms and established the Targaryen dynasty, known as Aegon I. King's Landing was then established at the place where Aegon landed. During Aegon I reigned for more than 30 years, Aegon was crowned by the Archbishop in the Starry Cathedral in Old Town, and the dynasty was stable. During Aenys I, the church called it incest, and an armed uprising of the church broke out. The mediocre Aenys used his younger brother Gormai as prime minister to suppress the uprising. During Gormai I, after King Aenys died, Gormai succeeded to the throne and continued to suppress the uprising bloodily, but the situation became more serious, and King Gormai had no heirs. During the reign of Jaehaerys I, the son of Aenys succeeded to the throne and reached a reconciliation with the church. He pardoned the church's sins, and the church was protected by the royal family. The church army was disbanded, and the church no longer exercised judicial power. He was called Arbitrator Jaehaerys in history. The long-term peace of the dynasty began from then on. During the reign of Viserys I, 103-129, the Dance of the Dragons civil war broke out. The Targaryen dynasty suffered heavy losses, and dragons were almost extinct. During the reign of Aegon Roman II, the Dance of the Dragons ended, but Aegon Roman II died soon. Aegon, the son of Princess Rhaenyra, Aegon Roman II rival, succeeded to the throne and married Aegon Roman II daughter, known as Aegon Roman III in history. During the reign of Aegon Roman III, 131-157, the kingdom recovered from the war, but the last dragon died at this time, and Aegon Roman III was known as the Dragon's Scourge in history. During the reign of Daeron I, 157-161, Dorne was conquered by him, but was soon counterattacked, and Dorne regained its independence. He was known as the Young Dragon Lord in history. During the reign of Baelor I, 161-171, peace was made with Dorne, and the grandson of Prime Minister Viserys married Dorne. Baelor I was a devout believer in the seven gods and eventually died during a fast. He was known as Baelor blessed by the gods in history. During the reign of Viserys Roman II, 171-172, the elderly King Viserys died 1 year after his succession, and his throne was passed to his eldest son Aegon Roman IV, 172-184. Mean King Aegon Roman IV had many illegitimate children, among whom the most famous were Daemon Blackfyre, Cold Iron Eager Rivers, Blood Raven Brandon Rivers, and Foreign Heart Ciri. The family sword Blackfyre of the Targaryen family was given to Daemon Blackfyre, and his descendants were legalized. Daeron Roman II, 184-209. Wise King Daeron Roman II married Princess Miria of Dorne and married Princess Daenerys to the Prince of Dorne, and Dorne was officially incorporated into the territory of the Targaryen dynasty. Daeron Blackfyre's lover Daemon Blackfyre was unable to stop her from marrying, and launched the Blackfyre Rebellion, which lasted for 2 years and ended at the Battle of Redgrass Field. Blood Raven killed Daemon Blackfyre, and Bitter Iron led the descendants of Blackfyre across the Narrow Sea and established the Golden Company. Daeron Roman II's eldest son, Spearbreaker Baelor, was prime minister, and his political achievements were quite good, but he died in the tournament of Poplar Beach to save the tall hedge knight Duncan. The next year, the Great Plague broke out, and Daeron Roman II and Prime Minister Baelor's sons all died of the plague. Daeron Roman II's second son, Aerys, succeeded to the throne. Aerys I, 209-221 added, Aerys was obsessed with reading and not good at governing the country, so he handed over power to the Duke of Blood Raven. The kingdom was plagued by internal and external troubles, and the Blackfyre family constantly harassed the kingdom. Aerys I had no children, and after his death, his fourth brother Meekar succeeded to the throne. During the reign of Meekar I, 221-233, natural disasters continued to occur frequently, and the Duke of Bloodraven was imprisoned because of Meekar I's jealousy. In 233, Meekar I died while fighting against the rebels. After the death of Meekar I, the succession was in doubt. The third son, Maester Aemon, could have succeeded to the throne, but he gave way to his fourth brother Aegon. In order to prevent being used to attack his fourth brother, he voluntarily went to the wall and took the Duke of Bloodraven with him. Aegon, the king who should not be king, succeeded to the throne. During the reign of Aegon V, 233-259, the country was back on track. In 259, Aegon V caused a fire in the attempt to hatch dragon eggs in Summerhall. The king himself, his old friend and guard, Duncan the Tall, and Prince Duncan, the Short, were all killed. History calls it the tragedy of Summerhall. During the reign of Jaehaerys Roman II, 259-262, Maerys Blackfyre led his people to launch the War of the Ninepenny Kings, but was quickly defeated and Maerys Blackfyre was killed. The Blackfyre family died out. Jaehaerys Roman II was very wise but weak and sickly. He died only 3 years after he took the throne, and his son Aerys succeeded him. During the reign of Mad King Aerys Roman II, 262-283, in the early and middle stages of his reign, he joined forces with Prime Minister Duke Tywin Lannister to make the Seven Kingdoms prosperous, and his son Rhaegar was hailed as the rising star of the dynasty. After the rebellion at Duskendale, Aerys Roman II became suspicious and cruel, often burning dissidents to death with wildfires, and broke up with Duke Tywin, which eventually led to tragedy. Robert I, 283-298, reigned for 15 years. Pay attention to this timeline. The usurper rebelled in 282, Robert became king in 283, and the war ended in 284. Edward had a big fight with Robert over Rhaegar's child, and then led his troops to the Stormlands to relieve the siege of Storm's End, and then the Battle of the Tower of Joy took place. Edward, how can you govern a country with a bug like Robert? 2. Geography. Let me give you some ideas first. The official size of Westeros is about the same as South America, But considering the existence of the North, the core area where people mainly move is actually much smaller. South America is about 17 million square kilometers. Minus 1/2 to 1/3 of the area occupied by the North, there are more than 9 million people left. In terms of population, Martin did not give a clear number, but according to indirect information, the total population of Westeros is about 20 million. An area of more than 9 million square kilometers and a population of more than 20 million. Do you have an idea instantly? Yes, it is roughly equivalent to the Three Kingdoms period. But weapons and armor are at the level of the late Middle Ages in Western Europe, and daily necessities are from the Renaissance period. There are many things in the book and the TV series that are randomly matched. For example, the square helmet that the Mountain wore in the tournament in the first season, does it remind you of other historical events? For example, the Crusades. This happened in 1291 at the latest, and there was still some time before the late 1400. Let's start with a serious geographical introduction. There are 4 continents in the entire Game of Thrones world: Westeros, Essos, Sothorios, and an unknown continent. I didn't find its name. If you know it, please tell me. The geographical distribution of these 4 continents refers to the British Isles, Eurasia, and Africa. The unknown continent is in the Far East. Let's start with the Big Essos continent. The sea between Westeros and Essos is called the Narrow Sea. There are 9 free trade cities near the Narrow Sea in Essos: Volantes, Bravos, Pentos, Lys, Tyrosh, Hor, Loreth, and Fornos. Among them, Volantes and Bravos, the prototype of Venice, are the strongest. Pentos, Lys, and Tyrosh belong to the 2nd tier. Hor, Fornos, and Loreth belong to the 3rd tier. The first 2 are inland cities with no ports and fleets, so their strength is naturally weaker. Loreth is an island city-state. Its presence in the books and TV series is extremely low. I suspect that Martin used it to make up the number. Most of the free trade cities are located between the west coast and the eastern mountains of Essos. They can be regarded as the remnants of Valyria, except Bravos, and they were all established as colonies of Valyria. From the eastern mountains of the Essos continent, this mountain is actually in the west of Essos. To the east is a vast grassland called the Dothraki Sea. The prototype is very clear. It is the Mongol Empire. Directly south of the Dothraki Sea is the Slavers' Bay, where there are 3 large slave city-states: Yunkai, Meereen, and Astapor, as well as many small city-states. These cities were built on the ruins of the ancient Gai's empire, and their characteristics are pyramids and harpies. The prototype is also very clear. Ancient Gai's is ancient Egypt, and as for the slave trade, it is obviously a satire on Europeans on the African continent during the triangular trade period. To the east of Slavers' Bay is Lazar, located in the pastures and hilly areas south of the Dothraki Sea. The prototype is also very clear, so I won't talk about it, because I can't post this chapter if I talk about it. To the west of Slavers' Bay is the land of Long Summer and Valyria, the once glorious capital of Valyria, but now only smoking ruins remain. Karth is a city-state in the southeast of Essos continent, located at the node, connecting the east and the west. It is known as the richest city-state and is controlled by the royal family, the 13 lords, the Spice Guild, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, etc. The home of the rich man Zaro is as big as a market, and the home of Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, is as shabby as a toilet compared to it. The 13 lords have a total of 1,000 ships. The Tourmaline Brotherhood has more than 1,200 ships, and the Spice Guild has 800 or 900 ships. In comparison, the navy of Westeros is very shabby, with 200 ships of the Royal Fleet, 200 ships of the Red Wine Fleet, and 100 ships of the Ironborn Fleet, which together only account for a little over half of the Spice Guild. Next is the familiar Westeros continent. From north to south, they are the north, the Riverlands and the Vale, the Westerly, the Reach, the Stormlands, and Dorne. According to the arrangement of Lai Taifu, a big V on a certain website, I will briefly mention several major elements of Westeros here. 5 rivers: Blackwater River, Trident River, White Blade River, Manda River, Greenblood River. 5 major passes: Moat Cailin, Golden Tooth City, Bloody Gate, Bone Road, Prince's Pass. 5 roads: King's Road, Rose Road, Golden Road, River Road, Coastal Road. 5 islands: Dragonstone Island, Iron Islands, Shield Islands, Three Sisters Islands, Stone Steps Islands. 4 mountain ranges: Moon Mountains in the Vale, Golden Tooth Mountains in the Westerly, Mountains in the north, and Red Mountains. 3 forests: Wolf Forest in the north, Royal Forest in the King's Domain, Crakewood in the west. 5 strongest castles: the Twins, Harrenhal, the Eyrie, Casterly Rock, and Storm's End. Maybe you don't have a clear idea of what it means to simply introduce it this way, so I'll use my method to give you a deeper impression. It was mentioned above that Westeros is comparable to the 3 kingdoms, and the geography of the 7 kingdoms can also be compared. The riverlands are roughly equivalent to the central plains around the Yellow River and the Huai River, but the area is significantly smaller. The valley is roughly equivalent to the Shandong area surrounded by Mount Tai and Mount Yaimeng, where agriculture, handicrafts, and shipping are all very developed. The west is roughly equivalent to the 3 kins moved southward, but the mining industry has been strengthened and agriculture has been reduced. The River Bend is the large grain-producing area of the Nanyang Basin, plus the Jinxiang Plain, Suizhou Corridor, etc. And of course, it has the largest population. Wangling is the plain area around Songjiang Prefecture. Coincidentally, Songjiang Prefecture is an estuary, and King's Landing is also the estuary of the Blackwater River. Stormland is the area occupied by Yu State, which is a combination of Qag Mountain, Southeast Hills, and other areas. Dorne, everyone can imagine it as a vast area with few people and backwardness, but high united front value, so the leader is a prince. The Northland, imagine it as the land of Yan and Zhao, a bitter and cold area, so most of the locals value promises and take life and death lightly. The Northland will never forget is not just talk. Of course, this metaphor is not appropriate, as long as everyone can understand it. Since the 3 kingdoms is used as an analogy, I believe that readers can also see the setting of the protagonist. It is Cao Cao's geographical position plus Liu Bei's benevolent personality. Believe it or not, I believe in Martin, the new god of humor. Desmond joked. Next to him were Patrick, Arthur, and other companions on horseback. Except for the Lord of the Moulin Rouge, everyone else laughed. We can't blame them, mainly because Arthur's remarks about the god Martin are really outrageous. With empty words and white teeth, he created a new god, and anyone who heard it would regard it as a joke. In the past 2 days, Arthur had nothing to do but give them vague descriptions of what was about to happen in King's Landing. Many people understand it, because the wolf, deer, and lion used by Arthur as pronouns are easy to understand which force it belongs to. But not many believe it. Most people took his words as a joke. Arthur pointed at the group of people with his index finger. You guys who have never seen the world, how come you don't even believe in the god Martin? There are many gods in the very far east. For example, Patrick didn't want Arthur to step down from the stage. He just wanted to see what other tricks the hammer god could come up with. Desmond and his attendants also stretched their heads and listened. I did this simply because the journey was too boring. After finally finding Martin's joke, how could he reveal it so easily? You want to hear it, right? Arthur sneered, took a deep breath, and began to spread Blue Star culture. For example, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva holds a Gatling pole in his hand, which rotates 600 times with one breath, and can bring blessings to all those who are destined to him. Another example is Faraday, the god of electromagnetism, who can give blessings of 100,000 volts to any extremely evil person. Blessed to hell. Another example is Firecloud evil god Nobel, the father of Yuan Zhu, Zhu Chongzhai. After talking for a long time, Patrick and others changed from the initial mentality of just having fun to doubting that they really had little knowledge. Desmond, I don't know much about reading. Do these gods really exist? The heir to Seaside City asked uncertainly. Desmond was also a little confused, mainly because what Arthur said was too similar. Maybe the Meisters in Old Town know these things. I have never heard of them. These dozen or so names of gods and their main abilities don't look like they were made up. Maybe they are real. Yule also followed, and was confused by his nephew as to whether it was true or false. I have been living in the free cities of Westeros and Essos for 20 years, and I have never heard of these gods. Arthur sneered. How many places have you been to? Do you know how big this world is? The Dothraki Sea is larger than the entire continent of Westeros, not to mention Ashai and Ult in the east. That's right. The legendary Karth is a city of great wealth. How many people have been to Westeros? The world is so big, and not one person can know most of the knowledge and facts. You must remain in awe of what you don't know. Arthur pointed out old-fashionedly. All 19 people were frightened by Arthur's words, and they nodded their heads sincerely or falsely. Do you believe in God, Martin, now? Still don't believe it unless your prediction comes true. It doesn't have to be all true. 1 or 2 are enough. After all, what Mr. Arthur said is really outrageous. Desmond added, "What if everything I said is true and happens in the future? How should you compensate for teasing me now? You know, because of you, my fragile heart has been hit hard." Arthur covered his head hard, pretending that he was seriously injured. "I, Patrick Mallister, swear that as long as one thing Arthur said is true, I will only listen to your advice from now on." He smiled and stretched out his right hand, making a not-so-serious vow. "Be serious, this is a god." Although Arthur wanted to laugh, this was related to his own great cause of pretending to be a god. If he couldn't even deceive these people, he might as well give up this bowl of rice as soon as possible and go to sleep. "What are you saying? Teach me how to be serious. If something as outrageous as Mr. Ed's murder really happened, it means that God Martin's magic power has reached a level that ordinary people can't imagine, and his thinking can affect the world. Operation. But is this possible?" Patrick explained. "You accidentally caught a glimpse of the truth," Arthur complained. Although he wanted to continue to make these people believe in him, he was really tired and stopped talking, letting the thin horse carry him forward. The team suddenly became quiet, and the group of people walked on silently. At dusk that day, while the fiery clouds on the horizon rendered the sky into a beautiful painting, they arrived at King's Landing, the capital of the 7 kingdoms, the residence of the king, and the second-largest port city in Westeros, except that the clothes of the residents are more gorgeous, the houses along the road are more luxurious, and there are more knights and nobles on the road. It looks different from other major cities. There is no difference between towns. I have to say that the only difference is that there are too many people, rubbing shoulders and heels, sweating like rain, and dancing sleeves to block the sun are not just words. Here, Arthur found a sense of his past life, the feeling of being a descendant of the dragon. You have to queue even to enter the city. It is said that King's Landing is extremely smelly, and it certainly deserves its reputation. Patrick took out a sachet from somewhere and put it on his nose to smell it. In the air around them, the stench of feces, urine, sweat, feet, and sewage odors mixed together, strongly irritating the noses of outsiders, so that they know they have arrived in King's Landing. In the original book, the little devil wanted to transform the drainage system of this city with a population of 500,000 because he couldn't stand the stench of King's Landing. But it came to nothing. It's even more smelly than our stable. Arthur's personal servant, Medin, had no sachet to neutralize the stench, so he fanned with his hands helplessly, as if this would drive away the stench around his nose. But in fact, he fanned the fresh stench into his nostrils. Arthur comforted him. "You should think like this. Our stable has caught up with the level of King's Landing to some extent." He couldn't stand the stench either, but there was no way he could only endure it. After a few breaths, Arthur couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted to Patrick, "Do you have any other sachets? Give them to me." Patrick shook his head gently but firmly, not wanting to give Arthur his spare sachet, although he felt that the little thing his mother gave him was a burden when he left Haejeong City. Now it seems that it can save his life. He made up his mind to go out and pick a few good sachets tomorrow and take turns. "Take it." Arthur didn't want to let his body and mind be tortured by the stench, so he approached Patrick and snatched the sachet. Then he put it in front of his nose and took a few deep breaths. After taking a few breaths, he felt that the whole world was refreshed. Patrick knew that he couldn't beat Arthur and looked at this unreasonable companion eagerly, hoping that he could return the sachet. Arthur ignored him and made himself comfortable first. He even had the leisure to glance at Patrick, wanting to see his embarrassed look with his sleeves covering his mouth and nose. But obviously, Arthur was disappointed. The heir of Haejeong City took out another sachet from the luggage on the horse's back and held it in front of his nose and started to inhale.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.